right, and good morning. Welcome to the Law Show. My name is David Helm, practicing licensed attorney in the state of Michigan, and we are on day 6 of the Letecia Stauch case. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Good morning, Kim. Good morning, everybody. We have good morning. We have a lot of good mornings. So we have hello. We have day 6 coming up. And Junie B. Jones was busy last night sending me an email with all the different lies that Letecia spread during her sort of initial encounters with both the father of Gannon, her husband, as well as with the police and everybody else. And so I actually put those down, and we went through them a little bit yesterday, but I don't think it was complete. So now maybe we have a complete list. So I thought we'd go through that for a few minutes before court gets going. They are still a few minutes out. Good morning, everyone. And also, I don't think I mentioned it during the stream yesterday, but I did post it in my YouTube channel tomorrow, Wednesday. So that would be day 7. I am going to stream the morning as usual live. However, the afternoon stream is going to have to come at a later date. We're not going to do it live, not a later date, but a later time. Might be as late as like 10 o'clock. It is my son's birthday, and so I am going to take the afternoon off for that. So, but I will stream it later on the day, and then we will be live and up to date by the time Thursday morning rolls around. So that is the plan. Also, I posted in the chat, I believe, is a link to my locals. Now, I'm new to this whole YouTube thing and being an internet online personality kind of thing and doing the locals and Rumble and all that stuff. But there is a, I think there's a chat open on my locals for people of Letecia Stauch. And so you guys can carry on the conversation when this stream is done, so that we don't lose all of that. But hopefully that works. I don't know. We'll see. And if not, let me know. So let's see here. Okay. Summaries. All right. So a summary of the trial thus far. We've had several witnesses. Well, first off, they started off with Gannon's father. Gannon's father testified first. He was the first witness, and he basically laid the groundwork for this entire case. Sort of set up the dynamics of their relationship, or his relationship with the defendant, her relationship with the children, and her many, many, many lies, such as she lied about being pregnant with twins at one point. She lied about having been assaulted of a certain nature by 2 members of his military unit in an attempt to convince him to move out of Alaska. She lied about break-ins to the house. She lied about something having to do with fire a gun at the residence. She just lies constantly. Essentially was the message. And she lies in order to kind of manipulate the situation. Then we got into a bunch of police witnesses. One of the most damning things was they played about 2 to 3 hours worth of recorded phone calls between her and Gannon's father, where she can't keep her story straight. She goes through a bunch of different lies, and then she insists on getting immunity before she tells anybody where Gannon is or what's going on. Is trying to convince people to be on her side. There was testimony from a neighbor who organized a Facebook group and a search for Gannon that she was messaging on Facebook. Again, more lies. It seems like she can't keep her story straight. Good morning, Jamie.
Morning.
We're just trying to give a recap here a little bit. I mean, that's essentially it. She just lies. And the defense is doing kind of a horrible job. Their opening statement, they literally said, well, she's guilty. What can we do? And literally walked out the door and then came back. He was trying to make a point, but it was just poorly made. They're not asking the questions I don't think they should ask, or I think they should ask. With the defense being insanity, when you have a lay witness testifying that the defendant was acting normally, she's not crazy. Maybe you want to challenge that witness for their expertise in the field and things like that. They're just not doing that. They came to life a little bit yesterday, cross-examining the news reporter. Oh yeah, that was the thing yesterday. There was a news reporter that did an interview with her. That was awesome. She apparently wanted to do retakes because she didn't sound sincere enough. So and it's always me, I, and that's about the sum of it so far. They did have the medical examiner testify yesterday morning to Gannon's autopsy. That was kind of horrible. He died from, well, we're not sure if he died from the stabbings, although it's possible he could have died from the giant knife that was shoved in his back and into his chest cavity. Or he died from the blunt force trauma to his head, or he died from the gunshot wound to his head. And that was horrible. But really, it was just the body was too decomposed to figure out exactly what happened. Let's see here. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the case in a nutshell. There's not much more to it. This trial was so hard to listen to. Yeah. It is at times, and I try to have fun with these streams, and this one's a tough one to have fun with, but we really have fun more so with the defense angle of things because the defense is essentially nonsensical. Let's see here. Okay, so let me go through these. Junie B. Jones sent me the breakdown of her lies. So the first lie that she told her husband was that Gannon had it out for her. So she had told her husband that Gannon had it out for her and that he was misbehaving or something like that. And so they got the boy into counseling. Although the father testified that he never saw anything that Gannon would have done or said that would have led him to believe that he had it out for Letecia. Then when he went missing, she said he went to go play with friends. Then she said he ran away in order to avoid a 1-year restriction from his gaming device, his Nintendo Switch, because he apparently had spilled a candle and started a fire in the home, and he was going to get grounded for 1 year from his Switch, so he ran away from home. Then she changed her story again to Eduardo, working on new construction in the neighborhood, was asked to fix the carpet from the candle meltdown, and then he raped Letecia and assaulted and kidnapped Gannon. Then she changed it to, no, it was actually Quincy Brown that raped her, and he dropped his business card, apparently. Then it was she and Gannon went to look at a bike on Craigslist, and then while test riding the bike, Gannon fell off and hit his head, and an unknown man took him to the ER, but they never showed up.
That's my favorite one.
Yeah, that one's great. Yeah, so
ridiculous.
And then Landon, I didn't hear this one, but apparently people have been commenting about this. Landon, that is Gannon's mother, hired somebody from the cartel to retrieve Gannon and return them. Said the cartel decided to ask for a ransom instead. So those are essentially the stories she has told. Yeah, it's important. Yeah, the medical examiner said that blunt force trauma, gunshot, is the cause of death, meaning that he might have survived the stab wounds. It was really just she was unable to determine whether or not he would have survived the stab wounds. I think her testimony was with proper medical treatment. Oh yeah, without proper medical treatment. Yep, that's exactly what she said. So, blunt force trauma and the gunshot wound. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. There was also signs of fairly powerful pain medication in his system, but the levels weren't necessarily, well, there was no testimony as to how much was in his system. So it's not sure if he was conscious or what. Yeah, I think what happened is she was angry about the candle fire thing and perhaps tried to physically discipline Gannon, which would be lawful, at least in Michigan, for a step parent to physically discipline a child, but then probably went too far, injured him severely, and then might have then tried to disappear Gannon in order to cover it up. That's what I think happened. Because if you look at her past, she constantly lies to get out of situations. She lied. Oh God, she lied on her resume and her application to the school where she was going to be like a teacher's assistant. She said she had a PhD and she identified herself as Dr. Stauch, and she gave references for her, but included her own phone number and just crazy things. And then a number that didn't work. All kinds of stuff. She just constantly lies. So that's her story. Lie, lie, lie. Yada, yada, yada. Exactly. Let's see. Jamie, thoughts?
I agree. I'm just like blown away by some of them because it was hard to follow. Somebody said something like that in the chat. So hearing them again, it's like, oh my gosh, woman.
Yeah.
And the drug.
Yeah, when you put her stories in order, kind of like that, and she just changes them, and they're so like dramatically changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it odd. I was waiting for some testimony regarding the level of the drugs in his system, but there was some questioning from the defense as to whether or not that was urine that was tested, like bladder that was tested, as opposed to blood. But that was about it. There was really no discussion of levels.
Yeah, I was curious if like it could have been like if he had stomach problems and stuff, he could be on some medication with stuff like that there. So
Yeah,
maybe
he does. He
was it?
does have a birth defect, which causes him intestinal problems, and he could have had medication for that. It could have been a pain reliever associated with that. And the defense did ask whether or not of the medical examiner, like, well, if he had a prescription for this, would that change your assessment that was unusual to have that in the system? And she's like, oh yeah, there's a prescription. So I would hope that the defense maybe has a prescription and can introduce it.
Mm-hmm.
So that would sort of clear that up.
Yeah, because I mean, possibly, yeah, she could have like given him more than like if he did have a prescription, maybe she did give him more, but they didn't say anything about that. So,
well, they did call Al, the Gannon's father, back up, and he did testify that he had hydrocodone as a prescription himself, but on direct examination, so from the state to the or maybe it was cross, but that medical examiner testified that it's common to be found in some cough syrups that are prescription. So,
yeah. I mean, a lot of people have that stuff in their cabinets for like surgeries and stuff. I mean, it's very, very common. I probably have some in mine right now. So, I mean, it's possible that it could have been.
Yeah. So far the drug, but I thought it was a different type of drug. I'll have to go back through my notes. I thought it was a different type of medication that father was prescribed. I got to go back up to my recall witness. That's the other thing too. I'm not a huge fan of is the recalling witnesses, sort of out of order. I know they planned on doing that with the one doctor, but I'm not. I'm just not a huge fan of that idea, just because I think it muddies the water. Let's see here. That's the sheriff. Recall witness 1. Where's my recall witness 1? Didn't they do that right after the medical examiner?
The recall witness?
Yeah, they recalled witness 1.
That was I think that's when I missed yesterday.
Okay, let's see here. I got to go back through my notes. All right. Oh, I got to go to day 5. What am I doing? I'm looking at day 4. Okay. Let's Let me go to day 5. I'm sure someone's posting it in the chat. I'm not looking
Yeah.
right now. I want to find it
Yeah.
myself.
He's got it.
Okay, so there's the doctor. Okay, so then doctor. Jury question. Oh, by the way, the jury is asking wonderful questions.
Oh, they are.
Of course, I have no notes for when they recalled the father because she just testified regarding the drugs, and I didn't make a note of it. So I am gonna have to go to the chat. Yeah, Al, that's right. Somebody said it here. So he had cut off his finger, was prescribed ibuprofen and hydrocodone. Was it something different than ibuprofen was what was found in Gannon, but then also, a acetaminophen and hydrocodone. Okay, so acetaminophen and hydrocodone were found in Gannon.
Which is,
Did he testify to hydrocodone? I feel like I heard a different name of a medication, but I might be wrong.
I thought I had hydrocodone.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I don't know how to spell hydrocodone either. I just wing it and hope Word will correct it for me.
I work at a pharmacy and I still have to look it up. so no shame to anyone.
Let's see here. Again, the question is, did she injure him so much that she wanted to give him medication to kind of make it go away?
Just take a breath. Do you need some water or anything like that?
What's going on here?
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup.
I have no idea. This just popped up.
So
let me see if I can back it up.
Everybody's a little nervous when they're right there. If you want some, your sister's attorneys. Do you understand all that? And by your sister's attorneys. Do you understand all that?
This is a child.
Yeah. Is it the daughter? The younger one?
Just do the best that you can. Just take a breath. Do you need some water or anything like that?
The feed just popped up. Like this.
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup there. So everybody's a little nervous when they're on a witness stand. Just take a deep breath.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens. It's an emotional case. I got that. But you just have to do the best that you can to get through the testimony, okay?
What?
And with the court's permission, can I just ask some follow-up questions? Mr. Lowry, I know this is very difficult for you, okay? But I really want you to focus on me, and I know your wife's here as well. And I'm just going to ask you some questions, and we'll get through this, okay? But it's important
try to refresh this, guys. We might have to catch up.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is running.
That's the name. I don't know who that is.
Okay, let me try this.
Understand all that?
No, that's where it starts. It's weird.
Okay. Just do the best that you can. Just take a breath.
Mr. Lowry, I know.
But you just have to do the best that you can to get through the testimony, okay?
And with the court's permission, can I just ask some follow-up questions? Mr. Lowry, I know this is very difficult for you, okay? But I really want you to focus on me, and I know your wife's here as well.
Who's Mr. Lowry?
And I'm just going to ask you some questions, and we'll get through this, okay? But it's important that you got to kind of keep your cool. Okay. All right? Can you do that?
I'm trying my best. I can't make no promises, but I try my best.
And I appreciate that. I know it's difficult for you here, but we'll get through this, okay? And if you need a break, just let us know. If you feel something coming up or you want to have an outburst, do the best you can and let us know, and perhaps the court, we can take another break, okay? Is that fair?
Okay. All right. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
Back in? What happened? Why did they start early?
Maybe he went off right off the bat or something before they even had time to turn the cameras on.
Well, they said to bring the jury back in.
Yeah. Maybe something happened. I don't know.
Oh, and it's too late for me to get a different feed. If Law and Crime missed it, I don't have it recording myself. Damn it. Well, it is what it is.
All rise for the jury, please.
I knew I should have been recording my own stream. I should just do it, not rely on this stupid channel. Yeah, it is
All
really
right, thank you.
blurry.
May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Anthony. Mr. Lowry, this is your first time being in the courtroom ever, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're probably extremely nervous.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to get through this, okay? I'm just going to ask you some questions and we're going to have a conversation. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
Did you let the jury know about your other family members, other brothers and sisters, your parents, that kind of thing?
I got another sister. Her name's Julie. I got a sister named Amy. My mom, Deborah. I mean, that's pretty much.
And then
I
it
got my nieces, all my nieces.
What's your niece's name? Do you remember?
We got Harley, Jazz, Kanae, Cash, Maya, Jada.
And is Deborah your mother?
That's my mom. Yeah.
And for the most part, did your family grow up in North Carolina, where you're from, Lumberton, and
Yes, sir.
most of them still living out there?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Letecia Stauch is your sister,
Yes, sir.
and you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, sir.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
A green sweater.
And when was the last time you saw her?
When we came down here in 2020.
So January 2020?
Yes, sir.
And so I want to talk about that a little bit. When you said you came out here, who came out here?
Me, my mom, and my Aunt Brenda.
And what's Brenda's last name?
Ackward,
What's your mom's last name?
Locklear.
Why'd you come out here?
We come out here to help support Tisha because we felt like she was being wrongly accused for something that we believe she would never do.
Yeah, how do you feel now?
And so I'm sorry, go ahead.
We also wanted to come out here and help look for him. We did.
Go ahead and take a deep breath, all right? You let me know when you're ready.
Poor
Yeah,
guy.
she's looking right at her brother.
Really.
So you wanted to come out and help. You refer to her as Tisha,
Mhm.
and you also wanted to look for Gannon.
Yes, sir.
So do you remember when you came out?
He might have been really emotional before even taking
January 31st, I think. 30th. It was late January. It was about to be February because my mom's birthday was that weekend or something, that next week.
And why particularly did you come out?
Because I knew my mom was going to come out here.
Did you want to support your mom?
Yes, sir.
Now, was it January 30th of 2020 when you all flew out here?
I believe so.
Where did you fly to? Do you remember?
Denver.
You got to Denver. What did you do?
Yes, please.
Look-
I'll take it.
Went looking for her and Harley.
Rent a car?
Yeah, we rented a car from the airport.
Did your aunt Brenda Awkward rent the car?
Yes, sir.
And did she pay for y'all to come out here?
Yes, sir.
And
Mr. Lowry, you're kind of soft-spoken at times. Could you put the microphone a little bit closer to you so the jurors can hear you a little better? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
so when you get to Denver, your aunt rents a car. What was the game plan? What were you going to do?
get Tisha and Harley, at least two around us.
And did they know you all were coming out?
Yeah,
And so, do you recall renting a Nissan Altima?
I think so.
You drive down to Colorado Springs, I assume?
Yeah,
Who was driving? Do you remember? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Aunt Brenda.
And so what happens when you get to Colorado Springs? Where do you go?
Like a shopping center. So that's where we found them at.
Were you guys talking to him on your way down?
Good morning,
Yeah,
everyone.
when we was looking for them.
And so would this be a shopping center kind of on the north side of town next to a Marshall's department store?
Yeah, there was a Marshall's there.
And did they tell you why they were, or let me ask you this, did the defendant, Tisha, tell you why they were at the Marshall store?
She didn't tell us why. Not that I can remember.
Did she tell you whether or not she had an interaction with some
Yes.
police officers?
Yes, sir.
And you have to kind of wait till I finish asking the
Oh,
question
yeah.
because
Yeah.
she's typing everything down we say, okay? So what did she tell you happened prior to you getting there?
That the laws had thrown her down and detained her.
Say anything about Harley?
Yes, Harley said also Harley.
That upset you?
Yes, it did.
So where did you go after you went to this Marshall's parking lot area to pick them up?
We ain't got a hotel.
And do you remember the name of the hotel?
No.
Does the extended suites sound familiar?
Yeah, it's standing suites.
So what happened when you got to the extended suites?
That was when they was discussing wanting to get their stuff back, like get their belongings.
And who was discussing that?
Tisha.
Once you picked up the defendant and her daughter Harley, who was kind of calling the shots as to what you were going to do and where you're going to go and things like that?
I don't really know.
Well,
I'm type like I said, I'm the type of person like just stand in the corner and wait until they just tell me what they want to do.
you're just there to help.
I'm just there.
So how many rooms did you end up getting at the extended suites?
I can't remember.
Did you spend the night there that night?
Yeah,
Do you remember who was in your room?
I know my mom was. I believe Aunt Brenda was with us. I can't remember if we had just one room or two rooms.
Okay. Well, was Harley and your sister,
This poor
the defendant, in the room with you?
Yeah.
We was around each other most of the time. Like all of us was together most of the time.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that the defendant was talking about wanting to get her stuff back. What did you do the next morning to do that?
We rented a van.
And who rented the van?
Aunt Brenda.
So Brenda Awkward rents, what kind of van did she rent?
Like a cargo van, I guess you would say.
And so did all of you go to rent the van?
I don't know if all of us went or not. I believe we did.
So it's you, your mother, Deborah, Brenda Awkward, Harley, and the defendant, Tisha. Where do you go?
I know at one point she tried to go to the police station and get her pocketbook and stuff like that.
Tell the jury about that. Where exactly did she go? And you probably don't know Colorado Springs very well. Right? So did she tell you she's going to the police department? And did you actually go to the police
Yeah,
department?
we went to the police department.
And did she go in to try to get her belongings back that was taken?
Yeah,
in
she
evidence?
did.
You know whether or not she got those items?
I can't remember.
So where do you go from the police department?
I think that's when we went to their house to get their clothes and stuff.
So this would have been January 31st now, 2020,
I believe so.
the next morning.
That Friday.
So what
Yeah,
happens when you
I'm not
get
sure
to
what
her
happened
house?
before that. The jury wasn't there for
We just
the judge calming him
started
down.
loading up the clothes and
enough.
stuff that's coming out of the house.
Said what happened.
Yeah.
Were there police officers there?
Yes, sir.
What were the police officers doing?
They was checking everything we brought out,
How were they checking it?
like looking in the bags and I guess just making sure there wasn't nothing that wasn't supposed to be there.
And how did you feel about being at the residence that morning?
Just aggravated.
And why were you aggravated?
That's what it sounded like,
'Cause I felt like we was getting looked at as
but I
criminals.
wasn't clear.
Is that because they were looking at your sister as a criminal?
No, they was looking at our whole family. It wasn't just her.
And so what kind of things did you guys get out of the house? Do you remember?
Suitcases and clothes, that's all I can remember.
Was it all the Harley's clothes and all of your sister's clothes?
Yes, sir.
What was the game plan? I mean, where were you going to
They
put
got-
these clothes?
They got their dogs too.
Pissed I missed that.
What was the plan on where you were going to go with all the clothes and things? You know?
But I know when she got it, she was ready to leave. She was ready to leave.
And did she tell you where she was ready to leave to?
I thought it was South Carolina.
She said.
And is that where she moved out to Colorado from, is South Carolina?
Breaking up a little bit,
I
Jim.
don't think that's where she moved out of Colorado from.
Well, did she live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for a while?
Yes, sir.
Is that where she was planning on going back to? Is
That's what I thought.
that what she told you?
That's what I can remember.
So how long did it take to load up all her and Harley's things into this cargo van?
I can't remember. Over an hour, I guess.
So what happens after you get the van loaded?
We leave and go back to the room, I believe.
Do you remember whether or not your sister had an interview with a news reporter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she did.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that come about?
I don't know how that happened. I just know she just had an interview with him.
And did she tell you why? I mean, was anybody talking to her about doing this? Or
I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't.
whose idea was it to have a interview with a news reporter?
I don't know.
Foundation. Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
So when you went to the house,
Yeah,
assuming you
possibly.
went in the
They could have
cargo
done that.
van, did you also take the Nissan Altima that was,
Yeah,
But I don't
this one
think
was
the
with
DA
us.
cares.
who was driving which vehicle?
It's good for them.
I think I was driving the van, and I think Brenda was on the Nissan.
And what vehicle was your sister the defendant in?
Say that again.
What vehicle was your sister in, the defendant? Do you remember?
No. I don't remember.
You know, we'll go on to that. So she does an interview with a news reporter. What do you do after that?
I just know we left. I don't remember where we went.
Did you eventually go back to the
We went
hotel?
back, yeah.
Do you remember about what time of day it was?
No.
Go back to the hotel room, and what do you do when you get back to the hotel room?
I know we mentioned something about wanting to go look for him. Because me and my mama, we wanted to go help look for him.
Tell us about that conversation.
Well,
I put in the chat, David.
she wanted to go.
Okay,
She
sorry, I'm
said
not,
she would get up with Albert,
Fine.
not
find
paying
out
attention to the chat. I was trying to get
when
my
they going to
stream
go
going.
out and look for him again or whatever.
If you
But-
wanted beginning,
We wanted to go, but at the same time, we kind of didn't because we didn't feel like we was getting treated right
Oh,
down here.
Is that because of what happened at the house earlier?
Yeah.
When you first got to Colorado, did you have conversations with your sister about, hey, we got to go out and look for Gannon. We got to go search for him.
We asked if they had any idea where he was at and stuff. I mean, that's about all we asked her.
And did you all ever go search for Gannon?
No, we didn't.
Did she ever say, hey, we got to go look for Gannon?
I mean, she told us that we could. That's all she told us. Like she said, we'd get up with Al and talk to him about it.
She never did. When you get back to the hotel room back on January 31st,
I'm going to pull up the local
2020,
stream during one
did
of
the
our
defendant
breaks.
leave you
so we can
all
all
and go
see it.
somewhere by herself?
Yes.
Overruled.
Did she tell you where she was going?
Go get some dog food for their dogs.
Do you know what vehicle she took?
The Nissan.
The Altima?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the right link, Jamie. I got it.
How long was she gone?
I thought
Wow.
wrong one, sorry. But yeah,
Well, I can't remember that. I just know she was gone longer than what I expected.
Was it 2 hours?
I don't know.
You remember sitting around the hotel room wondering where she's at and when she's getting back, that kind of thing?
Well, I did get on the phone with my wife, and I did tell my wife I feel like she's just been gone too long. But
Say that.
because she was gone for a long time, like I can't remember how long she was gone, but I didn't expect her to take that long. But then a part of me was like, well, maybe she's just trying to take her a minute by herself. So
He apparently yelled out, "Why'd you do it?" or
Did
something.
anyone
along those
try to
lines.
call
We're gonna
her and
replay
say,
it,
hey,
though.
where are you?
Right.
What's going on here?
no, not that I
Turn
can
of the
remember.
jury. Oh my God, that's it.
Does she eventually come back?
Yeah.
Tell us about that. What happens when she gets back?
I don't know. She came back and she was normal to me.
Did she have any dog food or any items for the dogs?
She had some. She came back with some stuff, like she bought something, but I can't remember.
So earlier you had mentioned that she wanted to go back to South Carolina. What was the plan with the cargo van? Was she going to take the cargo van that Brenda Awkward rented to go back to South Carolina?
I don't know if she was going to take that one because Aunt Brenda wouldn't. I doubt Aunt Brenda was going to let her. I believe Aunt Brenda told her she had to get another van.
And so the next morning, we're now on February 1st, 2020. Did you help her get a new van?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What did you and your sister do to get a new van?
We went and drove to the budget place. We got another van, and we got the van. We unloaded all the stuff from out of the van into the other van.
So was that in the early morning hours?
I believe so.
Do you know about what time it was? Is that the first thing you did on February 1st?
I can't remember.
So when you get to the budget area, did you know that you were going to transfer things from one van to another when you got there?
Yeah.
So did you talk about that on the way to the budget rental van?
Yeah.
So talk to the jury about that. How did you guys go about doing that, moving the items from one van to another?
I agree. I think it's fairly obvious.
Went around to the side of the budget place, and we just backed the vans up and just swapped them out.
During that process, did you see the defendant with a rather large suitcase?
Yes, sir. I seen her with a lot of suitcases. Well, there was a lot of suitcases on there.
Was there one that kind of stood out to you?
Yes,
That would
sir.
be interesting.
Tell the jury about that. Why did it stand out to you?
Because it looked like she was struggling with it.
Did you offer to help her?
Yep.
What'd she say?
She didn't need help.
Did you ask her what's in the suitcase?
Yep.
What'd she say?
She told me it was softball stuff.
Why'd you ask her what's in the suitcase?
I didn't feel right about it.
What about that suitcase didn't make you feel right?
I just felt like it was too heavy for her.
She had her brother move the body in the suitcase.
You know, at this time, I'd like to publish People's Exhibit 48. It's already been admitted into evidence.
Go ahead.
You recognize that suitcase we see on the TV screen?
Yep.
This is the stuff.
How
that
do
I
you
was saying
recognize that suitcase?
before? They needed to make the firm connection.
Look, it's an old suitcase.
This is what they're
I
doing.
remember that suitcase looked old and it's green.
Is that the suitcase you saw your sister
He said
put
it
into
didn't
the
feel right.
budget van?
It felt heavy and it didn't
Yep.
feel right.
Is that the suitcase you asked her about what's in it?
Yep.
Oh, she said
Is that the
softball.
suitcase you didn't feel right about?
Yep.
Softball
That
stuff.
suitcase you told you is softball equipment.
Yep.
Thank you. Take that down. So what happens after you get everything loaded into the budget van from your aunt's rental van?
At that point, we was ready to go home.
And did you drive Brenda Awkward's van back? And did Miss Stauch, your sister, drive the budget van?
I can't remember if we turned that van in there at that place or if we had to turn it in somewhere else. But I mean, I had to drive one of them because it was just me and her.
So do you eventually turn back? It's an enterprise van, right? Is that where you rented the van that Brenda Awkward
I
rented?
think, yeah.
Did you take that van back?
Yeah, we took it back. I think we took it back later on that day.
And did you take the Nissan Altima back to Denver to catch your flight?
Yep.
What did the defendant tell you where she was going to go?
Only thing I can remember, only thing I can remember is her saying something about going back to Myrtle Beach.
And did she leave with Harley?
Yeah, her and Harley lived.
Medical
leave from
examiner
the hotel?
testified that if Gannon was
I
frozen
can't
in the
remember
winter
where we
climate,
split up at. I
it
can't
would take
remember where we.
days for him to thaw out. So it wouldn't necessarily start
Or did
snowing.
your sister have to go back to the hotel to pick up Harley?
Yep. I think so.
And is that the last time you saw your sister until today?
Yep.
How much older is your sister than you?
14 years.
You known her your whole life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an idea about the family background? How often would you see her
So the medical
as you were
examiner,
growing up, that kind of
She
thing?
come to like holidays, came around on holidays.
one of them, not the one that did the autopsy.
Where would you guys meet? In North Carolina?
But she'd either come down here or go down there, or we might have went to the beach and seen her.
Had you gone to Myrtle Beach on a few occasions to
Yeah,
hang out with Harley?
yeah, me and her. I used to go down there and stay with them. We'd go to the water park, stuff like that on the weekends.
Can you let the jury know who your father is?
James Lowry.
And would that have been your sister's stepfather?
Yes, sir.
Is your dad still alive?
Yes, sir.
You know when he died?
7th birthday. 2004.
Yeah, I believe this cooks
You know
her.
the circumstances on how he died?
Got hit by a car.
Was he walking out in the street? And
I don't know if he was. I don't think he was on the street. I think he was on the side of the road.
do you know anything about the relationship between your father and your sister, Letecia Stauch?
No, sir.
Had your sister ever told you anything unusual between the relationship between your father and her?
No, sir.
If there had been something unusual, do you think you would have heard about it?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Cause I mean, pretty sure my mom would have said something.
And your
I
mother,
feel like the
Deborah,
defense is always just
was
one off on
she-
their objections.
well, what kind of mom was she?
She was a great mom to me.
What do you say to me?
Yeah, let's go
I'm
into
just
the
saying that I had no problem with my mama.
Was she very
I
protective?
think none of us should have a problem with my mama.
Was she very protective of the kids,
Yes, sir.
including Miss Stauch?
Yes, sir.
On these occasions that you spent with your sister, did you have an opportunity to see her interact with other people and make decisions and go through everyday life?
Yeah.
Had you ever known her to have a serious mental illness?
I know. I mean, the only thing we always say she probably had was that she was OCD. That was it.
Is that obsessive compulsive disorder?
Well, we used it as excessive cleaning disorder. Like she had to keep stuff clean.
Go ahead and object to the reference of testify as to what he saw and observed, but I'm objecting to him testifying regarding.
That's fair. Mr. Lowry, just talk about what you think as opposed to what all of you thought. So if you think it, it's fine. And just say, this is what
Yeah,
I
he's
thought
very
based on
upset.
your contacts with her.
He was very upset earlier. We're going to
Mr.
replay.
You understand that? And you good with that?
He
Yeah,
yelled
yeah,
the
yeah.
defendant in front of the jury.
So you mentioned that she had OCD. Why do you say that?
She liked to keep stuff in a particular spot. She liked to keep everything clean.
But when you're around her, would you make sure that things remain clean? Because she may want to
Yep.
say something to you.
Yep.
Was she the same with Harley?
She was the same with everybody like that. As far as I know.
Yeah, I can't believe she involved.
Anything
his mother.
unusual about that?
No. That's normal to me.
You know other people like that?
No.
Had you ever known her to use different names or identify herself by a different name?
Not that I can remember.
Do you ever remember her referring to herself as a person named Harmony?
Or Taylor.
I do know she didn't like her name, but I don't remember her calling herself Harmony.
Did she tell you why she didn't like her name?
No.
Do you ever remember her calling herself Jasmine?
No.
And you said you had a niece named Jasmine or Jazz?
Jaslyn.
Sorry.
Jaslyn.
And are you familiar whether or not your sister liked Disney movies?
I believe she did.
And are you familiar with the movie Aladdin?
Yeah.
You familiar with a character named Jasmine in that movie?
Yes, sir.
Who's Jasmine in that movie?
The princess.
Do you ever remember her talking in a Spanish accent?
No.
You ever seen her in a stressful situation?
No.
How about when you came to Colorado?
Yeah. Yeah.
During the entire time you're in Colorado with her, had you ever seen her speak in a Spanish accent?
No.
Have you ever heard her refer to herself as Maria?
No,
Does Maria mean anything to you? That name?
no.
You have an
I have
opinion
a
as to
client.
whether or not your
How
sister
about this?
has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Thought she did.
Why do you say that?
She's too smart.
Was your
It's
sister a really
great.
good athlete as
State's
well?
witness.
Yes, sir.
What kind of sports did she play?
Softball, basketball, baseball.
Did she follow the
Was she
rules?
more of a leader than a follower?
That's what I thought.
Never see her drive a vehicle, for instance.
Yes, sir.
Did she have the ability to stop at red lights, go when it turns green, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen her, have you witnessed her obey the law?
Yes, sir.
And is that throughout your entire life?
Yep.
And is that for even when you were in Colorado?
I mean, we didn't ride with her. She didn't really drive around with us, but I mean, she acted funny the whole time we was down here, to be honest.
Tell us about that. Why was she acting funny?
Seemed like she was stressed out about everything that was going on, looking over her shoulders. But I figured that was because of the laws was constantly coming after her.
You alluded to this earlier, but she had just been in handcuffs prior to you guys picking her up, right?
Yep.
And do you think that may have caused her to be a little bit paranoid about police following her and things
Yep.
like that? What about her capacity to do things intentionally?
Yeah, this witness is definitely going to convict her.
Let's talk about the budget rental van. Did you
This
see
is her
anything
brother.
unusual about her ability to rent another van to go to South Carolina?
No.
Does she have the capacity to intend to do things?
Yeah.
Does she have the capacity to make decisions and use judgment and reflection in making those decisions?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to call Harley.
What did you think when you heard that she pled not guilty by reason of insanity?
I believe that was the only way she did it at that time.
What?
Did what?
What we're here for.
Don't ask that question again.
A moment, Your Honor.
You mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, because the brother just said, I think she was insane at the time. That's not good for the state. Yeah, yeah. Rephrase that, move
Those are my
on or
questions,
something.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr.
Yeah,
Felina?
okay. That was appropriate. Yeah, don't go any further.
Mr. Lowry,
Or
Defense is
I know
going to
this is
open
gonna
it
be,
up.
I know this is difficult. And we've met before, correct?
Yep.
Remember I came when I saw you and your mom and everything out in North Carolina. I want to go back just to the attorney's last question. You indicated she must have been when she did this. And what you're meaning is the Letecia that you know, the only way she could have done something so horrible is she has some type of mental break.
Perfect. It's exactly how you
when
start.
when everything first happened, and we found out that the little boy was found in the body, we found out where he was found.
I know, but it's a good thing to jump on.
It just at that point I knew she did it because when I seen that suitcase and asked her about it, she just acted funny to me. And yeah, I thought she might have snapped and went crazy.
Okay.
But now, no.
Okay. And talk Lumberton, you're from Lumberton, North Carolina,
So did
correct?
he say now, not
Yep.
now?
And that's kind of a small, how big of Lumberton?
It's not that big.
A pretty small community.
Yeah.
And this case has got a national exposure.
Yep.
And it's got even more kind of exposure You know, Lumberton
Yep.
press is, picked up and followed this case pretty closely.
Yep.
And over the 3 years since this has happened, this has caused a lot of shame to come upon you and your family.
Yep.
It makes you feel like your own town, look kind of like an outcast.
Yep.
Like everybody's looking and judging you.
Yep.
Like everybody's looking and judging your mom.
Yep.
And this is all your stepsister's fault.
She's not my stepsister.
You
But,
you have different fathers, correct?
I mean, I don't consider that a stepsister. That's half.
Okay. This is all your half sister's fault.
Yes.
And you're angry at her for it.
Yep.
When you were out in Colorado during this time, she was acting different than normal.
Yes, she was.
She was pacing up and down. She seemed highly paranoid.
Yep.
Your mother was concerned for her mental health.
Yep.
Did your mom, Brenda, and you all fly back together?
Yeah, me and my mom and Aunt Brenda.
Okay. You flew out of DIA?
Yeah.
Do you call her during that time in Colorado that you were with her being paranoid and believing there's a black BMW that was following her?
Yeah, she did do that.
Go back. You're actually named after your father? Middle name?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Him and my grandpa.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch was 16 when she moved out, correct?
I believe.
Okay. So she's 14 years older than you. That would mean you're only 2 years old when she moved out of the house.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So you never had any active memories of her with James or how James treated her.
No, sir.
And you said that she would come home from time to time, but she never came back to North Carolina, never came back to Lumberton to see you guys until after James died.
Not that I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, that might have saved his testimony. The defense went a
You
little
indicated,
too much on.
let's go. I mean,
Kind of walked him back. Gave
you
him
want
an
to get into
opportunity
this?
to
I
explain.
know you might not like it, but your dad, James Lowry, did have a drinking problem.
Yes, he did, as far as I know.
You would get drunk and you'd beat the piss out of your mom.
She
Yeah, as far as I know, yep.
Gannon's
Sometimes
father
it'd be so
testified
bad that your mom would have to take all
about
you
this
kids
as
to a
well, that
hotel
she
room till he
cleaned
sobered
up.
up.
Yep.
Sometimes your mom would have to go to work and James be the one watching after you kids. Correct?
Yep.
One time, James gave you so much alcohol that you passed out. Well, they went up to
Overruled.
one time, James gave you so much alcohol that you passed out.
Yep.
And you were under, so if you passed when you were 7, you would have had to been, what, 4, 5, or 6?
What's that?
When,
She's
when
over
you-
there
You
shaking her
passed
head.
out.
Question.
Remember how old you were?
I was like 3.
Okay. You indicated that, or I think you said before, that she would sometimes freak out if something was out of place.
Yep.
Stout. And also, do you recall that sometimes when Miss Stout would come visit you or see you, sometimes she would leave you knives so you'd be able to protect yourself?
That's
Yep,
weird.
she did do that.
No further questions.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yeah, she's emoting a lot.
Tell us a little bit more about your dad. Was he in the armed forces?
Yep.
What branch?
Air Force.
And did he go to war?
I believe he did.
And did that create problems for him?
Yep.
Tell the jury about that. What changed with your dad when he got back from war?
All I know is my mom always told me when he stepped off that plane,
Hold on, just a moment. Yeah, sustained. You can talk about what you observed. You can't talk about what somebody else told you. Okay?
I mean, I can't really talk about him because I was 3 when they separated. I was 7 when he died.
That's all right.
Okay. That's okay. It's all right.
Now, earlier we talked about your mom being protective of the kids. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
If something was going on with your dad and the kids, what would your mom do?
She don't play about her kids. Something went on between. I don't know how she did Daddy, but I know if something went on between her and like her ex-boyfriend or whatever, and they wanted to come to us or say something to us, she didn't play about us. She protected us.
She protected you kids? Did she protect herself?
Yep.
Did you ever see her hit your dad?
I don't remember hitting on. I don't remember. I can't remember much of my daddy because I was so young. But I know her boyfriend after my daddy, Greg, he would hit on her, and she would fight him back.
Did you want to be here today to testify?
Nope.
We
Did you
knew
get
that.
subpoenaed, and that's
the
why
right
you came out here?
Yep.
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about insanity or some kind of mental break. And you said initially that's what you thought, but then you said now, no. What did you mean?
I just feel like it's too much got done for you to be saying that now. For her to be saying that.
Well, do you think when she was telling you that there's softball equipment in the suitcase, she knew right from wrong, and had the capacity to form the intent to do things?
Yep.
Meeting overruled.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Lowry?
Jury questions.
Like we have one.
Ooh, love it.
Counsel, retrieve that question and approach, please.
Keeping track of the jury questions. Where's my jury question?
I bet it'll be something based on like her mental health, how she acted or something. Let's see.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Mr. Lowry, do you remember where the green suitcase was retrieved from when you were getting the defendant's belongings at the house?
No.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution.
When was the first time you saw that green suitcase?
When we was switching the vans.
Did you ever see it come out of the house when you guys are moving things out of the house into the first van?
No. Not that I can remember.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
Defense. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. You may step down. Just watch your step.
Yeah, could you please repeat what you said when you first took the stand? That would have been a good jury question. All right. When they take a break,
Call your next witness, please.
we're going to go back to
Mr. Honor,
that.
Josh Johnson.
I'm tempted to do it now, but I'm not going to. I don't want to pause the feed. And I am tired of the LNC feed, so I am determined. Maybe I'll do it on break.
Mr. Johnson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
To get my stream up and running so that we can get a direct feed to the court.
Right up here. It's okay. Everybody's a little confused first. Step right on up. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Ms. Gratiano?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Joshua Johnson,
And in February of 2020, where were you employed?
budget truck rental on Garden of the Gods Road.
And how long had you worked there?
At that time, like 15, 16 years.
Over the course of that 15, 16 years, how many cars, vans, et cetera, would you say that you've rented out?
Thousands.
And to be clear, what kind of company is Budget?
Oh, we rent moving trucks.
And do they come in all different sizes?
Yeah, they start out at little cargo vans, like what you see Amazon driving, all the way up to 26-foot trucks.
And what was your role while you were working with Budget?
I would rent the trucks, clean the trucks, check them in. That's about it.
Okay. And in terms of renting the trucks, can you break down kind of the initial process of renting to someone? What are the steps that you take?
Oh, well, it comes in if they have a reservation. We would get their reservation out, check their driver's license, check the credit card, enter everything into the system, show them the vehicle, give them the keys, and then they're on their way.
Okay. And in terms of, you mentioned checking an ID. How is that generally presented by the person that reserved it, by the person who appears in front of you? How does that work?
Well, if the person who's renting it, they have to be there. So we check their driver's license and their credit card. If they have someone else driving it as well, we would check additional driver's licenses. But the person whose name's on the reservation has to be the one there at the beginning.
Okay. And on February 1st of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes.
And in terms of who is responsible for not only going over the paperwork, but ensuring that an identification is checked and appropriate signatures are obtained, whose role was that?
That was mine for that day.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 239, previously shown to the defense.
Man, go ahead.
I'll be back. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Mr. Johnson, if you can take a moment to review what I've handed you marked as People's Exhibit 239, it's pages 1 through 5. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with that.
Okay.
All right. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 239?
Yeah, this is a budget rental contract with the insurance waiver and the damage inspection sheet.
And were you there when those pages were gone over with the person who rented that particular vehicle in the agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, and also I guess I should ask, would you say that that's an accurate representation of a copy of that agreement?
Yes. It has all the pages that would go on a rental agreement.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 239.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 239 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And if we can project, and Your Honor, permission to publish as well.
You may.
Mr. Johnson, in front of you is a pointer.
Got the red handle.
It's an old school pointer. So you'll have to extend it.
If it comes off, it's okay.
All right. And we'll zoom through the exhibit, but I'll ask you to point out some different areas of the agreement because over 15 years of experience, you probably have this memorized. Where would the person's name who rented the vehicle, where does that appear on the first page of People's Exhibit 239?
Right up here under customer information.
Okay. And who is the rental of for that particular vehicle?
It says Letecia Stauch.
Okay. And you explained that part of your process is to verify somebody's identity through identification of some sort. Did that happen here?
Yes.
Do you know how you did that?
I asked for a driver's license and then the form of payment, which would have to match the driver's license.
And you mentioned that, but can we see that in the zoomed in portion of People's Exhibit 239? Can you point that out?
Yeah, right here it has the last four of the driver's license, the state it was issued in, and then the country it was issued in for the driver's license.
Okay, what state is that?
Looks like it's South Carolina, SB.
South Carolina. And you mentioned the budget rental location. Can you point out what address of the budget rental location of the store that you were working at?
right up here, Palmer House Truck Rentals, 140 East Garden of the Gods Road.
And in terms of the reservation, do you have any idea when the reservation, or at least the rental agreement, formally took place? Do you have a date and time on this document?
Yeah, it was opened on February 1st, 2020 at 8:17 a.m. It doesn't say what day the reservation was made, but that's the day that we opened this contract.
So when, for example, the person identified themselves as Letecia Stauch with an identification card, came to you at the store, would this have been approximate time for when this agreement was taking place?
Yeah, that would be when I hit the open agreement and typed in the reservation.
Okay.
And it starts at that moment.
All right. And if we could zoom out briefly. Mr. Johnson, can you now point out what the length of that rental agreement was reserved for, where that is?
Right here, the rental date out is actually at the bottom. It's the 1st of February 2020 to the 5th of February 2020 at 8:15.
All right. And in terms of identification of a truck, however large or small it is there a particular identification number that is given to each asset of budget?
Yeah, this one has the vehicle unit number that we have right here.
And we'll zoom in for you there.
And that one's 911739.
Great.
And then it also mentions the size up to the right a little bit.
Okay, well, and what was the size?
Cargo van high roof. There at the top right under rental information. Yep, right there.
Okay. And we'll move on to the second page of that document. Now, Mr. Johnson, here, what is the second page of this rental agreement? What's the function of this page?
This is the actual like contract, what they can and can't do. Mentions fueling up the truck at the beginning. It also explains late fees, drop-off fees, or if they were to use any of the budget Easy Pass. And then they would sign for the rental right here.
And I know that you're facing the screen, so it's a little tricky, but if you wouldn't mind just making sure to project your voice just so the people, the jurors in the back, it's all right. The jurors in the back can hear you. Now, you explained that you go over the terms and conditions. Is that something that takes 15 seconds to do?
It's only a couple of minutes. It's actually not that hard to go over it. Because the main parts of it are they got to return the truck full of fuel for the top line. Then the next section is just a bunch of wording on they're waiving the right for insurance. And it explains which insurances they did not or did purchase. On this one, they didn't purchase any insurance.
Okay.
And then it goes down into drop-off fees, late fees, and the plate pass for toll roads. Fine, right there.
Now, throughout what we see in the second page of that agreement, there are various spots where initials can be placed.
Correct. 4 initials and then 1 signature from the customer.
Okay. And so in reading through that paragraph, it would be your job to make sure that the person is putting their initials at every appropriate spot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so as you're going through page 2 of that agreement, was that being done at every appropriate spot?
Yes.
We'll move on to page 3 of that agreement. All right, now, Mr. Johnson, what is the function of this third page for the rental process?
This page is just showing all the late fees that could occur if it was not returned on time, if they went over on mileage, or any other additional fees that could accrue, which is located on the right side. And then the customer signatures there, and then the dealer initials for us is located on the left.
Okay, and we'll just zoom in a bit. So there's a number of different lines. Fair to say that there are various types of penalties that can accrue if you don't follow the terms of the agreement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And as you're going over that on this particular date, was that understood based on how you went through that agreement?
Yes.
You mentioned that there's on the bottom right side of the agreement, there's a signature that appears.
If that is the customer signature, that they understand all the possible fees and charges for any additional.
Okay. And we'll move on to page 4 of the agreement. Now, Mr. Johnson, here what we see on page 4, what's the function of this particular portion?
This is the insurance page showing that they're waiving all of the insurances. Various types, insurance for the truck, liability, roadside, and towing if they had any.
Okay.
And shows that they denied all of it. And then up here is our rental agreement and then insurance company and policy number of the person renting the truck.
Okay. And again, a little tricky, but just make sure that you keep your voice up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. So this actual document, the title of this document that we see on page 4 of the agreement, what is the title of this?
Personal financial responsibility certificate.
And you mentioned insurance. How do you verify if that person that's renting the vehicle has insurance?
All they do is write their information there.
Mm-hmm.
And then budget, if anything happens, budget goes for that. We don't do it ourselves. We just go off of what the customer puts up there.
Okay. So in terms of understanding financial responsibility in renting this particular vehicle, was there anything that was left unclear during this rental process on that day?
They sign at the bottom once they've gone through all of this.
And on that particular day, for the person that rented this vehicle known as Letecia Stauch, were there any questions about the financial responsibility she was undertaking that day?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And we'll move on to the last page of that agreement. May have to rotate this one. So it's a little clear for you to read. There we go. Thank you. Right. Now, this is the last page of that agreement. Mr. Johnson, what is the function of this 5th and last page?
This is just to show the damages of the truck as we rented it, so that when it gets to the other location, we have a record of what it looked like before and or after if something were to have occurred. Also includes the mileage of the vehicle when we rent it.
Now, in terms of assessing the damage, is that done only by you or is that done with the renter as well?
That's done with us. We check it all when it comes in and then mark it all. This one just looks like it just had some typical light scraping, like it brushed against a tree. No actual physical damage to it at all.
Okay. And in terms of acknowledging any sort of defects in that particular rental vehicle, whose signature appears in the middle of that page?
We're talking this one or down here?
We'll start with the first spot.
That one is budget rep initial, so that would be mine.
Okay.
Looks like whoever rented it also accidentally initialed there, which is common. And then this is the renter signature and then the date.
Okay. Thank you. You can turn around. Throughout this process, as you were renting this vehicle, you had an opportunity to interact with the person that identified themselves.
Correct.
Okay. And how did that person identify themselves? By what name?
Letecia Stauch.
Okay. And would you recognize that person if they were here today in court?
Probably not, due to the number of trucks I'd rented
Okay.
before and or after it.
And the number of years that have passed?
Yes.
Okay. Throughout that interaction that you had with the person that identified themselves as Letecia Stauch, was there any uncertainty that you had based on renting cars as to whether or not they understood the rules and conditions that applied?
No, I had no concerns with that. Everything seemed pretty normal.
Okay. Had you ever experienced a time where you didn't feel comfortable renting out a car to someone?
Yeah, I had customers that have come in and can smell alcohol on their breath, so we didn't rent them their vehicle that day.
Okay. And in terms of having general concerns about whether or not they understood the agreement, would you have stopped that process at that time?
If there were any issues like that, like concerns that I would have for it, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the responsibility that you undertook as a representative of budget on February 1st of 2020, did you have any concerns as to whether or not the person that presented themselves as Letecia Stauch understood the terms of that rental agreement?
I had no concerns with that, no.
As we went through People's Exhibit 239, there were a number of initials and signatures that appeared on that document.
Correct.
Were those initials and signature consistent with the same person?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Letecia Stauch.
And the initials that we would have seen that you've gone through throughout that document, were those initials consistent as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Looks like we have one. You would retrieve that and counsel approach, please.
Yes, I'm watching you all at all times. 16 years? Is that what this witness said? He was doing this for 16 years?
Mr. Johnson, when was the budget rental van reservation made? On what date?
We don't have that information on here. It just shows the day that they picked up the truck that they had reserved.
Where was the van to be turned in on February 5 of 2020?
It was due in Grapevine, Texas, on East Dallas Road.
And was this a local rental or a one-way rental?
It was a one-way.
Right.
Pick up here and drop off in Texas.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Mr. Johnson, you just explained the drop-off location.
Correct.
Who selects that location?
They do when they reserve it, unless they come in without a reservation.
And is there another opportunity for them to drop off that
Good
vehicle at
afternoon.
other locations?
Typically what budget has is if you're dropping off like in one city, as long as it's within like 50 miles of the original location, it can be dropped off there with no additional fees or charges.
And if a renter chooses to drop that off at a different location, all those penalties, fines, surcharges, et cetera, may come into play at that point?
Correct. And there could also be additional, like if you're dropping it off 1,000 miles from where it's supposed to, they would charge additional costs based on distance.
Thanks.
Mr. Cook? Follow-up?
That wasn't really in response to
Can
the
you
jury's
tell,
question.
or do you know where the truck was ultimately dropped off?
Not from this paperwork. Budget would actually have to give the log for it, but I don't have that here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
When they brought in the suitcase,
Prosecution, call your next witness. Well, hold on. Counsel approach, please.
I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but the suitcase was originally Gannon's aunt, and then he kept it for some reason, and it was stored somewhere in the house, and then it sort of disappeared, and then reappeared again.
Prosecution, call your
when
next
his brother
witness,
was carrying
please.
it out. Nobody knows what happened in the interim.
Call Sergeant Roy Ditzler.
Sergeant Ditzler, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand.
Talking
Please
about
watch your
the
step
woman-
as you step into the stand.
At the defense table, or the lifeless face of Jamie there below my head?
Morning, sir.
Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Yes, my name is Roy A. Ditzler, Ditzler.
What's your occupation?
I am a sergeant with the Colorado Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with the Colorado Springs Police Department?
February of this year was 21 years for me.
Congratulations.
Thanks, sir.
What are your current duties?
Currently, as of mid to late January, I was assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration Task Force, which investigates drug organizations, large-scale drug organizations.
Sounds pretty exciting, but we're not going to talk about that now. Let's talk about what you were doing back in January of 2020.
Yes, January of 2020, I was assigned to Colorado Springs Police Department's Metro Vice Intelligence Task Force, or unit, and I was the supervisor of the intelligence unit.
And what does the intelligence unit do?
So I was responsible for coordinating and allocating resources for undercover operations, surveillance activity, conducting investigations that involve threats to city government entities, law enforcement entities, domestic terrorism incidents. I was also assigned as a joint terrorism task force officer with the FBI at that time.
Back on January 31st of 2020, were you asked to assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, I was. I was asked by my lieutenant at the time, John Koch, to reach out and contact Detective Abenshan with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I was informed that he needed assistance or assets from our division for surveillance activity.
Were you also asked to place a GPS device on a vehicle?
Yes, sir. As part of that surveillance activity, I was asked to affix a GPS tracker to a vehicle. Yes, sir.
And what is a GPS tracker?
GPS tracker is like a magnetic device. They vary in sizes, but you affix them to the undercarriage of a vehicle. They can be affixed or to various types of property, but in this case specific, it was going to be affixed to a vehicle. So the magnet affixes or attaches to a metal property under the undercarriage of the vehicle. They vary in sizes. They could be an inch by an inch. They could be 3 inches by 4 inches. And they really just look like a piece of thin rubber that covers the actual magnet itself, and it operates with a GPS.
No professional cameras.
And why were you asked to come in to do that? Is there a technique or plan on installing these GPS devices on vehicles?
Yes, well, as being assigned or part of being assigned to Metro VNI, we oftentimes get tasked with placing those trackers, GPS devices on vehicles or property.
Interested party. She's not an attorney.
It's a bit of a specialized detail. I've provided training to detectives at the division to proper installation and how to use those devices once they're affixed. The application that you can use on your phone or a computer to track the said item that you affix the tracker to. You can place geofences around a certain area that you want to receive alert or notification on if a vehicle is going to move and it moves out of a certain area. You might receive a notification to your phone or to your computer letting you know that it was moving.
Not legally insane.
Sounds like there's various ways to use this device and monitor the movement of the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Is there also is covertness to it? Do you want the person who owns the vehicle to know that you're placing this GPS device on it?
No, sir.
And why is that?
Well, one of the reasons that you may use a GPS tracker as an investigative technique is to minimize exposure or the chance that the person you're trying to surveil may find out or figure out that you're actually surveilling them. They may see you affixing a tracker. They may see the same vehicles passing by multiple times, and that could compromise an investigation. So you want to use techniques and tactics to use undercover methods to even install the tracker.
So what information did you receive on January 31st of 2020 to go through this process of the surveillance and installation of the GPS tracker?
So Detective Abenshan requested that Metro VNI units and myself respond out to 6627 Mandan Drive out in the county of El Paso, which was Letecia Stauch's residence. Deputies had been on scene conducting a keep the peace investigation, and he informed me that he wanted surveillance to be conducted on a vehicle associated to Letecia Stauch. That vehicle was described as a 2020 silver Nissan sedan and Altima, and that there was a secondary vehicle also associated at the time, and that was a white Ford van.
And was one of the things you wanted to do is to see whether or not this vehicle might lead to the whereabouts of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
So talk to us about when you get out to 6627 Mandan Drive, what do you see going on?
Well, the first units to arrive out there arrived at about 11:30 in the morning, and Detective Reeder, was the first detective to place what we would call an eyeball. He was the primary eye, the one responsible for relaying initial information about activity going on at the house. When the specific vehicle that we're watching was moving, the occupants that were inside that vehicle, so that information could be aired out over the radio, so we could adjust our surveillance assets to follow that vehicle away from the house. It was reported to me that Letecia Stauch and her daughter, Miss Hunt, were loading up belongings from the house into the vehicles.
It's weird.
And did you see that when you got to that residence?
I did not. I was set up for a takeaway location, so I did not have a visual on the residence.
And how many vehicles are we talking about that are part of this surveillance team?
Well, I requested numerous assets from the 40s team. The 40s is a street level narcotics team that usually consists back then it was like 6 to 7 personnel. They're no longer in existence. And I requested assistance from the 50s. The 50s is another street level narcotics team. Again, the same number of personnel assigned, and requested assets from the 80s, who is also a street level narcotics team. However, their focus is marijuana. They were a slightly larger team. Reason I asked for so many assets to respond out there, who actually didn't, or not all of those assets arrived until later on in the surveillance operation when we were downtown, is because it's difficult to account for one vehicle, a primary vehicle, let alone 2 vehicles. Setting up enough takeaways to be able to follow somebody away. If somebody gets out on foot, the subject that you're surveilling gets out on foot and is going into businesses, or you want to follow them around in a particular area, to send a resource out there to do that is pretty taxing. So just with the time frame of the activity being around the downtown area, we reached the downtown area around 1500 hours, and we all know, if you're
See if I
familiar
could do
with
an
Colliver
overview
Springs,
during the
in
break.
the downtown, it gets pretty busy. You start dealing with rush hour traffic. We don't know where an individual may or may not go, so it becomes very taxing to maintain surveillance, at least until you can affix the GPS tracker, which Detective Abenshand had informed me he was applying to the court for the issuance of a search warrant so that we could do that.
I'm assuming that you're all in undercover vehicles and you're in an undercover capacity. You're not wearing police uniforms, that kind of thing.
That is correct.
So who did you follow? Who did you start your surveillance on starting at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Well, I was part of the pack, if you will. I didn't really get close to the target vehicle until we left the neighborhood of 6627 Mandan Drive, until we got to the downtown area around East Kiowa and North Tejon Avenue. It was at that point that I actually had to make a move and get close enough to the vehicle, because we didn't know if they were going to, whoever was driving the silver sedan was going to actually park downtown, continue through downtown. So I just ended up being in a good position at that intersection to watch Letecia Stauch and her daughter exit the vehicle at the intersection and walk northbound on Tejon. And then the vehicle continued through the intersection and parked just to the east of that intersection, where I relayed that information to other units who picked up or maintained an eye of that vehicle, so to say.
And so which vehicle are we talking about?
At that point, it was the silver Nissan Altima sedan.
And did you have photos, or did you know who Letecia Stauch was and who Harley Hunt was before you began this surveillance?
Yes, that information was relayed by Detective Abenshan, I believe, at the onset of that investigation.
So you said you were downtown around 1500 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon on the 31st.
Yes, sir.
What happens after they stop the car and you said the defendant and her daughter get out of the car?
It looked like they were walking towards the Rutledges, about the 100 block of North Tejon. Just was unable to maintain that eye and to see where in fact they had walked to, but we were able to maintain an eye, a constant eye on the vehicle that they had exited, which was the Nissan. So we just took up continued surveillance positions in that area for the takeaways because the white Ford van had also parked close by in the vicinity. I don't remember the exact area, but we kept an eye on both of those vehicles.
I agree. She knew right.
Where did
she knew how
where
to
did the
lie,
Nissan
cover
Altima
herself.
ultimately go? And did you track it? What direction did it go and that kind of thing?
So eventually,
I agree.
the occupants all
It's a
load back,
solid
come back
prosecution.
from whatever store they were in or whatever area. I couldn't tell you what store they might have went into, but Letecia and her daughter come back to the silver Nissan. They meet up with the occupants of the white van temporarily, and then both vehicles go mobile again. We continue our surveillance, ultimately ending at 5855 Corporate Drive, which is the Extended Stay America Hotel on the north side of Colorado Springs up by Woodman. I guess would be a major intersection that you might be familiar with. The vehicle parked in there, nosed into a parking space. And about that same time, I received my information from Detective Abenshan that the search warrant had been signed and that we could go ahead and affix the GPS tracker. And somehow I ended up with the tracker at the time. So we just came up with what I would describe as a hasty ruse to conceal our efforts to affix the tracker. And what do I mean by that? Simply just put another vehicle in front of the silver Nissan, popped the hood, made it look like there was a mechanical problem. And that's to afford a little bit of concealability because of where the vehicle was parked. You definitely don't want somebody from the hotel seeing what's going on, or you're the intended person that you're actually surveilling to walk out of the business and see what's going on. So while the hood's popped and the car's blocking the Nissan, I crawled underneath and affixed the tracker to the vehicle.
During break, we're going to go back.
And
and
who
look
drove the
at
Nissan
first.
Altima, do you know, from 6627 to downtown, then downtown to the extended stay?
Cell phones off, please.
Do you know who was driving that Nissan Altima?
It was an unknown female reported by surveillance. I do not know the identity.
And so where did you place this GPS tracker physically on the car?
So interestingly enough, it was as you can see, I'm not a small guy and drawing the short straw, I guess. The Nissan was really a bit of a low profile vehicle. Ordinarily, if time afforded or time allowed, you'd want to really pull up the schematics and look at the undercarriage, maybe on Google or the internet, right? And see what might be the best place. We didn't have that kind of time. If you don't have that kind of time, it's also beneficial to be able to crawl way up under that car and look at the undercarriage because you want to make sure you get a good seat with that magnet to the metal. None of that was a great option. I crawled as far under as I could and just was going by feel because there's areas of a vehicle you don't want to fix the tracker because it'll bounce off and you don't want to be that person. But I was able to get under there far enough to feel a good seat and then confirm that the tracker was affixed properly and that a ping or that the system was operating properly from Detective Abenshan.
Did you have anything to do with the frequency of the GPS hits that the tracker would get back to the sheriff's office?
I feel like
No,
this
that
case
would be
might have
set
been a
by
little
the
bit too-
lead investigator or whoever wrote the search warrant for that.
But
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
no cross.
No.
Nope.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective or for Sergeant Dietzler? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
I think the
All
court's
right,
going to
ladies and
break now.
gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in place and ready to go at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among.
All right, we have 20 minutes. Talking in my ear still. Hang on a second. Let me fix that so I don't have to hear the judge. Okay. Hello, everybody. All right, we're going to go pull up the brother from this morning and see what he had to say to his sister while he was on the stand in front of the jury. Let's do that. But that was very damning testimony. The brother is absolutely the testimony that is going to convict this woman. Without a doubt in my mind. That was bad. So this is the local court feed, or local, I want to say news feed. So I think they got it. Long Crime did not.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. We would call Dakota Lowry to the stand.
Dakota was his first name. I missed that. Yeah, his testimony definitely
Right,
buried
Mr.
the
Lowry,
defense.
if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. A little farther forward.
Just go right in the middle of the court.
All right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It's really quiet.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Dakota Lowry, DAKOTALOWRY,
And where do you live, Dakota?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
He sounds broken up
Flying
there.
Yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now.
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, teacher?
Well,
Mr. Lowry, do you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you step back in that back of the jury room for a few minutes. All up for the jury, please.
that was fairly damning.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a broken man. His testimony did not go much better for the defense after that. Even I'm going to see, because we jumped in. I just want to make sure we're sort of caught up to speed. But yeah, that was pretty rough for him and the defendant.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Lowry, you going to be okay? Need a few minutes?
Yes, I just want to get it over.
This is where we picked up. I think this
Here's
was
the way that the process works. Is that I understand that you want to get it done. I understand that, but we have to have the jury in here, and you're going to be subject to questions.
Yeah, that
by
was
the
in front of the
prosecution
jury.
and by your sister's attorneys. Do you understand all that?
Let me see. Can I
Just do
zoom
the best
in?
that you can. Just take a breath.
Let's see. Is
You
there a
need
way
some
for me
water
to
or anything
zoom?
like that?
Yeah.
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup there. So
That's not
everybody's a
gonna
little
work.
nervous when they're on a witness stand. Just take a deep breath.
I can't zoom in on his feet, but I'm going to go back. I want to see what her reaction was when he did that.
Dakota,
Wilmington, North Carolina.
did you just fly in yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now.
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, Tisha?
She didn't move.
Nope. Just dead stare.
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and
Wow.
gentlemen, we're gonna have you step back in that back.
She did not move. I mean, we can't see her face necessarily, but she did not move at all. Didn't flinch. She's cold. Yes, I agree. She is cold. So yep, she just sat there. At least she wasn't cowering in the corner or behind her hair like she has been in the past. Yeah, this was pretty damning testimony. I would say this is going to be the testimony this and the phone calls.
Record should reflect the jury.
The brother goes on to testify about
Flower, you gonna be okay?
her having him carry a suitcase with Gannon's body in it.
What's your niece's name? Do you remember? Let me know when you're ready.
I don't know where it is. I'm just sort of flipping around.
Oh, you want her to come out and help? You refer to her as Tisha,
You think she enjoys it?
and you also wanted to look for Gannon.
Like a Daryl Brooks, one last jab at everybody?
So, do you remember when you came out?
That's true. She is covering herself for everyone else, plugging her ears.
January 31st, I think. 30th. It was
Watch the
late
defense
January,
lawyer on the
about
right.
February.
Okay, we're going to go back and we're going to watch the defense lawyers now. We're going to watch everyone's reactions.
Hey, prosecution, call you next week.
Did it finally give the defense lawyers
Dakota
some
Lowry.
energy?
DAOTALOWRY.
And where do you live, Hoda?
You're right. Yeah, the
Wilmington, North
jury's never
Carolina.
going to forget this.
Did you just fly in yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now.
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, Tisha?
Like none of them moved.
Mr. Lowry,
Jesus. Come on, people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have
Like
you
he's
step back
making me tear up.
for a few minutes.
I can make it bigger on my end, not your end. I'm just going to watch this again.
Why, Tisha?
They all just sit there stone faced. Maybe they were a little in shock.
Lowry, do you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment.
I know, just put it on repeat just over again, over and over.
For a few minutes, all that for the jury.
She did. She was really into the medical examiner's testimony when they were showing the pictures of Gannon's autopsy. She was looking straight at it.
I feel like she wanted to see like what they knew. I don't know. That's just my opinion about that. With the
Maybe.
examiner.
Yeah, it could have been more so her, all right, what do they got on me kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of. That's how I felt about it.
So, yeah, but she's
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
she's evil, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
She did this to her brother. She did this to Harley. She did this to everyone. And all right, we got 13 minutes or so. Yeah, she's evil. Somebody asked about an update on the case. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Lies,
Dave.
lies, and more lies.
I love Dave's comment.
What did he say? Yeah, no, she will not. Imagine. Thanksgiving is going to be a bit odd.
Oh well.
Oh, that could be like, how accurate is this medical examiner? How close did they actually come to figuring out how I did it?
Yeah, that's kind of like I felt about it.
Yeah. Maybe if her insanity is true, she couldn't remember. I don't know. Let's see. Hannah Murtraw ones. Ooh. That's bad. Where I feel like I watched a trial once where a medical examiner actually broke down on the stand. And it wasn't Alexander
cried.
Murdaugh, because she was like all chipper and cheery. She's like, "Ah ha ha, we found the bullet here."
One of the medical examiners cried at the Darrell Brooks trial when she was talking about the kid. Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, there was too much decomposition. I know one of the things was sort of substantiating her claim that the child was burnt. And so they asked on cross about whether or not he had burns on his arms, and the doctor said too much decomposition. So by her action, she took away her, not defense, but at least something to substantiate some of her lies, perhaps. It was interesting that the police actually corroborated the fact that there was a candle, there was carpet burns, there was burnt carpet remnant that was in the garbage can, confirmed all of that. So she's not dying or lying about everything. Darrell Brooks, he had absolutely no remorse. This woman has absolutely no remorse. But this woman's a little more, I don't know, intelligent to have someone else represent her than go at it on her own. We have a new member, or someone new watching us. Anyways, I don't know if they're still here. Where did it go?
Oh, they wanted an update. Yeah.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell your friends about this stream and all of my good stuff. Where did it go? What's her name? Nicole or something?
Nicola.
I should have started. Oh, let me see. Just keeping an eye on the stream too to make sure we're not back. I don't know what happened to it. Oh, you sent me a family list in the email? Awesome. I'm gonna go through that.
Yeah.
Nicole Maxwell. Yeah, Nicole Maxwell. Wherever you are, Nicole, you wanted an update. Kind of where we were, or summary. She I don't even know where to begin on this. She is crazy but not insane. Oh my god, this is the family list. Okay. All right.
No.
She's insane but not legally insane. She has absolutely no remorse. She essentially murdered her stepson because he spilled a candle and she got mad at him. That's what it sounds like. Although it doesn't sound like that she had too much compassion for him to begin with. And this was sort of maybe a long time coming. I don't know. She just seems like an evil person. And then she also has a history of essentially manipulating her situation to get what she wants. That went on for years. Her now ex-husband, testified to it. And she finally had this situation come up where she essentially hurt Gannon too much that she kind of had to cover it up, tried to manipulate her way out of the situation, and it caught up with her. That's my assessment anyways. She tells lie after lie. Everything she says, she can't stop lying. Everything she says is a lie. I'm going to try to pull up this family list because, oh my God. But yeah, absolutely everything she says is a lie. She lies on her resume. She lies about being pregnant. She lies about miscarriage. She lies about sexual assault. She lies about everything. Okay, so this is the family. Oh, look at that. All the lines came through. That's her family, huh? Oh, Al's family. I didn't see that. Oh, I should probably do Al's family too, separate. Yeah, but she murdered her stepson, stuffed him in a suitcase. This is January in Colorado, so presumably he's frozen, and ends up transporting him and her daughter to Florida, where she dumps the body in under a bridge in Florida, and then proceeds to go to South Carolina, where she ends up getting arrested there. She tried to fake a polygraph, which was fun. And
oh God, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to do like several different things. And then yeah, so she tried to fake a polygraph exam to show her innocence, and they would not accept it. The fake polygraph.com would not accept it because it was trying to cover up a crime. And yeah, they ended up arresting her and charging her with this. Her defense is not guilty by reason of insanity. And I think, I don't think it's going to win, although she's been assessed several times for her mental health, and all came out kind of sane. But apparently they have a defense. So that's what they're running with. So they have a witness that's going to say, yep, I examined her and she is insane. And we're running with that. The defense is very lacking, in my opinion. I think they could be doing a better job, but and I like to see a strong defense, no matter who the person is. Then she, okay, wait, hang on. All right, so now I'm going back through some chats. But anyways, that's, I don't know what else to say other than she lies. She killed this kid. It's quite apparent, and she claims to be insane at the time, and I don't really see the evidence. So that's about the sum of it. Yeah, she hated this kid. I agree. She hated this kid. There were some Google searches about his mother and sort of hinting at the fact that she hated him because of his mother, his biological mother, which I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, here we go. This is the family I've been trying to pull up. So let me take this down, hide my comment.
Are these all people on the witness list or just the family?
This is just the family.
Okay.
We could ask Junie for well, I have the witness list, but it's long. It's like 100 people. It's really long.
Wow.
Let's see. Yeah, it's very sad. The testimony from the medical examiner was extremely sad. And what she did to this kid. The video that she posted on Facebook where he's crying. And I don't know why you would post that. Yeah, that was really bad. So we don't know where she froze the body. The question that I always had was she drove from Colorado with Harley and Gannon in a suitcase to Florida before she dumped him. Why isn't Harley smelling something? Why aren't other people smelling something? And then there was the one medical examiner that was questioned, like in January in Colorado, if he was left outside, would he freeze? And he said yes. And then he would stay frozen for several days. So that could have explained why we don't smell it. Now, assuming she put him in a suitcase and put him in her car and left it parked, that could have been enough to freeze the body, I guess. I don't think it was your typing skills on this.
I was laughing at that.
Of the names, but maybe it was. I didn't check that closely.
I thought you did a good job.
All right, we're up here. Oh, let me take this down. Don't want that interfering. Let's see. I have a feeling it's going to be. I have a feeling her expert's going to be bending over backwards to try to claim that she's insane. Remember, the standard is not that she's has some sort of mental health defect or she's insane, but is she insane to the extent that she cannot determine right from wrong or cannot actually physically control her own actions? So that's the standard that needs to be applied, not just that she's a narcissist or she's selfish or she's insane or whatever. But that it actually prevents her from determining right from wrong. Yes, last thing they want is a new trial. I agree. Yeah, nobody wants a new trial on this. They put so much effort into this. They're doing a really good job. The prosecution's doing a really good job. Amy Laurie said, "Oh, you're just posting them all. You're posting all the names. Let's see. I thought we were done." So You don't know who Amy? Oh, you said Amy is a sister.
Oh
You
yeah.
gotta go back through and edit your
Jury
list.
has returned to the courtroom. Or I'm sorry, the jury is not present in the courtroom. With that, do you have your next witness?
Yes, he's here.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get there. I absolutely do not think they're gonna get there. Yeah. Proof breaks don't work.
You okay, Kimberly?
Who's Kimberly?
Did you say, "Are you okay?"
At the end of the day, she knew what she did was wrong. You could tell by the fact that she lied about so many different things. And so, yeah, I agree. So her first lie, Gannon was out to get her. Then he was playing with friends and didn't come home. Then he ran away to avoid getting his Nintendo Switch taken away. Then Eduardo came in, raped her, and kidnapped and assaulted Gannon. Then another guy, Quincy Brown, raped her and dropped a business card and took Gannon. And then her and Gannon were on a bike. We're checking out a bike from Craigslist.
All rise for the jury, please.
And then he hit his head, and some stranger took him to ER, but then never showed up. And then Landon is Gannon's biological mother. She somehow, the cartel took him, and she hired somebody to get him back, and they wanted, I don't know. I don't even know. It was just so nonsensical.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We would call Lieutenant Jake Abdenshan.
That's a horrible last name. How do you spell that?
Lieutenant, if you would step forward, raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jacob Abenshan. Last name is spelled Abendschahan.
What is your occupation?
I've been a deputy sheriff for 21 years.
And what is your current duties?
I'm a lieutenant for the patrol division.
What does a lieutenant for the patrol division do?
A lot of administrative work, as near as I can tell. Just overseeing the general operations of the day shift on patrol.
Sounds like a blast.
You would think.
Been there, done that. Don't want to do it again. Let me take you back to 2020. What was your role with the sheriff's office back in 2020?
In 2020, I was a detective sergeant in the investigations division.
And as a detective sergeant, were you involved in the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch back on January 27th, 2020?
I did have some involvement
Everyone
with that
pronounces
case.
the name differently.
And particularly on January 31st, 2020, were you responsible for the placement and monitoring of a GPS device on a particular rental vehicle?
Yes, I coordinated getting an electronic surveillance device
We've heard a
to
lot about this, and I would like
members
to
of
see
the Metro Vice and
the
Narcotics
map or
Unit
something about where she
to
went.
place on a Nissan Altima that had been rented by Letecia Stauch.
And why did you want to do that, or why did the investigation kind of go down that road?
The GPS trackers are a good investigative tool when we are trying to identify, whether a person or a vehicle is in a particular place at a particular time.
Let me know when.
Information gathering.
Was there any interest in hopefully perhaps finding the location of where Gannon Stauch may be based on tracking a vehicle associated with the defendant?
That was a possibility, yes.
Did you work with Sergeant Ditzler in the placement of this GPS device on the rental vehicle?
I met VNI at the police operations center downtown and handed them the tracking device.
Did you have to obtain a warrant before the device was actually placed on this rental vehicle?
Someone did, yes. I did not.
Was this rental vehicle a silver Nissan Altima?
I believe so, yes.
And so what was your role going to be once this device was placed on this Nissan Altima?
Once it was activated, I had the ability at the time to log into the system and basically see where the tracker was at any given time. And it's kind of it generates points like a latitude, longitude, and addresses to let us know kind of how the vehicle is moving.
And would you be monitoring this 24/7 or would it just be randomly looked at?
Not 24/7. It keeps a historical record of the addresses that a vehicle was at, how long it stopped, what time it was there, that kind of thing. I did that evening make some periodic checks just to make sure that it is
These
registering.
are all life choices by
because,
her.
if it were to run out of battery or something, that would be an expensive issue.
And do you have the ability to
Thanks,
set
Dave.
the timing on this GPS device as to when it would, I don't know what the proper term is, but go off to say where the vehicle is placed at any given time?
There is like a time adjustment that you can use based on how long you think it's going to be placed. For this one in particular, I can't remember what the exact time frame was. Probably 1 or 2 minutes at most, but it can go as long as 10 minutes or every 5 seconds as needed.
And did you have the ability to change that during the time period the GPS tracker was on the vehicle?
Yes.
And
Depends
are
on
you
the court you're in.
capable of, well, not you personally, but can you print out
Every
a
court has their
document
own
that would reflect the GPS
sworn
pings
statement.
where the vehicle was at any given time while the tracker was on it?
Yes, I am. And it's a report. It's called an address report, which basically for the time frame that you select, will list everywhere the vehicle had gone during that time period at different rates of intervals of time, every minute or so.
And did you do that for this particular vehicle, the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And was those timeframes January 31st, 2020 at 1:38 p.m. to February 1st, 2020 at 4:44 p.m.? Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
And in front of you there is People's Exhibit 230. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recognize what People's Exhibit 230 is?
Yes, this is the address report. It's the same as the one I attached to my supplement to the case.
There's actually
And
a
does that
guy,
accurately reflect the pings that came off this GPS device that was attached to the Nissan Altima that was related to Letecia Stauch, the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 230.
there's actually a guy who was convicted of sexually abusing his daughter, I
At
believe.
one point, you referred to it as 220.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
And then murdered his
That's
neighbor
previously
down the
admitted
street
through
because he didn't want to go to
Detective
jail as a
Perry.
child
So are we
abuser,
talking
but as a murderer.
230, not
It was the only reason he killed
220?
this woman.
230. I apologize, Your Honor.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Sure. Clear. 230 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so for the record, 230 is a 5-page report that has various
Definitely Irish.
GPS data on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
If we can publish 230, please.
All are welcome here, and all of your opinions. Be yourselves. It's very woke of me.
Can we zoom in on that just a little bit?
I just wish you could see the screen a little better.
So what we did is we zoomed in on the top of page 1.
Yeah, isn't it like the basis of
230.
every Disney movie?
Could you just kind of run down what we see here, and we can just use the top line there. Can you just go through the different columns and explain what we're looking at here for the jury?
Absolutely. So the first column, the devices, we named the different devices based on the detectives that would use them frequently.
By the way, if they weren't cleaning
So
the
this
bridge,
one is named
which would
after
be
me.
every 2
with
years,
the
who
moniker
knows
of
how
Jake.
long Gannon would have been
In
missing.
mountain time, it gives the date and the time that that tracker device is currently experiencing. At this point, it may have been sitting on my desk or in a car or something while I was waiting. So the speed was 0 miles per hour. Park time, generally, that's like if it moves from one spot to another and then stops, it'll give us, like the third line down, 26 seconds. And then it gives an estimated address. 16 East Castilla would be basically the sheriff's office, main office, or the parking garage directly behind it, which is where my office was. So then next it's giving a latitude and longitude. So those are the GPS coordinates on that device.
And obviously that would match up to the address that's listed in the previous.
Yes, it would be very close. Yes.
So at the first entry, is it safe to say that the GPS device is at the sheriff's office?
I would feel comfortable with that. Yes.
If we could go to page 2.
Yeah, they said they only clean the bridge once every 2 years. So it was just random
And
that
if we
they
can
happened
scroll
to be
down
cleaning it only a
to
couple of months.
1458. Thank you. So we've done that now. We're kind of in the middle of page 2 of People's Exhibit 230. I'll turn your attention to the time of 1458, which is 2:58 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Amy's the
Yes.
favorite. All right.
That entry of the location, are you familiar with that address? 6275 Corporate Drive, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
I think it's a hotel, but I can't be certain.
Would that be the Extended Suites Hotel?
It could be. Again, I'm not sure.
And do you know where the GPS device was placed on the Nissan?
I do not.
Okay. Needless to say, that's the north side of town, that particular address.
Yes.
And so what can
We
we
just have a list
tell?
of, like,
Because
GPS
that address
coordinates. I
is
thought we
on
could have
there
a
multiple
map
times. If we can just scroll
showing
down
her
a
driving
little bit, please.
around like a mouse in a maze.
Does that indicate to you that the vehicle is not moving if it is placed on that vehicle at that time?
Yes, that would be the park time, where it's just kind of resting.
And then we go down to 1537, and it says device in motion over 5 miles an hour. What does that mean?
That means that the device itself attached to the vehicle is moving and moving faster than 5 miles an hour.
Does that mean the vehicle's moving?
Yes, it would.
And so at 3:37 on January 31st, the vehicle is now in motion.
Yes.
We can go ahead and scroll down now, please.
I really wish they would have created a map. It would have been so much better. Just
We
for
can
the
go
jury
to
and for us.
15, that's fine right there, 1538. So at 3:38, it's at 585 Corporate Drive, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Yes.
Is that the general area of where it was at 6275 Corporate Drive?
That would be close. Yes.
Yes, it is. They found the particle board with Gannon's blood on it.
Now, if we can go down to 1545, please. Right there's good.
My feed is about
So at
20
3:45,
seconds ahead.
again, we see
Not
the
seeing the
device
map
in
yet.
motion. What does that mean to you?
That line at 15:45, it was moving 22 miles an hour in a southwesterly direction.
And how about below that at 1600 or 4 p.m. on January 31st? Does it tell you the speed of the vehicle there as well?
Yes, 52 miles an hour.
And if we can just scroll down, the vehicle is definitely moving now because it goes 52, 57, 43.
By the way,
Is that
if I get
right?
monetized, I'm
Yes.
not above doing a
And
random.
so I want to
grip
turn your attention to
speed,
the
but
highlighted
probably-
portion there,
or I won't be
January
doing that during the
31st
trial
at
stream.
4:41.
But you know, opportunity for people.
What's going on at that entry?
With that entry, we have a brief stop.
I agree. Just because you abuse a
in
child
the area
or
of
you're
15291
abusive doesn't mean you go
South
this
Perry
far.
Park.
And why do you say brief stop?
The park time doesn't indicate it was, very long at all.
And what's the significance of this location and the vehicle being in this location? Do you know?
I know that became an area of interest later in the investigation.
Were there huge searches going on in that area related to this particular stop?
Yes, there were.
And why were there huge searches going on in that area?
We were searching for evidence or Gannon's body in the area.
I think
And
this
is that
what I
because the
would-
vehicle associated with Letecia Stauch stopped in that area?
That played into our decision to search the area, yes.
And so when this particular stop happens, and is this in the Palmer Lake area?
This is just north of Palmer Lake on Highway 105, just north of the county line, actually.
And on Highway 85, or was it 195?
105.
105, I'm sorry. On Highway 105, is there an area of that known as the S curve just north of Palmer Lake?
Yes,
Is that what we're talking about here, this address?
yes.
When this was actually happening, were you monitoring the GPS device live, or did you come across this at a later time?
It was
We're
likely
always
at a later
thankful
time.
for your contributions.
I know. He's just hilarious.
If we can go ahead and
It's so hard.
just
for me to
scroll
take him
down.
Seriously.
About right there's good. So at 4:58, the vehicle now is going how fast?
41 miles an hour westbound.
So can you tell by looking at this, the frequency of the GPS pings?
Well, that looks like 5 minutes, every 5 minutes.
And would that be
Tipping, where are
consistent
you from?
throughout?
Or are you from Iceland? Are you the Icelandic?
Tell us how that works.
Boy, somebody else would probably have to get into the specifics on when it gets into that.
Is the GPS device designed to ping if the vehicle stops, for instance?
Yes.
And if it doesn't stop, will it go every 5 minutes?
Yeah, that would,
So
depending on what the setting, and, based on that, I probably set it for 5 minutes just out of concern of the battery dying.
the battery dies, you don't get any GPS data, is that right?
Right.
Just have a second, Your Honor. Can we scroll down to page 3 at 1823? So at 1823, we're back at 5850 Corporate Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
A lot of European countries don't tip. I find it odd.
I didn't know that.
And is that the same area that the vehicle was at roughly at 3:38 p.m. on January 31st?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
so
it's pretty
now we're
soothing
at
voice.
6:23 PM. Is that right?
Yes.
I have no idea what's going on with Facebook chat, by the way. I don't even know if there's a way I can look into it.
And finally, can we go to the last page of People's Exhibit 230, please? We can scroll down to, that's good right there. We can just scroll over to get the date in, please. Thank you, appreciate it.
I did try to look up.
So on February 1st, 10:52 a.m., the vehicle is in Castle Rock. That
Yes,
fair?
that is correct.
Vehicle's heading north at this point.
Yes.
If we can scroll down to 1606.
Very foundational witness.
That's good.
We're good to get.
And so at 4:06 p.m., the vehicle now is in Denver.
Yes, at the rental car return or rental car area at DIA.
And do you have information to corroborate the individuals who rented this vehicle, returned the vehicle back at DIA?
One of the detectives got information that the car had been returned, and so we sent someone up to retrieve the GPS device off the car.
This next witness, by the way, this guy's almost done. The next witness looks like a cop. He's got a glorious stash and everything.
Did you say he has a glorious stash?
A glorious stash, yes.
Now, this information that we have in People's Exhibit 230, is it common for other individuals
Come on,
to
tell your
use
friends
this
to
data in
subscribe, even if they
conjunction
don't
with cell
listen.
phone
Tell them
data,
to subscribe.
app data, GPS data from other vehicles to kind of coordinate where individuals are at any given time?
Yes, we have that capability.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Abishon? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
All right.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Call Brian Rogers.
Brian Launders. We've heard about him before. He is a police officer, I believe. He looks the part. I wish Law and Crime's feed was a little less blurry.
Mr. Rogers, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the
Never
truth,
have
the whole
trust.
truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Go ahead and have a seat. Witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Good. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
I am Detective Brian Rogers. I work for the Colorado Springs Police Department as a digital forensics detective. And my last name is Rogers.
Pretty easy spelling.
Yes.
You said that you work for Colorado Springs Police Department, and I think you mentioned what you do. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What does that mean?
I extract and examine
Glorious
data from
mustache.
digital devices like computers, cell phones, video surveillance systems, and vehicles.
What kind of education do you have and training do you have that allows you to do that kind of work?
I have a bachelor's degree in software engineering, a master's degree in information systems security. And since I started that position, I've attended over 700 hours in training directly related to digital forensics in computers, cell phones, videos, and vehicles.
What do you actually do you just mentioned a bunch of different devices. What do you actually do to those devices to extract data from them?
It depends on the type of device or
This
the
witness
operating
is
system
very
or
familiar
even the type
with
of
the requirements
security
he
that
needs to qualify
is set
him
up
as an
on the
expert.
device.
He's testified
But I'll
That's
either have
clear.
to communicate with the device, like change some settings and extract the information if I have the password or if there is no security. If there is security on a device, I have to try and find a way to break into it or circumvent that security and extract the information.
How many devices
have you worked on in your career?
Over my career, I wouldn't know. Last year, I did over 700 cell phones and over 100 computers. I believe over 20 surveillance systems and a few vehicles.
Just last year alone?
Yes.
Do you have certifications as well?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I am an NCASE certified examiner. NCASE is one of our digital forensic suites. It's used for examining data. I'm a certified hacking forensic investigator. I'm also certified in analyzing
Facebook is
vehicle
not so
data, and I'm a
concerned with
certified
likes
forensic
and subscribes,
analyst.
but I appreciate it.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I was previously, but I did let that lapse. We weren't getting any benefit from the organization.
All right. Have you been qualified and testified as an expert witness?
Glad to hear.
How many times?
More than 50 in this
I
district.
was watching a stream of
Have you testified in any other districts besides the 4th Judicial District?
Yes, I have.
Oh, how many others?
In Arapahoe County in Colorado, in federal court in Denver, and federal court in Bakersfield, California.
all foundation.
And in each of those, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat this morning. In each of those examples, were you qualified as a digital forensic examiner expert?
Or something along those lines, yes.
Okay. All right, at this time I'd move to qualify Detective Rogers as a expert witness and digital forensic examiner.
No objection.
The witness will be so qualified.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yeah.
I'm going
he
to show you
knows
Detective
exactly
People's
why
Exhibit
he's-
716.
What was that, Jamie?
I said he knows exactly why he's here. He's got it down.
Oh yeah, he's testified that way.
Detective,
before.
do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize the barcode number. I just looked at this out in the hallway before I
Okay.
came in.
So it's actually a manila envelope, correct?
Yes.
Is it typical that the work you do is placed on some other medium, either a disk or maybe even a hard drive, and then put in a similar envelope?
Yes, that happens. Otherwise, we'll preserve it online in one of our records management systems.
Okay. So does this particular envelope contain some work that you did on a particular device?
Yes.
When did you do the work on this particular device?
January 30th, 2020.
And
That was a long time.
how did you obtain whatever device we're going to talk about? Who gave it to you?
I was contacted by El Paso County Sheriff's Office Deputy Robert Soroy and asked to extract information from one cell phone.
Based on context at the time, was this a phone that was related to the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes.
Did Detective Soroy ask you to perform any particular type of functions as it relates to getting data off that device?
How do you mean?
Well, did he ask you, what did he ask you?
He just asked me
Definitely,
to
yes.
extract
It
the
wasn't Super
information,
Troopers.
not to examine any data from the device.
Okay.
Now?
And what kind of device was it?
It was an Apple iPhone 8 Plus.
When a detective, either from your own agency or from a fellow agency in the community, asks you to do something like that, do they give you any information about where the phone came from?
It depends on the case, but in this case, I was not told where it had come from.
Okay. When you actually extract data from a phone, do you sometimes gather that information from the data that you extract from it?
Yes.
Was that true of this particular device?
No, I did not review the data.
Okay. So when you tell the jury what you did with this particular iPhone 8 Plus.
So the device was given to me by Deputy Soroy. It was a locked iPhone. Using
Yes,
our
it's an
tools, I was able to
extremely
circumvent the
depressing
security
trial.
and extract the information
Trying to
from
make
the
it
device.
somewhat
The data
enjoyable
that
when we're
was
not
obtained
talking
was
about
copied
serious
to a hard drive and then given to Deputy Soroy. The only information that I obtained just for documentation purposes was the phone number and the account associated with the phone.
And that's what I was referring to earlier, and I didn't ask a very good question. So is what's contained in People's Exhibit 716, is that the result of your extraction of that iPhone 8 Plus?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation as to that extraction process?
Just
Yes.
foundational.
At this time, I've moved for admission of People's 716.
He's done. One of these days-
716 will be admitted.
They're actually going to get to.
Once you completed that extraction, do you turn that back over to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And then that was the total sum of your work on that device?
Yes.
What was the phone number associated with that device?
It was 843-957-3486.
And you mentioned you were able to get an email on that device as well. What was that email?
It was Harley_Hunt@yahoo.com.
Ladies in
Okay,
the
thank
chat,
you. That's all I
this
have.
witness's voice.
Examination.
No questions, John.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Rogers?
Kind of making me self-conscious.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
We'll retrieve that exhibit, Judge.
You may go ahead.
All the thirsty ladies in the chat.
Respectfully.
Respectfully. Thirsty ladies in the chat.
Respectfully thirsty.
Prosecution for the next witness,
It's a
please.
way to be
People would call
respectfully
Robert
thirsty.
Soroy to the stand.
Mr. Soroy,
I'm gonna
if you
need
would
a
step
spelling
forward
on
and
this
raise your
last
right hand, please. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and exceed
I'll
the
zoom
witness
in and
stand. Please watch
screenshot
your
a
step
nice
as you step
clear
into the
picture
stand.
of the last witness for you ladies. I'll post it. A little voiceover from him.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
All right.
Good. Could you state your name and spell your last for the record?
Yes, sir. My name's Robert Soroy. My last name is spelled Sirois.
What is your current occupation?
I currently work in cybersecurity.
And you live down in Florida now?
Very recently, yes, sir.
Yep. We're flying a lot of people back from Florida for this. Did you live here in Colorado Springs back in 2020?
Yes, sir, I did.
Specifically, back in January of 2020, were you working for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. At that time, I was employed as a detective at the sheriff's office.
And how long were you with the sheriff's office?
As of that time, since 2013, so 7 years.
And were you assigned to do particular duties with regards to this investigation, the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
One of those duties, did that involve you going out to the airport to obtain some video, surveillance video from a rental car agency?
That's correct. That would have been the Colorado Springs Airport.
Okay. Tell us about that. Tell the jury what you did and why you're going out.
Meticulously going through every bit
Yeah,
of
and
evidence.
it was January 29th in the morning. I was assigned to look for video surveillance regarding the rental of a car by Letecia Stauch at the Colorado Springs Airport. I went there and spoke with Colorado
going to
Springs
leave
Police, who
anything
are assigned to the airport, and they do police operations at the airport, and they also have access to the camera systems at the airport. And those guys told me they would look for some video for me.
I know. I'm
While they
waiting.
were doing that, I went up to the Avis rental car counter and spoke with the manager there.
Oh my God.
And they have some of their own cameras at the counter that they operate. And so the manager there was working with me on getting some of that footage as well.
And
My chat
did you
is
have
very
some information with regards to a vehicle that was rented by Letecia
We know our
Stauch
limits.
from the Avis rental car at the airport?
Yeah, I was able to provide them some information on the car, which was a white Kia Rio. Had Texas plates, I believe. And so they were able to look up that in their system and give me some information regarding the rental, like the name of the person who rented it, what date and time that was. And so that way we could go back and look at the camera footage for when that rental was done at the counter there in the airport. And that information was for the previous morning around 8:50 or 9, where Letecia rented the car at the counter there. So there's video where she comes up, spends a few minutes doing the rental paperwork, and then leaving to go get presumably to go get the rental car. And some of the airport footage from Colorado Springs Police corroborated that, had the same information, and she was in the same area of the airport kind of thing.
And so prior to going, did you have information what Letecia Stauch looked like, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I believe I had some pictures on my cell phone, driver's license info, that kind of thing for Letecia, so that I knew what I was, who I was looking for, what their physical description was, that kind of thing.
Did you have a rental agreement at that point, or did you get that later?
The manager there did give me a rental agreement with some of that information as to who did the rental or who paid for the rental.
And did that sync up with the video surveillance that you saw that you alluded to, Ms. Stout going to the counter and renting the vehicle?
Correct.
The defendant
Now-
looks bored at this testimony too.
At the time you're at the airport, were there some efforts being made to locate Letecia Stauch's black Tiguan?
You think she ever thought
Yes,
we'd come
sir.
to this,
Do you know what those efforts were?
or that she really thought she was
Those
clever,
efforts
more
were
clever than
assigned to
everyone?
other detectives and not myself. But I was aware that the airport was one of the locations we might have been looking for that particular vehicle. And so there were some detectives searching the airport for the black Tiguan at that time.
Did anything kind of unusual happen as you're at the Avis rental car with regards to the keys to this particular Kia rental?
Yes. So I was looking at a computer with the manager at Avis, and we were looking at some of the video surveillance. And one of the lot attendants came in, and she said, "Hey, I just got handed the keys to this vehicle about 10 minutes ago." And I probably wasn't there for super long at that point in time. And she saw what we were looking at on the computer screen and said, that's the same person that just handed me the keys. And she said, this lady handed me the keys, turned around, walked away, got in a white Jetta with another female, and they just drove off right away.
Now, prior to going out there, did you have any information that
We
the
could actually
Kia
see the
rental
video?
had been returned yet?
No, I did not believe it was returned yet, or didn't know yet.
Did you have any information whether or not the Kia was even at the airport at that point?
No,
I
sir.
really think she thought she was going
So-
to get away with it.
You go out there, just so I'm clear, you're going to talk to the manager about getting some surveillance video.
Thank you.
One of the employees from Avis comes in and says, "Hey, that lady just dropped off the keys." And so what did you do after that?
At that point, I knew I had some Colorado Springs detectives in the airport searching for the Tiguan. And so I called that detective and I said, "Hey, the Kia just got returned, but the lot attendant told me it's not in the returns area. Can you help me search the airport for this white Kia as well?" And a little while later, he called me back and said he found it in the short-term parking lot.
More and more foundational.
And is
stuff.
that different from the rental return parking lot?
Yes, sir. If I might explain that.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Where is it located in relation to the rental car parking?
Yeah, at Colorado Springs Airport, everything's outdoor parking. So when you come in, there'll be signs for parking and rental car returns. So rental car returns takes you kind of to the front of the airport, and it's this area just for that. Short-term parking would take you through a gate that
Like
you have to get a ticket
intelligent enough
for,
to just
and then park in that area.
get
And then
herself in
long-term
so
takes
much
you to
more
yet
trouble.
another area through a different gate that you'd have to take a ticket for to get into.
Now, do you see the person that you saw on the surveillance video, that the attendant saw on the surveillance video and said, "This is the person to hand me the keys"? Letecia Stauch. Is she in the courtroom today?
Thank you for jumping.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. She's on my right wearing a green long sleeve shirt.
And that's the same person you saw in the video?
Yes, sir.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you got word that the Kia rental car was found in short-term parking. What did you do next?
At that point, I spoke a little bit more with the manager at Avis to get permission to search that car, since I knew that's what I would be doing as my next step in investigating the rental car now that we knew where it was. And so he put me in contact with,
We're going to need
I
stories.
guess, like a
from
regional
maximum
manager out of
security
a
prison.
different city who was able to provide me that consent to search the Kia via email. And so after I received that email, I went over there and took pictures, our normal process for searching a vehicle, opening up all the doors, taking pictures, documenting what you can see prior to actually going in there with, gloves and stuff on and digging around looking for items or for different kinds of evidence.
Except the brother who was.
And do you know whether or not
that was
that's
amazing.
Avis's routine practice is to have customers to drop their cars off in short-term parking?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm just asking if he knows, Your Honor. I didn't ask.
Yep, but the knowledge is going to come from some hearsay source.
Okay.
Sustained.
So you said you went and you took photos of the Kia rental, and did you search it at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to get permission to search it?
Yes, sir. And I received that via email from a regional Avis manager.
Okay. And so if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you a series of exhibits.
I have no idea. I'm kind of new to this. I feel like there's a way.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead. And when you take the lid off or unscrew it, realize that it comes out fast.
Understood.
There's so much planning.
Okay, in front of you, I've given you People's Exhibits 234 through 238. Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In People's Exhibits 234 through 237, are those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs of the Kia rental as you saw it at the airport in short-term parking?
Yes, sir.
And do they actually depict that vehicle as you saw it there and the items that you found inside that vehicle as you saw it there on January 31st, or excuse me, January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibits 234 through 237.
Well, put them on the screen.
Mr. Cook, exhibits 234 through 237 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Oh, I said just a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
This point, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, exhibit 234 through 237 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish People's Exhibit 234.
You may, go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to email me something. What was that, Jamie?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, what was that?
Right.
From the court. Yeah, you guys can email me anything.
Okay, so we see People's Exhibit 234 here. What do we see in this exhibit?
This is a photograph of the car in the foreground. The closest car in the picture is the white Kia Rio that we've been discussing. The cars behind it are incidental. They had nothing to do with the photograph I was taking. They just
She
happened to
didn't
be in
drive
the
all of
background.
those?
In this parking area, is this the short-term parking area that you alluded to?
Yes, sir. I can see the E1 parking sign back there that I had documented in my report.
Now, are you familiar with the airport and the various parking areas for the airport?
I'm pretty familiar with it, yes.
Yes,
Are
let
there
me
signs
clarify.
that indicate long-term
Not
parking,
anything.
short-term parking, rental car return?
Yeah, especially as you drive in,
Link
but also as
or
you enter
things
the parking
relevant
area.
to the streams.
Now, if you go into the rental return area, would you have to get a parking ticket to park?
No, sir.
If you go into short-term or long-term parking, would you have to get a parking ticket to enter that facility?
Yes, sir. In both those cases, there's a gate that stops you and you have to press a button to get a ticket.
And are you familiar with how long you could stay in there without having to pay to park, for instance?
Yeah, I believe it was less than an hour, maybe an hour. It may not even have been that long. And I only ran into that because I had driven through there to get over to where I took these photographs and kind of ran into that issue over at the place where you would pay for your parking. So I could drive through again to get into the correct lot. But I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it was less than an hour. It wasn't a huge amount of time.
Okay. If we can now go to People's
That's
Exhibit
what I was worried
235. What do we see in People's Exhibit 235?
This is a picture between the driver's seat and the door, down where there's a little bit of carpet kind of in that gap between the side of the seat and the door. And this is one of those parking tickets you get when you go park in short-term parking.
We can go to 236, please. What do we see in 236?
This is a picture of the one side of that parking ticket.
In 237?
This is a picture of the back side of that same parking ticket.
And so does it have a date and time stamped on that?
Yes, sir. This one
Someone stole the
says
car.
January 28th of 2020 at
Suitcase in it.
16:41 hours, so 4:41 p.m.
What does that tell you with regards to that time stamp?
That tells me that that's the time the ticket was obtained at the gate. So when you push the button and it spits the ticket out, that is stamped on there at that time, which I know because I had to go through the same process when I went to go take these pictures and do the search of that car.
You know,
And then
I
in front of
think
you, we
that-
have People's
it's on
Exhibit
my screens.
238, which should be one of those brown
I was wondering where they
envelopes.
went to. Now I know.
Do you see that?
Oh. Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 238?
This is one of our evidence envelopes, signed by me in the typical way that I sign it, at least on one side. And it's Sheriff's Office item number 14, with a description of parking ticket found in white Kia. So this would have been the envelope containing that ticket in the picture that I obtained from the search.
Would you need to open that to see if that in fact is the parking ticket in there?
I mean, yeah, somebody else has opened this since I originally sealed it.
Is that because there's two pieces of tape on there?
Yeah, so the way I would have originally sealed it is with this red tape at the top. I always do my name like this. I always do my initials like this. This piece of tape at the bottom is new since I first sealed it.
Why don't we go ahead and open it up? I think there may be some scissors to you, right?
This is chain of custody foundational evidence.
Yeah.
I feel like
You want gloves? There's some gloves over there too.
they need to establish that the evidence is what it was and that nobody's messed with it or put something else in there and changed the time or something like that. So they have to go through all the foundational chain of evidence testimony. Oh, yeah, that would be interesting to read. My email should be in
I'm okay to open this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's probably not in the video description, but on the About page on my YouTube, you should find the email. My DMs are not open. That's weird. I should probably fix that on Twitter. People have messaged me.
Go ahead. It looks like you retrieved something from that envelope. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir. This is the same parking ticket we've been discussing in these pictures.
And is it in general same condition as it was when you packaged it?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 238.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibit
No
238 will be
objection.
admitted. Go ahead.
Go ahead and repackage that if you don't mind.
Somebody else will have to tape it.
We'll leave it as is right now, okay?
Understood.
He's all concerned.
Did you also do some cell bright extractions from cell phones in this case?
I did, sir.
And what is a cell bright
I have
extraction?
no idea how Twitter works.
A Celebrate extraction is a Celebrate is a tool we use to download data from electronic devices, primarily cell phones, but it's capable of retrieving data from other types of devices. And so when we say a Celebrate download, what we mean is downloading data from an electronic device using that Celebrate tool.
And what kind of experience and training do you have in using that cell bright tool?
I have a fair amount of training in digital forensics, including Celebrate specific training provided by the vendor for using their tool for the purpose of cell phone extractions.
We should be
And
good
approximately how many times have you
Twitter
done
now.
Cellbrite extractions?
Guessing probably about 300 extractions during my time at the sheriff's office.
And can you just describe the process for the jury? What exactly do you do with a phone to extract the information off of it?
Yes, sir. In order to extract data from a cell phone, there's quite a few
Good
different factors. So it can depend on the state of the phone, whether it's on or off, the screen's broken, whether it has an SD card in it, a SIM card in it, those kinds of things. But in general, what we like to do is make sure that the cell
Monica.
phone can't communicate with an outside network. And so that way we know it's not talking to other phones, talking to other networks while it's sitting in our lab as evidence. And so there's a few ways to do that. We can put it in, it can be turned off, or it can be, we can take the SIM card out so it can't talk to a cellular network, or it can be put in a special box that blocks radio signals. And I would have to refer to my report to
Faraday
understand
box?
the condition of a particular extraction that I did and what those
Used
circumstances
on
were.
Alexander Murdoch?
But at that point, we can connect the phone to the Celebrate device, so the tool that actually does the data extraction. And at that point, we also have some options. So depending on the make, model, firmware version, security patch, Celebrate will be able to communicate with that phone in a couple different ways. One way is it can read it as
Yes, please. Thank you.
Basically, it will establish a communication link. So it'll send a piece of software to the phone that's very tiny that allows that communication to take place. And the phone has something built into it, most phones, called an application programming interface or an API. And that's just a fancy way of saying that phone has made certain kinds of communication available that Celebrite can utilize.
I hope you
So,
guys
for
don't
example,
care that I'm talking
Celebrate
over
could say,
foundational
hey,
testimony.
phone, let me download your pictures. And the phone will say, okay, here's my pictures. You can have all of them, or you can have some of them, or you can have only these ones. And again, that depends on a lot of factors. And what that results in is what we call a logical extraction. So we're saying, can we have certain pieces of data? And the phone says, yes, here they are. The second type of extraction we can do is called a file system. So that would be like opening some kind of drive, like a CD or a hard drive or a USB drive, and seeing all those files and folders there and taking them all
I had to
and
watch some
downloading
videos
them.
on how to use Twitter.
And again, that depends on certain factors
Horrible.
with the actual phone itself. And then the third type of extraction is called a physical
Kind of necessary
extraction.
for this sort
And
of
that's where you have Celebrite is able to get access to the physical place where data is stored on the phone, whether that's like flash storage, or if, it's phones don't really store data this way, but the old way would be like a spinny disk drive where there's actually like a metal magnetic disk with ones and zeros on it, and it can see all those ones and zeros and get every single bit, byte for byte, of data off the device, which is very rare for cell phones. But it is technically one method we can extract data, and that's called a physical extraction.
Yep, that's about it.
At that point, Celebrite downloads data in whatever fashion it can, and then it brings it into one of our forensic computers in the lab, where we can look at it through probably Celebrite software, but it's not limited to just Celebrite software.
This is day
There's other
6
types
of many
programs and tools we can use to look at that same data.
And when you extract the data off a cell phone, where do you put it? Where do you store it?
Mm-hmm. When we first download data off a cell phone, it's going to be in some files on one of our forensic workstations in our lab environment. From there, we copy it onto probably a CD or like a Blu-ray, whatever we can that's big enough to fit it on. And we'll put it in an envelope just like these, and we'll drop it into evidence just like any other type of evidence.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to do an extraction, a Cellbrite extraction, on an iPhone 8 belonging to an Al Stauch?
Yes, sir, I did. I believe that was from a waiver authority.
Okay. And in front of you is People's Exhibit 226. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 226?
This is one of our evidence envelopes, again, signed by me, which I can tell by my initials on it across the piece of tape. Then the description is item number 585, which is the sheriff's office item number. And it says it's a CD containing a Celebrate report and photographs of Al S. I'm guessing that's going to say Al Stauch, iPhone 8 or cell phone. But this will be the CD that I would have put in evidence containing that data from the Celebrate extraction.
And is that envelope still sealed with the original tape that you put on it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been sealed in any other way since I originally sealed it on March 4th of 2020.
Does that tell you then the data that is on that CD or Blu-ray disc is accurate, same as it was when you put it in the envelope?
Yes, sir.
We've moved to admit People's Exhibit 226.
Defense,
No objection.
Exhibit 226 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Just every time, Eeyore, no objection. It just cracks me up every time I hear it.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Is he actually going to cross? Oh, he's got some questions.
Oh my
Are
God.
you working in Florida in law enforcement? Or are you still a detective, or how shall I refer to you as?
You can refer to me as Robert. I left law enforcement last February.
Okay. All right. Well, Robert,
He's a good guy now.
Your part in this investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch was what Mr. Young and you were talking about, but there were some other things you did as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You collected samples from this Kia vehicle from the airport that you located and was pictured in the photograph.
Yeah, I collected a few DNA samples during that search as well.
Okay. You took DNA swabs from the trunk of the Kia.
Yeah, I believe the area that I swabbed in the trunk would have been the threshold, so the part at the back bumper that's kind of a lip that goes, over into the trunk.
Okay. So you got DNA from the trunk area of the Kia. You got DNA from the steering wheel and the shifter of the Kia.
Yes, sir.
And you got DNA swabs from the internal driver door latch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that would have been the latch on the inside part of the door.
Okay. And did you submit those DNA swabs you collected from this Kia to a lab for testing?
I personally did not. I only placed them in El Paso County evidence.
Do you know if these swabs were eventually tested or forwarded by somebody else with law enforcement to have testing on them?
If they were, I'm not aware of it.
Is there a difference for doing a Cellbrite download if you have the pass key or the passcode to the phone versus not having the passcode or the pass key to the phone?
Yes, sir. I mean, phones are designed to be secure and have varying types of security, and having a PIN code or a passcode is one type of security. So by inputting that PIN code, it will change the security state of the phone, and therefore, in most cases, the amount of data that's available to download from it.
Okay. So Mr. Stauch's phone, you had the passcode for that phone.
Yes, sir.
So you were able to access more information on his phone than you would be from a phone that you didn't have the passcode for, correct?
That's not necessarily true, but in most cases,
In most
is true.
cases.
Yes, sir.
Okay. that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Soroy? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, sir. And thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Approaching.
You're muted.
Damn it. Okay. The defendant's brother got on the stand first thing this morning, and oh my God, did he just destroy the defense's case?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit longer lunch recess. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't go out and do your own research about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see everybody back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please.
All right. So I'm going to stop that stream, and I'm going to pull up the earlier stream from this morning, and we'll replay the let's see if I can find it. We'll replay the brother's testimony from earlier this morning, and then you can see what you missed.
Raise your right hand, please, sir.
Just go right in the middle of the court.
All right. Before I affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Dakota. AKOTA. LOWRY.
And where do you live, Dakota?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Flying yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now.
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, teacher?
Mr. Lowry, do you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you step back in that.
That's really hard to hear. Hopefully you guys heard that. He screams at the defendant in front of the jury, "Why, Tisha?" That, in my opinion, is sinking their case. And then he later testifies that Letecia was moving out of the house and had him. She was struggling with the suitcase. He asked to help her, and I think helped her. And then he said, "What's in this thing? It felt heavy and weird." And she said,
Like the jury has left the courtroom.
like
Mr. Lowry, you
softball
gonna be
equipment or
okay?
something, but it was
Need a few
Gannon's
minutes?
body. Yeah, and she just sits there.
Yes, I just want to get it over with.
Here's the way that the process works, is that I understand that you want to get it done. I understand that. But we have to have the jury in here, and you're going to be subject to questioning by the prosecution and then by your sister's attorneys. You understand all that? Okay. Just do the best that you can. Just take a breath. Do you need some water or anything like that?
Yeah.
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup there. So everybody's a little nervous when they're on a witness stand. Just take a deep breath.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's okay.
and
It happens. It's an emotional case. I
Letecia
get
sat
that.
there just like she is now. Didn't move a
but
muscle.
You just
when he
have to
did
do
that.
the best that you can to get through the testimony, okay?
Let me see if I can. I don't know where it was. He was
Provided,
on
or
the
did-
suitcase.
Let me ask you this. And help, you refer to her as Tisha?
Mhm.
And you also wanted to look for Gannon.
Yes, sir.
So do you remember when you came out?
January 31st, I think. 30th.
Yes, all
It
the
was late
things,
January,
definitely.
About to be February, because my mom's birthday was that weekend or something, that next week.
And why particularly did you come out?
Because I knew my mom was going to come out here.
Did you want to support your mom?
Yes, sir.
Now, was it January 30th of 2020 when you all flew out here?
Yeah, the prosecutor's coming around the corner from the lectern trying to be more comforting.
Denver.
Spoken at times. Could you put the microphone a little bit closer to you so the jurors can hear you a little better? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So when you get to Denver, your aunt rents a car. What was the game plan? What were you going to do?
Get Tisha and Harley, at least two around us.
And did they know you all were coming out?
Yeah.
And so do you recall renting a Nissan Altima?
I think so.
You drive down to Colorado Springs, I assume?
Yeah.
Who was driving? Do you remember? You drive down to Colorado. And so would this be a shopping center kind of on the either, or let me ask you this, did the defendant, Tisha, tell you why they were at the Marshall store? So what did she tell you happened prior to you getting there?
That the laws had thrown her down and detained her.
And about Harley?
Yes, Harley. They said also Harley.
That picked them up.
We ain't got a hotel.
And do you remember the name of the hotel?
He does not want to be there testifying.
Does the extended suites sound familiar?
Yeah. Trying to
Does the extended
get their belongings.
And who was discussing that?
Tisha.
Once you picked up the defendant and her daughter Harley, who was kind of calling the shots as to what you were going to do and where you're going to go and things like that?
I don't really know.
Well,
I'm type like I said, I'm the type of person like
you're just there to help.
I'm just there.
So how many rooms did you end up getting at the extended suites?
I can't remember.
Did you spend the night there that night?
Yeah.
Do you remember who was in your room?
I know my mom was.
Let me see if I can get to it.
We was around each other most of the time. Like all of us was together.
So Brenda Awkward rents, what kind of van did she rent?
Station and get her pocketbook and stuff like that. I think that's when we went to their house to get their clothes and stuff.
So this would have been January 31st now, 2020?
I believe so.
The next morning?
That Saturday, that Friday.
So what happens when you get to her house?
We just started loading up the clothes and stuff that's coming out of the house.
Were there police officers there?
Yes, sir.
What were the police officers doing?
They was checking everything we brought out.
How were they checking it?
Like looking in the bags and I guess just making sure that everyone, nothing that everyone's supposed to be there.
And how did you feel about being at the residence that morning?
Is it the next morning that
aggravated.
they hauled the suitcase
Why
out?
were you aggravated?
I felt like we was getting looked at as criminals.
Is that because they were looking at your sister as a criminal?
No, they was looking at our whole family. It wasn't just her.
And so
They
who
got
was closed?
They got their dogs too.
What was the plan on where you were going to go with all the clothes?
They got clothes. I don't think that's where she moved out of Colorado from.
Well, did she live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for a while?
Yes, that's what I thought.
What happens after you get the van loaded?
We leave and go back to the room, I believe.
You remember whether or not your sister had an interview with a news reporter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she did.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that come about?
I don't know how that happened. I just know she did that interview with him.
And well, did she tell you why? I mean, was anybody talking to her about doing this? Or
I wasn't. I mean,
assuming you went in the cargo van, did you also take the Nissan Altima that was,
yeah, the Nissan was with us.
who was driving which vehicle?
I think I was driving the van, and Aunt Brenda was on the Nissan.
And what vehicle was your sister the defendant in?
Say that again.
What vehicle was your sister in, the defendant? Do you remember?
No. I don't remember.
You know, we'll go on to that. So she does an interview with a news reporter. What do you do after that?
I just know we left. I don't remember where we went.
Did you eventually go back to the
We went
hotel?
back, yeah.
Do you remember about what time of day it was?
No. We wanted to go. She said she would get up with Albert, find out like when they're going to go out and look for him again or whatever. But we wanted to go, but at the same time we kind of didn't because we didn't feel like we was getting treated right down here.
Is that because of what happened at the house earlier?
Yeah.
When you first got to Colorado, did you have conversations with your sister about, hey, we got to go out and look for Gannon. We got to go search for him?
We asked if they had any idea where he was at and stuff. I mean, that's about all we asked her.
And did you all ever go search for Gannon?
No, we didn't.
Did she ever say, hey, we got to go look for Gannon?
I mean, she told us that we could. That's all she told us. Like she said, we get up with Al and
You can, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
She never did. When you get back to the hotel room back on January 31st of 2020, did the defendant leave you all and go somewhere by herself?
Yes.
Overruled.
Did she tell you where she was going?
Go get some dog food for their dogs.
Do you know what vehicle she took?
The Nissan.
The Altima?
Yes, sir.
And how long was she gone?
Exactly.
A while.
Hour?
I can't remember that. I just know she was gone longer than what I expected.
Was it 2 hours?
I don't know.
You remember sitting around the hotel room wondering where she's
Nice.
at and when she's getting back, that kind of thing?
Well, I did get on the phone with my wife, and I did tell my wife I feel like she's just been gone too long. But
Say that.
because she was gone for a long time, like I can't remember how long she was gone, but I didn't expect her to take that long. But then a part of me was like, well, maybe she's just trying to take her a minute by herself. So
Did anyone try to call her and say, hey, where are you? What's going on here?
no, not that I can remember.
Does she eventually come back?
Yeah.
Tell us about that. What happens when
Now
you get
she's kind of cowering again against the wall.
I don't know. She came back and she was normal to me.
Did she have any dog food or any items for the dogs?
She had some. She came back with some stuff, like she bought something, but I can't remember.
So earlier you had mentioned that she wanted to go back to South Carolina. What was the plan with the cargo van? Was she going to take the cargo van that Brenda Awkward rented to go back to South Carolina?
I don't know if she was going to take that one because Aunt Brenda wouldn't. I doubt Aunt Brenda was going to let her. I believe Aunt Brenda told her she had to.
Next morning, we're now on February 1st, 2020.
This is it, the next morning.
Did you help her get a new van?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What did you and your sister do to get a new van?
We went and drove to the budget place. We got another van. And we got the van. We unloaded all the stuff from out of the van into another van, into the other van.
So was that in the early morning hours?
I believe so.
Do you know about what time it was? Is that the first thing you did on February 1st?
I can't remember.
So when you get to the budget area, did you know that you were going to transfer things from one van to another when you got there?
Yeah,
So did you talk about that on the way to the budget rental van?
yeah.
So talk to the jury about that. How did you guys go about doing that, moving the items from one van to another?
We just went around right to the side of the budget place, and we just backed the vans up and just swapped them out.
During that process, did you see the defendant with a rather large suitcase?
Yes, sir. I seen her with a lot of suitcases. Well, there was a lot of suitcases on there.
Was there one that kind of stood out to you?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. Why did it stand out to you?
Because it looked like she was struggling with it.
You offered to help her?
Yep.
What'd she say?
She didn't need help.
Did you ask her what's in the suitcase?
Yep.
What'd she say?
It was softball stuff.
Why'd you ask her what's in the suitcase?
I didn't feel right about it.
What about that suitcase didn't make you feel right?
I just felt like it was too heavy for her.
Yeah, so that's
Something I'd
damning.
like to publish People's Exhibit 48. It's already been admitted into evidence.
Yeah, this whole testimony was damning.
You recognize that suitcase we see on the TV screen?
Yep.
How do you recognize that suitcase?
Look, it's an old suitcase. I remember that suitcase looked old, and it's green.
Is that the suitcase you saw your sister putting into the budget van?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase you asked her about what's in it?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase you didn't feel right about?
Yep.
Is that the suitcase she told you softball equipment?
Yep.
Thank you. Take that down.
Okay, I'm going to end it with that for now. But that's the most substantive stuff that happened today. Everything else was kind of foundational. They were establishing a lot of where she was, what vehicles she rented, where she took those vehicles, and things like that. Not a lot of substantive stuff. So, yeah, he offered to try to move it. Yeah, that was tough. The brother's testimony and the shout out in front of the jury, along with her phone calls that were played on day 2 and 3, I feel like that's what's going to convict her, and there's no way out of it for her. I don't think the insanity defense is really going to work. Hindsight is 2020. Yeah, for him. Yeah, it's very damning evidence. So that got you kind of up to speed. It's obviously not everything, but you can always go back and watch and then comment after the fact and after I close down the stream. That does help with the Google gods, so that is good. And I will end the stream now, and I will start the next one. It sounds like I'll be starting it early. I have it scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern, but I think we should going to go live at around 2:30 because that's when court's coming back. So everyone be prepared for an earlier stream start, I guess.
2:30 our time?
Yeah, 2:30 our time. Anything to add, Jamie? You've been quiet a little bit today.
The dogs have been barking like crazy, so I've been trying to stay quiet. But yeah, I mean, other than the brother, there's really been nothing substantial right now. So I'm just
Yeah,
listening.
we'll see where the rest of the day goes. If it's gonna be more
Hopefully
foundational.
we get to see these maps.
Yeah, the data from the GPS data was so boring. I don't need to see GPS data and timestamps. I want to see a map.
Well, here, just read it. Say she was going 22 miles at what time? Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
just boring. boring stuff.
Yeah. All
Okay,
right.
well, I'm gonna run the end credits because Rumble likes that, and then I will see you guys about 2:30. All right, welcome back to the Law Show. My name is David Helm, practicing attorney in Southeast Michigan, all over the state, really. And today we have the afternoon of day 6 for the Letecia Stauch trial. The morning was a bit of a mixed bag, some boring testimony, some really damning testimony to the defendant with her brother's testimony. And we'll see what the afternoon has to bring. Got a message from Nicholas. He is unable to join me this afternoon, and he sends his apologies, but he will I'll try to make it to some streams going forward. He just had a mixed bag. Yes, you do have to go back and watch it. You got to watch the brother. That is the big one. That's the first witness of the morning, so you can watch that. If you watch my stream, though, you're going to have to jump to, well, watch the brother and then go to the first break. I think is 3 witnesses in, and then you'll see what the brother does on the stand. Hey, Jamie.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, yeah, and sorry about the time, guys. I thought he said 2:30. Well, I thought it was our 2:30, not our 3:30. So my bad, but at least I got a little more work done.
Yeah, I was trying to catch up on some of the Daybell stuff.
Yeah, I watched a little of what's her name?
Danny.
Yes.
That was the one I was watching last night.
Danny on Direct. That's it. Yeah, so I was watching a little bit of her yesterday, just trying to get a sense of the case, and it just sounds like a bunch of crazy cult stuff, which is yay, that's fun.
Did you hear the prosecutor or the defense's opening statement? It kind of sounds like our guy, Eeyore.
That's what I said. I actually put in the chat. I said it's well, at first it sounded better than this defense's opening statement, and then it kept going, and I was like, so at first I said, well, it sounds better than this the opening statement by the attorney for Stauch, but then as it kept going on and on, I was like, all right, well, this is just kind of what you say when you don't have a case.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Christine. Oh, she says hi to you too, Jamie.
Hey.
Yeah. She would be more likely to be insane in my mind than Letecia. Letecia, her actions are more in line with somebody who got caught and is used to talking their way out of situations and is just sort of panicking. Whereas Daybell, she's
legit insane.
Yeah, she is. She is. Yeah, she's like legit insane.
She really believes in this light and dark and all and casting spells. It's just crazy.
Well, yeah, that's what like I was saying the other day about legitimate crazy people they're like stone cold about it. It's scary to be in the same room with them kind of people. And I feel like Daybell's more like that. Lori Vallow, whatever you want to call it. You think she's manipulative? I don't know. I haven't really heard much of the testimony.
Yeah.
I listened to it a little bit. I really focused on the opening statements, both the state and the defense yesterday. And sounds like the defense doesn't have much of a defense, kind of like this case. And although they really didn't touch on the conspiracy angle.
No. I think they're really trying to push for the alibi stuff. So I don't know. Like she wasn't there. So
I have no idea what the memo. I really haven't been following the case. What's the memo to church members? I'd like to take a look at it. Maybe I'd have some thoughts.
Oh, he did say something about that earlier, but
yeah, no, I kind of fell asleep listening to it last night, so I wasn't paying terrible amount of attention.
Yeah, me neither. I'm still trying to get through it.
Yeah, I feel like she is embarrassed by her actions and does not want to take the blame. You bet. They might. They've been blaming everybody else. Really? So the church sent out a memo, like the church, or like the cult associated with the church sent out a memo? I feel like that's two different things. But if the church sent out a memo, that's kind of scary because they're not supposed to be a cult. They're supposed to be a legitimate church.
They're probably worried that people are going to think something of them, because of these people. I mean, people probably already do.
I guess. Let's see. Yes. I mean, at the end of the day, the burden is on the state. So the state could screw up royally and not meet their burden of proof. The defense could sit there and call no witnesses, ask no questions, make no opening statements, no closing arguments, and still lose. And the state could still lose in theory because the burden's on the state. And I think that's what the attorney in this case and the attorney in the Daybell were getting at. Like, regardless of whatever you think of my client, just understand that the state has the burden. And if they don't meet that burden, you cannot find her guilty.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of your defense. Go back to the thumping the Constitution. I need my cult badge.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I know nothing about the church.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been to Salt Lake City. I like the city. And there's fringe people in every group. I'm sure there's fringe people here, not pulling out anyone or calling out anyone.
Oh, yeah. There's always somebody that is far beyond what it really means. You know what I mean?
It's like the third time my mom has asked this question. I think she really wants to hear from the daughter.
I do too, though.
Yeah, no problem. That's what I'm here for. Yes. Yeah. Well, there's fundamentalist group everywhere. In fact, there was one group in Michigan many years ago out on Beaver Island. And the guy, Jesse James Stagg, declared himself king of Beaver Island. It was a weird cultish part of this, kind of branched off from Mormonisms and did this weird cultish thing on Beaver Island for a while. Like I said, there's weird sections and crazy people in every group.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean that group is bad. It's just those people individually.
Yeah. So I have, let's see here. I have my own stream going, and I'm going to see if this will work a little better, give us a clearer picture. And if not, we can always fall back to the ones that will go unnamed. But we'll see. We should be getting up and running here shortly. They just start talking before they even turn on the camera, so we get no warning.
They do.
Okay, you go by Latter-day Saints, no Mormons. Jesse James Stagg was his name. This is 1800s, by the way. Declared himself king of Beaver Island, got himself elected to the Michigan legislature, and then was stabbed in the back by one of his followers.
Jesus.
He started a war with the Indians over fishing rights and stuff. It was really weird. He was a weird guy. But it's the only thing I know about Mormonism in Michigan anyways.
Yeah.
Ooh, we have a feed. Let's see how this works.
Sorry. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you aren't.
That's,
No, sir.
okay, let's go ahead and bring that jury in.
Let's see if I can fix this. I don't want the judge all big. Okay, so I'll put the witness on the top. Trying to get rid of the judge.
Is Todd, is he out there in the when there is, if he's out there in the hallway, well, maybe he can prop that door open or something while he's in the, I don't want it open while they're not there. But,
Yeah.
No, this
I can't think of, I don't have a solution.
my internet feed is not strong enough to support this. So let's just put another screen up.
Did you ask her?
That should be good. All right, jury's coming in now. So we gotta be stuck with this.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is John Watkin.
Last name again?
John Watkin.
Watkin? John Watkin. I have a feeling today is going to be a lot of
All right, Mr. Watton, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
the feed is so much better on my end.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When I try
Good
to
afternoon,
stream
sir.
it, Bad.
Good afternoon.
Maybe you can settle debate for us. Can you state your last name, your first name and your last name for the record?
John Wadden,
Thank you. And where are you employed?
Avis Budget Group.
And under the umbrella of Avis, what does Avis do?
So Avis is one of the premier rental car brands. You may be familiar with Avis Rent a Car,
Premier.
Budget Rent a Car, Zip Car, Avis Rent a
Advertisement in
Car,
there.
and also budget truck rentals.
And when we're talking about rentals specific to budget, what kind of rentals are we talking about?
He's going to give a commercial.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Well, I can probably help you out there. Before you is People's Exhibit 239. It'll be on your right-hand side. It's previously admitted, Your Honor.
Are you wanting to?
I'm just going to have him look at it.
Okay.
Can you take a look at People's Exhibit 239 there?
I have 240155.
Your Honor, permission
Yeah.
to approach?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you like the way he said premier.
There's a lot of numbers on here.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So here, lower right,
Okay.
this will be 239, but that might help you.
Okay. This is a budget truck rental contract.
Okay. And so that particular asset is what again?
It's a budget truck rental contract.
Okay. And each asset, if you will, a truck that budget would rent out, is there a particular identifier number that is assigned to a vehicle?
Yes, each truck is 6 digits in length,
Okay.
and it's all numbers.
All right.
Yeah.
In front of you, People's Exhibit 239. Can you tell what vehicle number budget assigned that particular asset?
Truck number 911739.
And in terms of what you do with budget, can you explain budget and the many other entities that are in the Avis company? What is your role?
Sure. So I'm the corporate security manager,
And how long have you been in that role?
and I've been in this role for 2 years as a corporate security manager, but I've been with Avis Budget for 26 years.
Did you wear different hats?
Yes, many, many different hats.
Okay.
I've been in the security
staring right
function
at her
role for the
brother.
last 10 years.
All right.
And then she was
And in
kinda
terms
hiding with
of
another
what,
witness.
for
It's
example,
been a little
specific
weird.
to budget, what that entity does with regard to tracking, locating, protecting its assets, specifically rental trucks, what kind of resources do you have there?
Yeah, it was crazy.
We have GPS devices that we use on our vehicles. Not that we want to track every rental customer, because we don't do that, right? But if we have a vehicle that is missing, abandoned, or it's reported stolen, then we would want to use our GPS devices to try to locate that vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of access that you have to that information, is that part of your job role and responsibility?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as
afternoon.
People's Exhibit 292.
You may go ahead.
Yeah, Jennifer, when you watch her brother testify, look at her. She doesn't move. She doesn't flinch. It's very weird.
Juan, I'll ask you to take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 292.
I'm fine.
Do you generally recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a report that when I want to track a vehicle, I go onto a website who's our partner, which is a company called AirIQ. And I have the ability to track cars and trucks through this system. I can do live searches for a vehicle, and I can also receive historical information on a vehicle. And with the relationship, with partnership we have with the company, our service plan, we receive 4 historical pings every day. So if I'm not looking for a vehicle, I receive a historical ping. One at 6 o'clock in the morning, one at noon, one at midnight. One at 6 p.m. and one at midnight. This report is showing those historical pings. And there's also an additional GPS ping or hit on the vehicle, which is called a power up. And that is just a health check from the company, from AirIQ, reaching out to its GPS device to make sure that it's working.
And in terms of
Hi, Jennifer.
the number of
Listen later.
pages, there's a number of pages in front of you there. Do those pages accurately represent the GPS information, historical information that you were able to pull from that particular asset?
The only thing terribly interesting today was her brother, which we cover in the first half of the morning session, essentially, because we go back and replay some.
That counted a total of 12 pages.
This is what I pulled per the production order of records that I was asked to produce. This is what I pulled, 12 pages.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 292.
Yes. Exhibit 292 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Sir, you explained that there's an asset number that's associated with the rental agreement that you just looked at, People's Exhibit 239. I'll have that projected behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Very much so.
And just so the jury can see
In a
what you were
major
reading
way
off of,
in
you
front of
talked
the jury.
about vehicle information, a vehicle identification number that budget's assigned to this particular truck. Can you point to the jury where that appears on the screen behind you?
This right here is the truck number, 911739.
Great. And you're on a permission to publish People's Exhibit 292 as well.
You may, go ahead.
And just give us a second, Mr. Watton. We're going to project behind you People's Exhibit 292, and it will be the first page of those 12. So it's small, but we'll be able to focus in there as we move forward. And so that particular printout also identifies a particular vehicle identification number as well. What would that number be?
This is the truck number, 911739. This is the license plate number on the truck.
Okay. And as far as that identification number that budget assigns, are those two numbers in People's Exhibit 292 and 239? Are those the same numbers?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now we will ask to try to zoom in if we can, because the numbers are pretty small up on that screen right now. Thank you. Now you gave us some information about historical information. So when you received a request for document production, you're given a specific date range to pull from?
On the production order for records, I was asked to turn over any documents that related with the defendant's name.
Okay. And so when we look at People's Exhibit 292, I'd ask you to look at the first line. You explained that there is a power up function for that GPS monitoring. And that first line, what is that representing?
So this is the date and the time of the power up. The power up.
Great. And you'd explain that there are particular time intervals for which a historical ping is sent. How often are the power ups occurring?
The power ups occur every 25 hours.
Okay. And as we look at lines 1 through 13, I'd ask you to look at the location data for lines 1 through 13, and are those all the same location?
Those are all the same location.
Okay. And while you may not be familiar with Colorado Springs, are you generally familiar with what that address represents as it relates to budget?
That is one of our budget truck locations.
Okay. And so the last, let's see, look at line 13. What type of data point is that GPS tracker pulling? Is it a power up? Is it a scheduled inventory alert?
Line 13 at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:10 in the morning.
Okay.
It's one of the scheduled inventory alerts.
That occur every 6 hours?
So 6 a.m., 12 noon, 6 p.m. and midnight, yes.
Perfect.
I don't think her brother would be allowed to watch. because he's not-
By the next
we have
line,
free
line
time.
14. What time are we at there?
We are at 12 p.m.
Okay. And to be clear, what day are we now on?
We are on 2/1.
February 1st of 2020?
Yes.
And so by 12:10 p.m., to be clear, is there a particular time that budget GPS is tracking this time as for frame of reference? Is it in Eastern time? Is it in Mountain time?
You can schedule the time to whatever time you want it to be. I'm stationed, I live in the East Coast, so I set it up for an East Coast time.
Okay.
But I have to be aware that it could be a different time.
So in terms of, as we walk through this data and we talk about particular times that we see here, this would be all related to Eastern time, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so if the vehicle remains in Colorado for a period of time, we might have to do subtraction there, is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and subtraction of about how much time?
2 hours.
2 hours? Okay, so we'll try to keep that in mind as we go through. And so when we look at the time of line
technical stuff,
14
kinda like
on
this.
February 1st of 2020,
Charts and data and
the
dates
timestamp
and-
there is going to reflect 12:10, but what time would that be in Mountain Standard Time?
That would be 10 p.m. Yeah.
10 a.m.?
You said 12 p.m. Oh,
So 12 noon, for example?
then that would be 10 a.m. Yeah.
And what location was the vehicle at 10 a.m. Colorado time?
It's hard to.
Yeah, sorry.
use it. So on the 14th
Yes.
at 10 a.m., it was at, it says Love's Pueblo, so that would be a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And the next scheduled inventory alert would be line 15.
Yes.
And again, we'll have to do a little math, but what time would that be in Colorado time for line 15?
That would be line 15.
Yes, sir.
So that would be 4 p.m.
And where is the vehicle at that point?
on US 87, Dolhart, Texas.
The next scheduled ping occurred on line 16. What day would we be at now?
That would be at 10 p.m.
Okay. And while the line 16 reflects February 2nd.
That's correct.
At 12:10 a.m. in terms of Colorado, at this point, the vehicle's in Texas.
That's correct. 18 Western Plaza Drive.
Okay. There is a power up that occurs, a regular power up at the 25th hour. What location for line 17 does that vehicle appear at?
Again, it would be 18 West Plaza Drive, same as the prior.
Okay. And is that still in Amarillo, Texas?
That's correct.
Okay. As we move forward,
Yeah, you could tell.
what is the last time stamp?
It was really tough for him.
That vehicle remains at 18 Western Plaza Drive, Amarillo, Texas.
Thanks for the super chat.
The timestamp would be on this report, it'd be 2220 at 12 p.m. So that would be 10 a.m.
Well, I'm glad you're here too, Jody.
For the next location data point, where what time would we be at for that?
This is just a little boring test.
Line 20.
Line 20 would be 4 p.m., 4:10 p.m. exactly, in Bellevue, Texas.
Again, I want to see a map.
601 U.S. Highway 287.
Okay. And in line 21, what time and what day would we be at now for the next ping?
That would be at, the date here is 2/3/20, but it would actually be 2/2/20, and it would be at 10 p.m.
Okay. And the location, what state?
601 West Thompson Street in Decatur, Texas.
Now, the next line, line
Should I
22, is one of
Texas
those
code?
power-ups that you explained
Colorado?
happens on the
Florida? Yeah,
25th
look at the
hour.
map now.
At this point,
That's why I want a map.
what timestamp and what day is that power-up occurring at?
The day would be 2/3/20, and the time would be 2:14 a.m. And the location would be the same as the prior location, 601 West Thompson
Junie B.
Street, Decatur, Texas.
What city was
Now,
about
as
it?
we move forward,
And again,
the next would be just one of those scheduled inventory alert pings, line 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what time is that occurring
Google
at?
driving directions.
That's at 4 a.m. on 2/3/20. And at the exact same location as the prior two pings at 601 West Thompson Street, Decatur, Texas.
Okay. In fact, line 24, can you tell whether or not the vehicle is now moved?
Yes, so at that time, which it says 2/3/20, which says 12 p.m., it would actually be 10 a.m. Central Time Zone. The location is 1705 South FM 51 Decatur, Texas. But if you move over to the right of the report, you can see that the
What happened? Yeah, law and crime is horrible. They're very biased. What's going on here, though?
Everyone's guilty That's what they think.
My internet didn't go out. What's going on here?
Vehicle is not stopped. It's actually moving 29 kilometers per hour at this time.
Okay. Now, line 25, on February 3rd of 2020, what time did that inventory alert go again?
February 3rd, 2020, the report has 6 p.m. There would be 4:10 p.m. And the location was on I-20, Ruston, Louisiana.
And line 20, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know if it's moving at 115 kilometers per hour.
So the vehicle's in motion by the time that particular timestamp is being recorded.
That's correct.
We'll go to line 26.
2/4/20.
So now we moved on to the, well, if we're counting for the time difference,
That's right.
what day are we really talking about?
So 2/3/20 at 10 p.m., 10:10 p.m.
And the location of the vehicle at that point?
29451 US Highway 98,
21-hour
Dauphine, Alabama.
And you'd mentioned before, but can you tell if the vehicle's in motion at this point?
Yes, it's in motion, 40 kilometers an hour.
Okay. Line 27 was one of those power up moments, as you explained, on the 25th hour. What date and time did this occur at?
2/4/20. The report has 5:15. It's at 3:15 a.m. And the address is 9400 University Parkway, Ferry Pass, Florida.
Yeah. If you're
Now,
watching
in terms of
just for
the location now being in Florida, would the timestamp of 5:15 a.m. be consistent with Eastern time? Are you having to make an accounting of that? Or would we now be in the appropriate time zone?
That would now be at the appropriate time, right? Since it's on East Coast time, that's correct.
Okay. And while I'm not good with Alabama, would the time have changed yet? Would we have crossed over at that point? You're not an expert in time zones.
It could have changed over at Alabama, but
I would pop in there
yeah, I'm not
and just throw up
100%
he's
sure
not
on
guilty.
All right.
And then everyone.
In terms of the next data points that we see, when it is scheduled at that power up on February 4th at 5:15 a.m., can you tell if the vehicle is moving or not?
The vehicle is stopped.
And at the next scheduled time point, line 28, where is the vehicle?
2/4/20, 6:10 a.m., 8080 North Davis Highway in Ferry Pass, Florida.
Okay. And the position, is the vehicle moving or not?
The vehicle is stopped.
I need to set up
At the next ping,
It's 21 hours.
February 4th of 2020, what time stamp would that be on line 29?
Timestamp 12:10 p.m. And again, same location as the prior, 8080 North Davis Highway, Ferry Pass, Florida, and the vehicle is stopped.
Okay. The
But
next
it's not at all
time
the same route.
ping that is recorded on line 30
we're going
on
to
February
Myrtle
4th,
Beach.
what timestamp is that?
Definitely went out of a right.
6:10 p.m. on the 4th,
Where's the vehicle at that point?
818 Church Hill Way, Southwest in Lake City, Florida.
And is the vehicle in motion at that point?
The vehicle is in motion at 119 kilometers per hour.
On February 5th. Now we moved on to the next day, but we're in the right same time zone, so we don't have to make any subtraction calculations in our head. But on February 5th at 12:10 a.m., where is the vehicle?
The vehicle is at 13028 Plantation Park Circle, and it's in Lake Buena Vista, Florida.
Is the vehicle moving or stopped?
The vehicle is stopped.
So I should.
At the next timestamp,
really
same day,
slow for
but now
you?
at 6:10 a.m., where's the vehicle?
At the exact same location in Lake Buena Vista, Florida, 13028 Plantation Park Circle, and the vehicle is stopped.
At the next scheduled inventory alert ping, has the vehicle moved locations yet?
No, it has not.
We talked about that power up moment on the 25th hour. Even at that point, is the vehicle still in that same location in Lake Buena Vista, Florida?
That
It's
is correct.
suggested simply to hide the
In
body.
fact, The first time that we see the vehicle moving the address, would that have been on line 36 on February 6th of 2020?
That is correct.
They did ask my brother.
36 at 12:10 a.m. The vehicle is moving 119 kilometers per hour. It's on 235 I-95 in Pooler, Georgia.
This is
On line
they
37,
asked my brother if she
same
was
day,
moving back
February
to South
6th of
Carolina, where she's
2020,
from, and that
at
was the plan.
6:10 a.m. Where is the vehicle now?
The address comes up as Days Inn and Forest Brook, South Carolina, and the vehicle is stopped.
And at the next GPS ping for that power up moment on the 25th hour, is that vehicle moved that location?
No, the vehicle is at the exact same location, stopped.
Okay. On line 39, February 6th of 2020, at 12:10 p.m., where is the vehicle now?
The vehicle is 2246 Highway 501 East in Conway, South Carolina, and it's traveling very slow, 7.2 kilometers per hour.
Okay. The next
When I
location
get that
data,
big, we
the
have to find a way to
GPS
make you
is
guys
pushed
a
out,
special
is that
symbol.
same day, but now at 6:10
Public
p.m. Where is the vehicle at that time?
1400 Cannon Road in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and the vehicle is stopped.
Yeah. If you Google
And as you move forward past lines
from
40
Colorado to Florida, you pass through Texas and a bunch of other states, Louisiana.
through, say, 66, does the vehicle remain at the same location?
It does. Yes, it does.
You have no reason to go
And
to Texas. If you're
line
going straight
40,
to
we
South
would have been
Carolina.
on February 6th of 2020. And line 66,
Yep.
where it still hasn't moved. What date are we now at?
Oh,
February 12th, 2020.
Line 68 on February 12th of 2020 at 12:10 p.m. Where is the vehicle located?
I don't see how you would drive from Colorado to South Carolina
Homestown
going to
Road,
Texas.
Garden City, South Carolina. The vehicle's moving 97 kilometers per hour.
Okay. Fair to say the rest of the page for people's
A lot of people do that,
292,
actually, Jody. I don't know.
lines 68 through 89, are those various locations throughout South Carolina?
That is correct.
And in
Do you have a
terms
dog and a
of
chaser
what
car?
you've produced, can you tell when the vehicle was returned specifically to any location in South Carolina?
Yes, I agree.
Yes,
Very
the
Hey, my son.
1400 Cannon Road is one of our budget truck locations. And you can see that the vehicle returned to that location. It was there for extended period of time, which would also match up with the first document produced today on the rental contract, because the rental was from February 1st to February 6th. So you have the truck in Colorado at the budget truck location. It flows through the US and then it ends up in South Carolina, which would mirror the rental contract.
And I'll just ask you to just to double check the date of the reservation. Is that consistent with February 6th or February 5th of 2020? Might be difficult to read.
It was due in on the 5th, but it wasn't show up to the 6th at the location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair to say that the vehicle remained at that budget location for a number of those GPS time points. Specifically, you pointed out from February 6th through a number of other pages and lines that we haven't gone through. Is that fair? Past February 12th?
Absolutely. That's fair.
So the vehicle being returned at that location, is this going to tell you who then used the vehicle after that?
No.
According to Google, if she was to go,
There are a
directly
number
from
of other
Colorado
GPS data points that that
to Myrtle
car
Beach, she
is
would
still
take
tracking
70
after
to
February
40.
12th of 2020. Is that
It
true?
looks like
That is correct.
Okay.
20
Ultimately,
through
where does the
Texas.
car end up at?
There's no need for her to be on 20.
On this report, the car ends up in Rhode Island.
Okay. And would have ended up at Rhode Island at another store location.
That's correct.
I'm glad you put.
And
full
so what we
translations down
reviewed a
for
number
us.
of data points.
We're clear on what he's watching.
Is that all produced through historical data pool that you did?
That's correct. I go onto the website and I pull the historical report, and this is my findings on the historical findings report.
Oh, come on. This has been like the slowest testimony.
And so you've never been a resident of Texas, I'm assuming?
No, I have not.
Okay. So we went through a number of time points, but in terms of calculation, if Texas was in a central time zone, which is basically an hour difference from Eastern time, would all of those times have been adjusted really through Texas and say Alabama for an hour? An hour difference from what we
That's
see here?
correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Fair to say you're more familiar with the East Coast time?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Okay. And in terms of, again, monitoring this information, to be clear, you weren't sitting at a computer tracking each of these data points. Is that right?
Absolutely not.
Shame!
Can we move it along? Let's go. Oh, I miss Gonzo.
All right.
Don't get brazen with me.
Everything left over from.
In
Zephyr
terms
and-
of the data points, is that something that you or other people that manage assets within budget would then use to track down vehicles?
Correct. There would be myself and our loss prevention team, which at the time would be 4 other individuals. So there would be 5 total in our department that would have access to achieve, to pull these data points.
Okay. And in terms of then pulling those data points, and as far as then potentially mapping those data points clearly with addresses there, is that something that somebody else can then do? If they have addresses?
If you have the access to the website, you can pull this historical data, yes.
Okay. And you could potentially map those addresses and track somebody's movements in a vehicle.
You could, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And while I'm also not familiar with transitioning between time zones, if you understood that Pensacola, Florida was also in a central time zone, would that sound about right?
If it is, I'm used to the East Coast time zone, but
Okay, fair enough.
yeah.
And to be clear, when
Right,
we
yeah.
refer to the various time points that may be around Pensacola, Florida, or in the Florida area, that would be an important distinction to make depending on the address where it flies, where it sits in that split of the time zone. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm finished with this guy.
Your Honor, we'll pass witness.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Wadley?
Oh my gosh.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Oh yeah, look at her.
Skip
She
back
is
to the court
gnawing
reporter,
on the.
please.
She's like gone past the fingernails and is into the hand.
Thank you, sir.
Hmm.
Execution, claim next witness, please.
Okay.
We call John Grassel to the stand
Wake
here.
up, John. Bring some life to this case.
Come on, John. Have like a
faith
cool
in you, John.
mustache, a sweet
Yeah.
voice, something fun. Some
Something
energy,
for the ladies to
Mr.
look
Grassel,
at.
if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
respectful, thirsty ladies.
Play a little closer. Everybody does that. That's
Yeah,
okay.
she's gonna end up with just.
You
nuts.
swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, Mr. Grassel. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is John Grassel, Grassel.
Grass.
Do you have an occupation at this time?
Yes,
What is that?
I am a senior manager at Research Triangle Institute, which is a research company based in North Carolina.
Well,
And
way
did
to be
you
big.
retire from a law enforcement agency?
Yes, I am retired detective lieutenant from the Rhode Island State Police.
What the heck is someone from Rhode Island doing in Colorado testifying in a murder case? We're gonna get there. Were you working for the Rhode Island,
casual, some of his
was it
witnesses.
state police back in January of 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an occasion to perform a analysis on a budget rental car truck that's related to this case
All right, ladies, which one?
back on
of you
March
likes the
26th of
bald head?
2020?
Yes.
What did you know prior to doing a search and examination of this vehicle about this case?
I was given a signed search warrant on the 30th of March 2020, which gave some details in reference to this case.
And what were the
7
details
months
that
after
you
her
remember?
arrest and after they found the
The
body.
details were of a reported crime and then for the vehicle, this vehicle, Ford van that was used to transport a body for
Oh,
a
give me
crime,
shivers.
and then the van ended up into Rhode Island. It was a rental van.
And so prior to looking at this vehicle and searching it pursuant to the warrant, what were you going in looking for, if anything?
Pursuant to the warrant?
Yes.
So
Well,
we
in
would
reality,
document the vehicle first
this
with
is a way a
photographs
trial's supposed
and
to
examine
happen.
it for
It's not supposed
any
to be like
evidence such as
Murdaugh
touch
or
DNA,
Anderson, where it's
evidence of blood,
chaos and
evidence
stories.
of bodily fluid, and anything that was still contained within the rental vehicle.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
May I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 294 through 309.
She did actually. And now that you bring this up, it's interesting that she passed a lot of places
just take a
that she could have
moment to
dumped the
take a look
body
at those,
and drove
and
all the
I'll
way
ask you
and
some
dumped it
follow-up
3
questions.
miles from her hotel. Very weird.
Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs of?
The beginning photos are overall photographs of the exterior and interior of the van that was searched. And then the photographs subsequently show some evidence that was seized from the van. And then the last photographs show a cutting from a floor mat from inside the van. And then
Okay, remind me.
the very last
Got a few
photograph
more
is
stories.
it's a photograph of a chemical reaction from a chemical that we applied to that floor mat.
Do People's Exhibits 294 through 309 accurately depict the van as it looked back in March 26th of 2020 when you were searching that van and doing the swabs that we talked about and doing the CSI effect on the van?
Yes, they do.
We would move to admit People's Exhibits 294 through 309.
Exhibits 294 through 309 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Before we show those pictures,
Very
did you dictate a report or create a report as a result of your search?
Yes.
And in that report, did you indicate all the areas where you did swabs?
Yes.
What's a swab? And could you kind of briefly talk about the areas of the van that you swabbed?
So a swab, in this case, we were,
I didn't
for the
notice it
swabs, we
until
were
you
looking
said something,
for
so thanks, fact checker.
touch DNA.
That's
So
all I
we
hear.
swabbed this van has a driver's door, passenger door, a side door, which is on the passenger side that slides open, and then a rear door. So for each of those doors, we took a swab. Just cotton swab, and you put distilled water on it, and you take a swab of the exterior of the handle and then the interior of the handle. And that could potentially lead to a DNA result if someone was to touch it. So that's the purpose of those swabs. Then we took additional swabs of the steering wheel, the turn signal, the glove box container as well.
And you don't actually conduct the DNA analysis when you're doing the swabs. What do you do with the swab once you conduct a swab, for instance, of a door handle?
Yeah. So each swab is put into its individual swab box, and a evidence number is taken for each individual swab, and then that is sent. Well, in this case, it was sent to Colorado, but normally it would be sent to whatever lab is processing it for DNA.
His voice.
So I want to go to the photos now. We could start with People's Exhibit 294.
By the way, if you're watching and you haven't liked, shame on you. Gotta like this channel or the video. Oh, I can imagine that would be horrible. Yeah, with like if they steal a bunch of shit and then you gotta take pictures of it all. I've had some cases like that. I had a case. Well, I could talk about it later per Dave's request, but I prosecuted a kid that stole a bunch of stuff from a hat store.
Slow in Colorado. We'll get up there.
So tedious. It was essentially an embezzlement. He was a manager.
While we're doing that, did you indicate the VIN number of this particular van that you were searching back on March 26th?
I did in my report.
And with that, I'm sure you don't have it memorized, right?
Not at all.
Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay, can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
This is page 5172 for counsel.
Via the Alaska route.
Now direct your attention to the bottom paragraph of your report. You annotate the VIN number for the van that you searched.
Yes.
Could you just tell us what that is?
1 F T Y E 2 C M 7 K K B 3 2 6 6 7.
You know, I had the idea of giving witnesses and attorneys acting classes for trials.
All right, now we've got People's Exhibit 294.
I'm going to double down on my efforts.
Can you tell the jury what 294 shows?
This is the front of the vehicle that we searched and processed. This the vehicle is inside of the vehicle examination bay at the Rhode Island State Police Headquarters.
We can go to 295, please. What do we see in 295?
This is the interior of the vehicle, and it's the showing mostly showing the front passenger side, with the door open.
Are these the only two seats in that vehicle?
Yes.
296. What do we see in 296?
296 is this is a divider that separates the occupant area from the cargo area of the van.
That's what she looks
And
at.
are those holes within that divider?
Yes.
Is there access to get to the back from the driver's cab area through
14
those
lights
dividers? Do they
and
open?
Yes.
43 people watching.
Is it a door or what is it?
It's a door.
We can go to 297 now. What do we see in 297?
No, 26 lights.
This is the view from the slider door is open on the passenger side, and so the photograph shows the view of the rear interior rear of the van, and then at the back of the photograph the two doors, the two rear doors, which are closed.
And what kind of material is the bottom area of this cab area that we see here?
It's like a thick rubber.
Wendy, you will find that I am full of
298?
awesome ideas, just no one listens to me.
What do we see in 298?
So we're inside of the van now, and this photograph is showing the rear doors, which are closed. So it's inside looking towards the back of the van.
Are there any windows in the cargo area of this van?
No.
We can go to 299 now. What do we see in 299?
This photograph was taken with the rear doors open, facing towards the front of the van, the separated divider between the cargo portion and the occupant portion.
Are those the doors you alluded to earlier that we see in the center of the picture?
Yes, that's that's how you can access the cargo part of the van from the passenger part.
And
This guy's got
is
a New
those
York
doors
accent?
open from both sides, or do you know?
Not certain.
Okay. We can go to 300. What do we see in 300?
300 is angle. The photograph is angled to show the majority of that floor section in the rear of the van.
301. What do we see in 301?
So 301 is from inside of the van, facing the cargo doors, which lead to the passenger side.
Can we zoom in on that handle to see what it looks like? So can you describe the handle to these cargo doors?
It's like a,
recollection.
it's like a little latch. So you can,
Right.
it just opens.
They only listen to us.
Do you know whether or not there's a latch on the other side?
There is. Yeah, it's a handle on the other side.
All
The
right.
brother. Leticia's brother.
We go to 302 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 302?
So 302 is a close-up of a like an animal toy that was underneath the front passenger seat.
And we see a placard there with the number 14. Can you tell the jury what that is?
So each time the evidence was taken from the vehicle, we took a number. So placard 14 represents this is evidence number 14.
We can go to 303 now. What do we see in 303?
Yeah, they did actually.
We,
They
we
had
took the
questions
dog
about
toy
the
out from underneath the seat
Wanting
because you
to
couldn't
know
really see it well in the photograph. So
where it
this
was
is the dog
before.
toy up next to the placard.
He saw it in the defendant's
And did you
hand
collect that?
and from one van to the other.
Looks
Yeah.
like a dog bone or something, rubber dog
It's
bone.
like a rubber dog toy bone.
Okay. We can go to People's Exhibit 304. What do we see in 304?
304 is the inside of the glove box, which is right in front of the front passenger seat.
And did you collect a Verizon phone calling card from this glove box?
Yes.
Using People's Exhibit 304, there's a pointer up there somewhere. It's old school pointer. It's like a
Red handle to your left.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can you point out if we can see part of the Verizon calling card in this photograph?
The pointer.
Okay. You're not the first one. So. Thanks. We can go to 305.
I wish.
Now, what do we see in 305?
305 is the front side of that Verizon prepaid like phone card.
If I was
And again,
drinking
this
right
would be
now
placard
during this
16?
testimony, I'd be
Yes.
sleeping.
And is that correlated in your report when you're discussing evidentiary items?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to 306. What do we see in 306?
The 306 is the rear side of that Verizon phone card.
And does it have identifying information with regards to that phone card where someone may be able to go back and track that phone card to a particular phone?
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Were you asked to do that?
No.
Okay.
Shelly, I'm going to put a timestamp in the chat again.
Now, you mentioned
Video.
applying some chemical to the back of the van. Why did you do that, and what was the chemical device used for?
So there were numerous stains that we noted throughout the interior of the van, and to include the rear of the van. And so in this particular one, we used two different chemicals. We used Hemastix and we used Blue Star.
Let's talk about Blue Star. What is Blue Star designed to do?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood. So it reacts, causes a reaction if there are blood, but it's a presumptive test, so it may not be blood, but it would react and it causes the color change.
And is that used in your prior field, for instance?
Let me guess, they found
to
something.
see whether or not areas of the van should be
Unlike
swabbed to
other
look to see if
cases.
it is actually blood?
Yes.
And is that one of the reasons why you might apply the blue star, is to perhaps you can't see certain items with the naked eye, and this will help enhance that?
Correct. Yes.
So what kind of chemicals is the blue star designed
No
to
worries,
pull?
Nicholas.
So the
Watch the
blue star reacts with
first
it's the
part of
lead
my
portion
morning
of
stream.
the
The rest of it's
heme
boring.
or
Check out the brother,
part of the
defendant's
hemoglobin
brother who testified. Oh my
inside
God.
of blood or iron. I'm sorry, iron, not lead.
And so when you apply that, what do you see if, for instance, there's something that may be blood?
It is a color change which goes to a bluish color.
And are you able to photograph that and capture that?
Yes.
Why don't we go to People's Exhibit 307 now?
I say
So
it
what do we
costs
see in People's Exhibit
$5,000 per day
307?
of trial. That's my
We
estimate.
had
If someone asks me,
cut a portion of the rear floor mat out subsequent to testing.
and I'm not that expensive.
Why did you cut this portion out?
Areas of this portion we noted had a color reaction, so a positive reaction with when Blue Star was applied.
Yeah. How did
And
it
so
come up
just for
with-
context, in People's Exhibit 307, what are we seeing here? What area of this rubber mat that you described earlier are we talking about in the cargo area?
So it would be the area directly behind where the driver is, extending to over halfway towards where the passenger would sit, and then towards the rear of the vehicle.
We can go to 308 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 308?
So 308 is the cutout section, and you could it's discolored because
The state
that
called the brother.
darker portion
wasn't on Letecia.
is still wet from where we applied the Blue Star.
And you labeled that with placard 17?
Yes.
Now, did you or someone from your agency ship this to Colorado for further analysis?
Yes.
Why don't we go to People's Exhibit 309 now? What are we seeing in People's Exhibit 309?
309 is some of that color change that's noted when the Blue Star was applied to the mat in the rear of the cargo area.
And so is this the area that we just talked about that you cut out based on, I assume, this photograph?
Yes.
And is that what Blue Star would react to for presumptive
I take credit
or
cards.
iron or blood?
Yes.
Did you also send the Verizon card and this rubber dog bone to Colorado as well?
Yes.
You have a moment, Your Honor?
You don't want to do this for a number of reasons. If you
Those are my
plead
questions. Thanks.
guilty right away,
Cross-examination.
you lose the opportunity.
Good, sir.
How's your trip?
It was fine, thank you.
Fine. You get in last night or today?
I got in yesterday.
Yesterday, okay. So, do you know how this van, do you know how to get to Rhode Island?
I'm not sure how it got to Rhode Island. I know it was seized, how it got to my agency.
Sure, but you don't know how it got from South Carolina to Rhode Island?
I do not.
Do you know how many people had rented that van in between when it was dropped off in South Carolina and when between you looked at it?
No.
And you guys are kind of, you guys are assisting some other agencies in this investigation.
Yes.
I mean, there was nothing to indicate that any of this crime took place in the state of Rhode Island.
That's correct.
And you basically got a call from the FBI asking if you guys could help out.
That's correct.
And one thing, because it was in Rhode Island, then you guys had to do a search warrant to a Rhode Island judge.
Yes.
Did you assist in doing that search warrant, or was that done by somebody else?
That was done by someone else.
Okay. Did you review that search warrant?
No.
Okay.
Nick keeps weird.
And then as whether or not there was blood or whatever in that van and whose blood that might have been, that wasn't something for you to figure out. That was then, let me rephrase it. That was a bad question. To see if that was blood or whose blood that might have been, what you did, you ship that off to Colorado and let them, so they can run whatever test to make that determination.
That's correct.
You right now have no idea if that actually was blood or whose blood that might have been.
That's correct.
No further questions.
It was fairly decent cost.
This guy
Andy
is so
Gersh
much
have any
better.
questions
Why do
for
they
Mr.
not?
Gressel?
I know he needs to ask all the questions and do all
Thank
the
you, sir. You
questions.
may step down. Watch your step. You step down.
The defense actually woke me up a little bit from his
Counsel,
boring
if you
answer.
would retrieve the exhibits for the court reporter, please. I will do that. And prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, Catherine Beckel.
Ms. Bethel, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
I know I have to do it, but I hate what they got to do, chain of custody, all this stuff, like over 50 witnesses.
Good afternoon. Hi. Would you state your name for the record?
Catherine Beckel.
And in 2020, February of 2020, January of 2020, where did you work?
I was a dispatcher at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you a dispatcher for?
At that point in time, approximately 2 years.
Okay, someone give me the
And
spelling
in
of
terms of the role of a dispatcher, can you
Bethel.
explain generally what a dispatcher does to the jury?
Yeah. As dispatcher, we handle all the incoming 911 and non-emergent calls, gather all necessary information for that call, and then dispatch out the appropriate response, whether that be law, fire, medical.
And in terms of distinguishing between emergency calls versus non-emergency calls, how did that process work?
No, that was the woman that
Normally
testified
the emergency calls would come in on 911. Given the information that we receive would kind of classify if that was an emergency or not, whether that did need an immediate response. We'd handle everything on 911 for the most part, unless it needed kind of a lengthier phone call.
So if a person calls into 911 and the dispatcher determines that it's really a non-emergent call, what do you do?
We tell them to call back on the non-emergent number. That way we're not tying up a 911 line, and still get them the help that they need, but without tying up the line for people that did have an emergency.
And you give them particular non-emergent telephone number to the caller?
Correct. Yeah, we always give that to them.
Okay. In terms of then also triaging calls, how is a call placed into 911? How is that call categorized? Where does that information come from?
So it's based on the information that we receive, what the caller is stating is going on, and then we put it in our call screens, a length or a lot of different call types that it could be, and based on those call types is what decides the priority of the call. So it's all kind of set in our computer system.
Okay. And in terms of being on duty on February 27th of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
You're on a permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 208 and 209.
You may go ahead.
Is it Bethel? I thought it was Bethel, and then she said Beckel. I'm not sure.
Ms. Beckel, if you can take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 208 and 209. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
911 calls
From authenticating the call.
Okay, and we'll start with People's Exhibit
recording of this
208. What is that? Did you have an opportunity to review what was on People's Exhibit 208?
Yes, I did. That was the original 911 call that was placed first.
Okay, and People's Exhibit 209, what is that?
That is the non-emergent call from when we told the caller to call back on the non-emergent line.
Okay, and to be clear, are you the call taker, or sorry, the dispatcher that's receiving both calls?
No, I received the non-emergent call. Another dispatcher took the original 911 call.
Okay. And you explained that as a receiving information that comes through on that emergency line, certain bits of information taken via the caller and the dispatcher asked that person for some basic information. Is that right? And so some of that basic information, would that also include asking the caller to identify themselves?
Yes.
Okay. So in People's Exhibit 208, when you listen to that, was there an identification made in People's 208 and
Yes.
209 that are the same name as the
Yes.
caller? And when you listen to People's Exhibit 208 and 209, do you recognize the person who's calling into those lines? Do you recognize that voice?
I'm sorry, do I recognize it like personally or from the?
Well, when you listed Exhibit 209, you said that that was a call that you were on.
Yes.
And when you listen to that call in relation to Exhibit 208, is the caller calling into those lines? Does that appear to be the same voice when you listen to both of those exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in terms, again, as you've testified, the person calling in identified as the same name for both calls?
Yes.
And what was the name that that caller identified in both Exhibit 208 and 209?
Tisha.
Last name? Thank you. And People's Exhibit 208 and 209, is that an accurate representation of the calls that were placed to the emergent line and the non-emergent line?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for admission of People's Exhibit 208 and 209.
Defense, exhibit 208 and 209 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish momentarily?
You may, this is audio only, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may go ahead.
Now, Ms. Beckel, as a seasoned call taker with over 2 years of experience with the Sheriff's Office, you had an opportunity to both listen to these calls and in the hallway. And I'll ask you some questions about that after we listen to these exhibits, okay? At this time, we'll publish People's Exhibit 208.
I think she called once.
Well, 6627 Mandan Drive, Colorado Springs. Please say that one more time, make sure I have this here correctly. 627 Mandan Drive. Okay, the phone number you're calling. 843 7460. Your name? Lisa. I don't know if I'm supposed to call emergency or non-emergency, or I can barely talk, but my son was supposed to be home at 6 o'clock, and it's almost 7. So, like, all his friend's house, and he said he was going to be at his friend's house, and they said he wasn't there, and the other one said he never came there. So I don't know any other people calling out, and I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could, because I don't know anyone else here. And I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yes. Okay.
Yeah, it was January 27th. She made that.
Call it for me. U-O-N. North. South. S-T-O-U-C-H. Okay. That's a brain drive. I got it covered. I can barely write.
These are bad recordings.
I have it. I'm going to give you, we have multiple questions we have to ask you. We don't want to tie up an emergency device. I'm going to give you our non-emergency. That's fine. That's why I didn't know which number to call and say something. Yes, okay. You know when you're ready for that number. Okay, go ahead. One time. You 49 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. I call
Now
that
she's
now.
going to call the.
I already have to call Bill. So,
The non-emergency line.
where we left off. I think
And for the record, Your Honor, that was People's Exhibit 208, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in length.
All right.
At this time, we'll publish People's Exhibit 209.
I want to put it past her, though. She's pretending to be so many people.
I told everyone, and they said I had to call this number because My 11-year-old son was supposed to come home at 6, but he didn't. I know it's only 7, like, we went to both of friend's house, and they said he wasn't there. And it's kind of like feeding and stuff outside. Mandan Drive, in Fairfield, 627 Mandan. Mandan, Mandan.
So when did she make the phone call to 911?
On the 27th,
Or like what
and
time?
What is your son's name?
I want to say it was
I'm
like
sorry,
8
what?
o'clock.
What is your son's name? Gannon, Gannon. Tell me. Jacob. And what was your last name? Maybe around like, what time did you guys get off the phone?
These are her fake polygraph questions.
Between 3:34 and he was supposed to be back home at 6. So we let up all the time, like go to the neighbor's house, his house, they ride bikes, do everything together. No. Or G-Man, but I mean, that's kind of like something parents call him, but not friends.
Yeah, it might have been 7. It was in the evening.
I was just curious, like, if it was
Oh my gosh.
shortly after. I was like, kids don't come home sometimes.
Supposedly he
No,
left.
I'm sorry. I really did. I 4 foot. Hey. My sister's weight.
She getting angry?
90 pounds. What's her hair color? His eye color? What's the complexion? Fair. Latino? No.
So this is an hour later. Pip, you're our new Judy B. Jones since she's not here.
Yeah.
9:29:08. Sorry, my hands are shaking. I'm freaking out.
Well, she's acting so freaked out. It's just an hour.
Not
You really try to look for it.
No. 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 Any glasses? No, no glasses. I mean, unless you left with his shades on, but I mean, we don't have glasses. What's he wearing today? He had on a blue jacket, zipped up, blue and shoes, tennis shoes. He takes Vyvanse every day. I'm sorry, what was that? He takes Vyvanse for ADHD every day. And I don't have medical, mental, or physical disabilities. No, I mean, he just sees a counselor for mental health for the ADHD, but that's it. Is alcohol or drugs? No. No. Physical attributes? Anything unique? No, just white boy down here. Hi.
I have a theory about that, Sandy.
He does, but we haven't found it in the house yet, so we're not sure if he had it. You know, he was using it earlier today. Hold on. Daughter's calling me. I'll get it in a minute because she went looking at the parts. All right, let's see. Okay, you didn't find him there. That's why I want to make sure. Before I had you doing, I was 843 04 7 2.
Is she hiding? The defendant?
And you know, is it a tracker? It should be. Your mom is stuck. Mom. Okay. Yes. He was a mom and dad.
Red hot dogs.
What is your email address?
I know those.
It's
They're the best.
EEIA and then LYNN 2006 at yahoo.com. That's another to make sure I have it right. Word Charles them. Young Nora 2006 at Yahoo.
She was feeling
No.
calm in the
No, but
body cam too.
last
With the
night, okay, so there were some things happened last night, and today, weird with my husband, we can tell him the officer about or whatever, but I don't know that that would have been anything he would have been worried about. He's never been in trouble, straight A student. Okay, so are there any specific circumstances? Specific circumstances. My husband messaged me earlier in the day and said something like, he was asking about some friend wanting to play games, and then he started asking him about what was bath salt. Like, tell him how bad bath salt was and explain that.
Oh, this was the bath salts.
So that was the only thing that was really weird at all.
She's just trying to throw it all out there.
I didn't know what the bath salts thing was.
She made some story up about how some older guy, I think, like bath salts or.
We went to the neighbor's house that he always plays with that we know pretty well. We went to the other neighbor's house. My daughter just went to Stingray Park and he's not there.
You just ruined red hot dogs for me if you're throwing them.
Not that I'm aware of. Okay, and where's him? I guess me. Where was he when he was watching? He was in the house and I was working out and working every day. They have to play outside so many hours when it's nice before they get technology, and that was what he was supposed to be doing. Okay. When you asked, was he on foot or did he have a bike or skateboard with him? Well, his bike is here. Okay. Doesn't have a skateboard. Yeah, not here.
There was a text between father and son about the bath salt thing. But who knows?
And was
If
he
it was
with
her
him when he left?
texting to be Gannon.
I don't know that. I was in the house. And my husband let them, walk around the neighborhood with the rest of the kids and things like that. So I don't even know any of the parents. I had to call him to get them their address. Anything on the train, any weapons? No, not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so. Is there a certified one for mental illness? No.
It's mostly covered.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, walkie-talkie. That's a good example. It's really
For the
bad.
purposes of the record, that was People's Exhibit 209. That was 8 minutes and 7 seconds long.
All right.
Ms. Beckel, in terms of your work with the Sheriff's Department, being a dispatcher, receiving calls for service, have you received calls for service similar in subject matter to this?
Yes.
Okay. And over the course, how many similar type of subject matter related calls would you estimate that you'd received?
That's hard to put a number on, probably upward of 50.
Okay. In terms of being on those calls with a reporting party, a parent, for example, how would you describe the demeanor of the person identifying themselves as Letecia Stauch on those phone calls?
Normally, if we had a child of that age that hasn't run away before, I would expect a little more, be scared a little more anxiety over the issue. But it seems in par for all other runaway calls that we normally take for older aged children.
So comparing, again, the calls that you've been on when you receive reports of a missing child, was this similar or dissimilar?
It's similar.
It was similar?
Mm-hmm.
The tone of the caller's voice was similar?
Objection, ask and answer. Overruled. You can go ahead and answer.
I would say it was similar given the majority of runaway calls that we take. We don't get many for 11-year-old children. I would say for children that we get runaway calls for that young, that it wasn't as similar.
It was not as similar.
Yes.
I don't know if it was
And to be clear,
using a
the
bath
date
or the drug.
and time that the call was first placed to the emergent line or the sheriff's office, do you recall what that time was?
I do not.
In receiving those calls, are reports generated, incident reports that record basic information as you input it into the system?
Yes, it is.
And that's based on input that both you're putting in
Correct.
and also maybe automatic timestamps that a system may generate?
Correct. There should have been an automatic one when the 911 call was placed, as well as, I believe, when anyone was dispatched out.
And as you're receiving these calls, this is information that you are reviewing real time as you're receiving these calls.
Yes.
And would reviewing that incident report refresh recollection as to the specific time, the first time a phone call came into the emergent line?
Yes, it would.
Interesting.
Your Honor,
Never
permission to
heard of
approach
it.
the witness?
You may.
Yeah, I think that whole bath salts thing was her
The
fabrication.
record, I'm showing the witness what's date stamped as 3810 through 3812. Ms. Beckel, if you could take a moment to review the specific time the first call came in. Don't read directly from it, but just take a moment to review that. That refresh your recollection as to the time that first call came in?
Yes, it does.
What time and date did the first call to the emergent line come in?
It was January 27th at 18:55, so 6:55 p.m.
And based on the call then being routed to the non-emergent line, are you able to tell what time approximately the call was placed to the non-emergent line?
Yes, can I refer back?
Yes, if that would refresh your recollections.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could see her being a little more panicky.
So that call came in at approximately 19:02, so 7:02 p.m.
I wish this could be pop-out windows, so I can just hit it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
How are you?
Good, are you?
I'm very good. So, from what I'm kind of gathering from you, not uncommon to get calls regarding kids who aren't home when they're supposed to be home.
Correct.
And you kind of run the gamut of emotions. If it's a 15-year-old that's not home when they're not supposed to be home, not that emotional or less emotion. And if it's a 5-year-old who may be 10 minutes late from being home, you may get a lot of emotion.
Correct.
And this was an 11-year-old. And so the emotion was somewhere in between the 15 and the 5-year-old.
Yes.
No further questions.
I knew he would try to say that.
Yeah, that's it.
Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel?
Jury question, jury question.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yeah. Here we would call Sergeant Rosario Hubble. You may approach and collect the exhibits.
You may, yes.
Well, I'm more concerned with the fact she didn't know what friend's house he was going to, even though I know that was a whole lie.
Yeah, well.
Like, you would know what.
If you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was identified when the police eventually showed up. By the way.
You swear from the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the
Order
stand.
pizza, you call the police, see which one gets to you first, right? 6 something and then it show up till 10.
What'd you say?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name, introduce yourself to the jury, and spell your last for the record?
It's Rosario S. Hubble, last name Hubble, Hubbell.
Why don't we spell Rosario too?
Rosario is Rosario.
Your nickname's Rocky?
I go by Rocky, a little easier than Rosario. Sometimes it's a tongue twister.
I'm not going to have you spell that, all right? What is your occupation?
I apologize first. I'm recovering from a chest cold, as you can hear. So I hope my voice lasts. I may have to
Half the
clear.
room is recovering from that same chest cold.
Okay. So you all understand if I have to clear my throat. I apologize. I work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I'm currently employed as the sergeant for the patrol midnight shift.
And there's some water to your right if you need some.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. How long you been with the sheriff's office?
16 years.
Back in January of 2020, what was your role in the sheriff's office?
I was assigned as the major crimes sergeant for the investigations division.
And how many sergeants were with the major crimes unit back then?
One sergeant. So there were 4 sergeants in the investigations division. I was assigned the major crimes unit.
Okay. So the major crimes unit, what kind of cases do you investigate? What kind of cases do you get involved in?
Okay, major crimes. So assaults, major assaults, armed robberies, homicides, major child abuse cases where there's felony level charges, which would mean that there are severe injuries to a child. My team also takes on cold case work and missing and runaway persons.
That last category you just mentioned, is that how you became involved in this investigation?
Paso, Colorado.
That is how I became involved, yes.
So back in January of
Colorado Springs
2020,
area.
specifically January 27th of 2020, were you familiar that an individual by the name of Gannon Stauch went missing and was not able to be found?
So I believe the missing persons report came in on the night of the 27th.
Okay.
I was unaware of that.
Yes,
When did you become aware?
I became aware the morning of the January 28th.
Tell the jury how you became aware of that.
I was at the office working, and I had received a request from the Fountain Police Department saying that they would offer assistance if we needed any assistance with the missing 11-year-old, which was the first I became aware of the report that patrol had taken. It was at that time that I got my team spun up and got them en route to the 6627 Mandan address and started trying to get information on what patrol had learned at that point and where we were. Because I was just getting started when Fountain had reached out to us. I had no idea that we were looking for anybody at this point.
Okay. And so did you stay with the investigation as it progressed through time?
I was the supervisor over that for the entire period, yes.
And so could you describe to the jury how the investigation progressed through time? We talked about it starting as a runaway or missing persons. Where did it eventually go?
So yes, we started out as a missing person runaway case. We then got detectives involved. Detectives started to run a standard procedure for a missing persons case. We went out, we started to do things like ask for anything that might have a sample of Gannon's DNA on it. We wanted to get a comparative sample. And we started worst case scenarioing at that time, if I could say that word, which is part of our protocol to start building that up. As we started to go into our investigation, we started to get a lack of cooperation from Ms. Stauch, who was our reporting party. At that point, we knew that we needed to put more resources into locating Gannon. We were very concerned at this point. We didn't know the who, what, why, and where, but we definitely knew that with an 11-year-old missing for the time period that we had now, things were not going to end well if we couldn't find him immediately. So we started ramping up from that missing person to potentially an abducted child. I reached out to CBI, tried to figure out what they wanted for an Amber Alert. We didn't have any information on that would match an abducted child because we didn't have a suspect. I didn't have a vehicle. And at that point, that's when we started to expand. We started getting our search and rescue teams involved. There were obviously very many community groups that put together teams of people that were out searching. we immediately turned our missing persons runaway team into the entire investigations division. So not only was my major crimes unit, which is 4 detectives, that's all we have. It was the rest of the unit. So all of the detectives that were available were now working full-time on this case.
And as the investigation progressed, were you relying on what the defendant, Ms. Stauch, was telling you, being that she was the last person to see Gannon?
That was our main focus, was what information could Ms. Stauch provide to help us locate Gannon, yes.
And did that lead to several searches and search warrants of 6627 Mandan Drive, the residence where Gannon lived?
Yes.
And did the first search happen on really January 27th when first patrol officers went there and did a cursory search looking for Gannon in the house?
That was the first one, correct, yes.
And did it progress all the way through February?
Yes, it did.
And each time you went out there, did you learn more about what may have happened to Gannon at that residence?
Yes, each search provided more information and helped develop the investigation and help push it further every time.
And were you out there for the majority of these searches?
I was out there.
Did you see
I would say for a few of them,
defendant?
I would say that would constitute majority.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to February 3rd of 2020. Do you recall going out to
Right.
that residence to do a search on that date?
Make sure
I do recall doing
go to the 1 hour, 40-minute mark, Nick.
some work out at the address on February 3rd, yes.
Okay, 6627 Mandan Drive.
At that, yes, that address.
I want to get into all the details of the search, but I want to turn your attention to Gannon's room. Did you have an understanding where Gannon's room was prior to February 3rd, 2020?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and noticed in Gannon's room on February 3rd, 2020 that may have escalated the investigation to a homicide.
So we had denoted that there was blood evidence in the room, on the walls, on an electrical socket. The blood evidence that was located was very hard to see. It wasn't easily visible to the human eye. This is when we come back to the address, and we wanted to use Blue Star chemical that would give us a presumptive test if we were able to locate blood that's not visible to the human eye. It lights up under blue light. It gives us a luminescence, and it tells us we want to concentrate on that spot. That was presumptive hit for blood. We went to Gannon's room. I specifically went down there. Due to the blood evidence that I could visibly see, it appeared to me that the blood had been cleaned up. I was interested in an electrical socket that was down near the borderline of the wall. There was carpet underneath, and if there had been a large presence of blood, sometimes cleaning that blood, you can push the blood through to the backside of the carpet or into the pad. So the carpet was pulled back. I had a patch that I believed was possible blood. So it was very stiff, appeared to be cleaned. And I had reached out and touched that portion and realized that when I reached out and touched it, I wasn't wearing gloves at the time. So I made a note in my report that I had touched that area, didn't glove up. If we were able to pull any DNA, I'd have to provide a sample.
Sure, go ahead.
But I was able to pull the carpet back at that point and notice that there was saturation through the carpet into the carpet pad, and that there was staining on the cement that appeared all to be from blood stain.
And did that escalate the investigation at that point?
Yes, absolutely.
And was the location of this area that you just described that you touched that soaked through the padding into the concrete, was that directly below Gannon's bed?
It would have been in a location where Gannon's bed would have been, yes.
Now, as a result of this, did that lead you to look for a bloodstain pattern expert to come in and perhaps do an analysis on Gannon's wall and the bedroom?
Yes, that did. It led us to reach out.
And who did you reach out to?
Yep.
We reached out to Tom Griffin of Bevel and Gardner.
They're just doing what they
I took a crime scene reconstruction class, became certified in level 1 crime scene reconstruction. And my instructor was Mr. Tom Griffin of Bevel and Gardner. And I had went through my chain of command and suggested that Tom Griffin be contacted to see if he would be able to assist in analyzing the scene for us.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned Blue Star. Do you recall talking about the Blue Star?
I remember previously, yes.
And was there a large amount of Blue Star used within the entire residence of 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, there was a lot of Blue Star used.
And were you out there for the majority of these searches where Blue Star was being used?
For the most part, yes.
And on February 25th of 2020, did you go out with a video recorder and document 6627 Mandan Drive, the entire residence, to kind of summarize where the Blue Star was placed, where evidentiary items were, where rooms were, and things like
Husband
that?
sort of did. He talked about a lot of.
Yes, I did head out to 6627 Mandan.
Not so much her
And
finger.
I took a video recorder with me. And due to the complexity of the scene, it's hard to sit down in a report and put down cardinal directions to tell you that this house generally faces north. We're talking about a bedroom that was in the south east corner of the residence. So I used the video recorder to go to that residence, 6627 Mandan Drive, and record the entire residence so that there would be an optical capture of the scene.
And would that video assist the jury in understanding the layout of the house, where the Blue Star was applied, and things of that nature?
I think it would help clarify quite a bit, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Am I? All right.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 372.
The court's really loud today.
recognize
It was
that disc?
quiet the other day.
I do recognize it.
And what is that disc?
This is the disc that has
My mic
the
was turned all the way up. How is it now?
video of that I captured of the residence.
And does that actually depict the entirety of the video that you took on March 25th, 2020 of 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, this includes the entirety of that video.
Move to admit 372.
Defense? For an objection?
Okay, so I want to know what you're talking about. Going back up in the chat.
Exhibit 372 will be admitted.
Yeah, I think it's approximately 22 minutes long. I don't know if you want to play it or do you want to take a break first, however the court wants.
Let's take a break first, and then we can play it all in its entirety. Otherwise, yeah, let's take a break first. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent investigation about any aspect of the case. And we'll see you back at 3:25. All right, for the jury, please.
Why is she so hunched over?
We can get it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't mention violence. Although the phone calls that were recorded were fairly angry, like she was yelling at him, and he said that's kind of consistent. So, yes, I remember. I want to make sure that they don't have any emotions or anything.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Sergeant, you can go ahead and step down.
This case has had very few
You can have the sergeant sit back while
arguments.
the video plays if you want to do that.
Okay.
It's fine. Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe we can approach Judge before we all take our break.
Okay.
Is she trying to hide and be small? I feel like she was hunched over in her, like whenever she sits. I'm trying to remember the news interview, if she was sort of hunched over. I don't feel like she was.
No, she was pretty fired up.
Yeah, he did talk about her husband, ex-husband, talked about a lot of just bullshit that she would do, try to manipulate everyone. I know we should be happy the court is loud. I am. I just didn't recognize it because the way my mic is set up, I don't necessarily hear my own voice, so I don't know the comparison. So if I'm ever really quiet or anyone's really quiet, let me know. We'll adjust volumes of things.
Yeah, I feel like I have to scream, but that may just be me.
No, it's okay. No,
That's
it's
why I
just
don't like to talk when the court is talking because like I can't hear myself like over it, so I just shut up.
well, that's the other thing too. If we are talking over testimony, at least we're quiet.
Yeah, you can't hear it.
I don't know why they would
cat again.
sidebar.
Sorry, guys.
If the jury is out, they are on camera, and other people in the courtroom can hear them. So there might be some reasons to sidebar if it's sensitive information. Okay, so I have some questions started. Story time.
I got an eyelash appointment at 5:30, so I'll be back.
Well, you can't miss that.
So I'm just gonna say bye for now, and I'll be back once I'm done. If we're
Okay.
not done already.
All right, sounds good. We'll see you later. I think you missed the fun part already. I put this back up again. 1 hour and 40 minutes of my morning stream. So just so everyone knows that didn't catch the morning stream, they jumped in like as testimony was already going on, and we missed a portion of the brother's testimony. And it was like the most critical part. So we replayed it at 1 hour and 40 minutes. So if you jump into my stream in the morning and you see that, that's what's going on there. Didn't her husband see her flaws? This is my theory. I've been doing family law for like 12 years now. And I find that a lot of people are in horrible relationships, just the worst kind of relationships, but they've learned to become comfortable in them. And the uncomfortable situation of leaving that relationship and moving on with their lives is staying in that uncomfortable relationship is more appealing to them because they love the thing that they know, not necessarily what's best for them. So I feel like people stay in their relationships a lot longer than they probably should because of that. This one, I think, was answered by Junie B. Jones in the chat. But yeah, it was like fairly quickly. The husband came back the 28th, and by the 29th or 30th, she was under suspicion because of her actions. Okay, I don't know what you guys want to hear as far as my stories. I'm trying to think of a fun one. Not nobody. I had a criminal defense where the defense was actually a micro penis. I talked about that one before. That was our defense because my client was accused of, we'll say, self-diddling in a parking lot. And after the preliminary examination where the individual described what he saw, it was determined that it could not possibly have been my client. So we went with that defense, which was successful. I'm trying to think of some of my other funny ones. They are on break. They're on break, and I'm telling stories about some of my cases. He pulled the Pee Wee Herman. Yes, he did. Well, no, he didn't actually. It was proven that he didn't. It wasn't him. Damn, I should have these. I had so long to think about them. Let's see. I had a parental termination case, which is sad. And I feel very sad for the kids. However, the family tree kind of had branches sort of going back in on themselves. Do you have small hands? I found out that the child at issue, I represented mother and legal father was in jail for assault, and his parental rights were being terminated too. But as we were progressing in the case, we found out that legal father was actually biological grandfather, and legal uncle was father. So we had uncle dad and grandpa dad, and it was just all kinds of chaos. And then I found that out like 10 minutes before we were supposed to go in front of a jury. And I said, well, I think we're going to skip the jury part. We'll move on from there. What's this? Banjo music? Yeah, it was bad. And then, so I asked Uncle Dad, I said, all right, so assume we're successful here. By the way, this was twins that we were talking about. But the mother also had an older child. And I said, well, what are we going to do with this older child? That's technically your sister. Are you going to raise your sister as your daughter? How screwed up is that going to be? But anyway, so that was a weird case. I'm trying to think of some other weird things that I've had. I know I've had a bunch. I had the DUI client that somehow made it inside of a gated community in someone else's car and was caught on camera dancing naked on the hood parked in some stranger's driveway. So that defense wasn't very strong. It was just the criminal cases usually have the best stories. Okay. You are close date. Child abuse for 10 years. So people have the tools to kind of navigate the horrible situations that they're in. Change is scary. Or people, I think, confuse comfort with love, or stability with love. And they might even love the person, but I always ask people, I say, okay, you love your spouse, but do you like them? Do you like spending time with them? And if you don't, then you're probably in a bad relationship and you probably need to get out. What not to do? Yeah. You've done the dance on cars before? People are raising their hands to that one. Yeah, it's I had another DUI client, lovely young lady, didn't really know how to behave necessarily. Her DUI case was fine, but she had violated probation by drinking alcohol on probation and then got an alcohol tether. So it's no big deal. But then when you have a jury trial and your client walks in a little black miniskirt like she's going to the club with her alcohol tether in full view for the jury to see, that goes kind of bad. I have a lot of DUI things. All right. So we have another DUI where the defendant, this was a felony. It was like no hold bar. He insisted on taking the stand. And so we practiced it. We went over it. And we practiced his testimony on the stand. But then when he got on the stand, and I asked him, did you have anything to drink that night? And he said, yeah, I had a couple of beers, which is not illegal. It's not illegal to drink and drive, just to be intoxicated and drive. And I said, oh, well, were you feeling it? Or, were you drunk? I asked him, and his testimony was, well, I was feeling it a little. So that got him convicted. Yeah, everyone has their choices to make. I feel like I might have stayed in my prior marriage a little longer than I should have, but the universe rewarded me with my current wife. So what's an alcohol tether? It's actually, so it's interesting. It's a tether that you strap around your ankle, typically around your ankle. And it's got a sensor that monitors the blood alcohol content in your system just from this monitor that sits outside. Then you got to charge it every night, and it sends data back to a system that monitors your alcohol levels. You got to figure out the time difference. Okay, so what did you miss this time? You missed an interesting 911 call that was really hard to tell what was the defendant was saying, but she essentially called 911 and reported Gannon missing, and talked about bath salts and sending him to his friends and checking up on the friend's family, but then ended up not doing it. And when we get back from break, we're just on break right now. When we get back from break, we're going to watch a body cam video of an officer going in and investigating the house, and I believe he's got to find the bloody mattress and things like that. What was I expecting? I was expecting a lot more hammering of the mental health thing. That was not in the opening. I was expecting more of a hammering the mental health. She's insane. Yes, this is a horrible case. Absolutely tragic case. A young boy, 13 or 11, is dead. And it's absolutely a horrible case. You're going to hear horrible testimony from the medical examiner and see the autopsy photos, and it's absolutely horrible. But the one thing you have to remember is that my client suffers from this mental disease, and it's as a result of that mental illness and nothing else that caused this to happen. And she didn't choose to have it. She doesn't want it. She's not happy about this, but she suffers from it. And because of that, and only because of that, are we here today. And you're going to hear testimony from experts that are going to tell you about what this mental health illness is and how it affects her and her ability to know right from wrong or control her actions or whatever it may be. That's kind of what I wanted to see hammered at the front end of this case, and I didn't see that. And I also wanted to see hammered with some of the witnesses that were testifying to her mental state, and they weren't really qualified mental health professionals. So I wanted to see that hammered more. And maybe not the defeatist, no objections, no questions kind of approach. Just be a little bit more adamant. The one attorney is good. The one defense attorney is good. When he gets up and questions, he's got life in his eyes and he doesn't seem beaten down already. What I didn't want to see is him saying, "Yep, my client's guilty," and walk out the door. So you almost got public when you were 22. Nice. Nothing like running from the police. It's a good story to tell the grandkids. Jen is not wanted in 5 states. Okay, I'm trying to think of. Yeah, I mean, I think Chris Rock got it right in his most recent stand-up. Americans have a addiction to fame, and there's 3 ways to get it. You can either be talented, you can show your ass, or you can be a victim. And I think too many people go down the victim end because it's easy. They don't have to show their ass. Let's see. Let me try to think of. I've had so many cases. Oh, I had a guy that wanted to sue a massage parlor because they injured his back when they were doing the massage. And he told me he went in there and he got a massage and it was fine. And then he went in there like a couple weeks later for another one. And she injured his back somehow. So then he went back and complained to management, and management said, "All right, we'll give you another massage on the house." And he went in there, and the lady decided to give him a massage with a little extra. And then he decided that he would go back for the little extra, but this time film it so he could have evidence against them. I don't know. And then proceeded to want to show me the video. And then I said, we'll watch it later. I don't want you standing over my shoulder while I'm watching this. But yeah, so anyway, so that was an interesting one. That didn't go anywhere. He got one anyways, from what I gather. God, I feel like I have so many more. I'm trying to think now. Happy ending to this? To this case? No. Well, nobody wants to go to jail. I think everyone should spend at least one night in jail, though. Get you going. Are they back on? They are not. 5 minutes. Yeah, with my happy ending stories, we should blast that out on Twitter. Dave's got happy ending stories. I had, God, I don't even know. I'm trying to think of what else I had. Just stupid cases. I had a guy that tried to shoot at a postal worker, but missed. But that's nothing special. He just tried to shoot him. It's not funny. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. I'm sure they're going to pop up, and then while the testimony is going on, and then I'm going to be stuck trying to tell everybody my stories. I'm going to maybe start writing them down. I can't think of anything. Oh, I know what else I wanted to do, actually. For those who missed it, I am going to pull up the brother's initial testimony, which was really bad for the defendant. Let me pull it up here. And then if I happen to think of something in the interim, I will I'll stop it real quick.
John
What?
So this is Letecia's brother.
All right, Mr. Watton, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stands. Ms. Gratiano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Maybe you can settle debate for us.
I'll find it.
Can you state your last name, your first name and your last name for the record?
Oh, wait, what is this?
Thank you. And where are you employed?
This is the wrong video.
And
Oh,
Out to which
vehicle
this is the wrong
remains
video.
at 18
Damn it.
Western Plaza Drive, Amarillo, Texas.
Let me try to find their other video. Live. This one. This is the brother.
Good morning. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Dakota Lowry, DAKOTALOWRY,
And where do you live, Dakota?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Did you just fly in yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now?
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, Tisha?
Right there. She was convicted right there.
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you step back in that back of the jury room for a few minutes. All up for the jury, please.
Yeah, so that was bad. That was earlier today. In front of the jury. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was bad. He screamed, "Why?" Essentially accusing her and questioning her why she did this.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Lowry, you going to be okay? Need a few minutes?
Yes, I just want to get it over with.
Here's the way that the process works, is that, I understand that you want to get it done. I understand that. But, we have to have the jury in here, and you're going to be subject to questioning by the prosecution and then by, your sister's attorneys. Do you understand all that?
He had a really tough go at
Just
it.
do the best that you can. Just take a breath. Do you need some water or anything like that?
Yeah.
There's some water right there if you want some, or you can pour it into that cup there. So everybody's a little nervous when they're on a witness stand. Just take a deep breath.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens. It's an emotional case. I get that. But you just have to do the best that you can to get through the testimony, okay?
Yeah, the prosecution
And with the
should have
court's
been
permission,
like,
can I just
we
ask
rest.
some follow-up questions? Mr. Lowry, I know this is very difficult.
Yeah,
for
she
you,
just
okay?
looks at him. She literally
But I
does
really want you
nothing.
to focus on
That's
me.
kind of one of the most telling things. Look at,
Do you
I'll
need
play it
do
again.
you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment.
When he
Dakota Lowry. DAKOTA.
watch her movements.
LOWRY.
And where do you live, Dakota?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Did you just fly in yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And what is your relationship with Letecia Stauch?
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now?
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, Tisha?
No movement. Not from her or her attorneys. So that was earlier today. All right, let's get going on the rest
We'll
of
bring the jury
today's
in and
hearing.
start the video.
We're going to watch a video. I got to think of some of my cases and then get back to you guys. I'm disappointed in myself with my responses.
He said he was leaving at 3.
Friday.
What are we doing, Judge?
All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, the judge is coming in. Or the jury's coming in, rather.
Yes, when it's time, you can just go. I think I have 2 days a week.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the sergeant.
I'm going to put a link in the chat for
this
this
testimony, and
I
we're
just
going
pulled
to
up an
play the
article.
video at this point.
That's correct, General. We'll play People's Exhibit 372 at this time.
All right.
This is Sergeant Hubble with the Elk County Sheriff's Office. It's Wednesday, approximately 2 p.m. on February 25th. This is 6627 Mandan Drive from the exterior.
Well, that's not a glitchy video or anything. The link I put in the chat, by the way, is for an article of 2 men that were accused of murder because the police,
Yeah, I don't know, Your Honor, if there's technical difficulties.
the police went and met with them,
Watched it on my computer and it wasn't doing this.
Well, restart it.
shook their hand, and then proceeded to investigate a vehicle where a young woman was found
Play
dead.
it from my computer because I know it's smooth on that one. I don't think it got copied.
You just need to.
And then
look it up to
transferred these
yours
two
instead
fishermen's
of
DNA
Miss Gratiano's. It should
to
play
the
the
crime
same
scene,
way.
the car. And
Turn that off until you're ready, but
anyways, it was horrible. The one guy, the day before trial was to start, committed suicide. And then the other guy went to trial and was actually convicted. The article I shared, I don't know how old it is. It might be old. I thought he got out. Or maybe when I first heard of the story, they were still working on, yeah, this is an old article. I believe he got out. He was eventually exonerated. But that's what I was talking about in the Zachariah Anderson case about the touch DNA. You really need to go into the detail about what type of DNA this is. It could be transferred so many different ways. What are we doing? Are they still trying to figure out their stream? Yeah, I saw that. The article is 2016. So it's a very old article, and you might be out by now, but that's the case I was talking about. And it's a rough case. I believe there might have even been a Dateline episode about it. But yeah, since we're waiting for the court, I'll tell you the whole story. A college girl.
Go ahead and start it.
Her car was found like sort of down an embankment.
This is Sergeant Humble with the West County Sheriff's Office. It's Wednesday, approximately 2 p.m. on February 25th. This is 6627 Mandan Drive from the exterior. This is the gate that leads to the backyard of 6627 Mandan. As you can see, the gate is locked from the exterior side of the fence. This is the front entry into 6627 Mandan Drive. This would be from the front door. This is the upper level of the home.
We already did this 3 days ago.
2 bedrooms, the kitchen and living room area, and a sliding glass door to the backyard. And then the laundry room area, which exits into the garage for this residence. To the right is the first bedroom. This would be the room where Lena stays.
Can't believe this is more boring than some of the foundational testimony.
So you enter the front hallway. You see that it opens up into the kitchen area of the residence. The kitchen does have a sliding glass door that exits to the backyard of the residence. We will exit that in a moment and show the other side of the gate from the backyard perspective. So the living room area.
I see the fire location because I thought it was in the bedroom. But then with the other officer, it looked like it was in the living room.
Our main hallway. This enters into the master bedroom.
See, we have the most supportive chat here.
Which has an attached bathroom and walk-in closet area. Moving back out towards the garage.
The house did not look like that on its Zillow listing.
The area in front of you is the laundry area. We'll move into the garage.
What was the date of this, if anyone remembers? Because I thought they said that garage was really organized like a few days later. Doesn't look terribly organized. But I'm wondering if this is after she removed her stuff. So this is after she moved out then, February 25th. Am I right, Junie B. Jones? This is after she moved out? I wonder if she tried to take the mattress with her.
Since we're in the garage, I will start with some points of interest. The floor planks that you see on the ground are in the position they were during the first call when Gannon was reported to be missing. You can see that the tops of the boards have been sawed off. These were collected after a blood reagent called Blue Star was used on the ends of the four boards that had been cut, and there was a positive reaction. That positive reaction gives us a presumptive that blood was present on those boards.
This is
on the garage floor in the area that we're looking at between the broom, the cord, and the empty space on the floor. There were some Blue Star reactions on the floor in this area. They were in the form of droplets. They were not very large. As we move from the concrete to the stairs,
picture or video of the suitcase.
There was a Blue Star reaction on the stair showing a potential possible partial shoe impression that, again, with it being Blue Star, that reaction tells us it's presumptive for blood. Moving up into the laundry area.
There's a, you can look
the
it up on
tile
Zillow.
in the laundry room did have positive reaction to the Blue Star, again telling us the potential presence for blood. They were small hits in the laundry area. Basically, they were droplet size, not much larger than that. If we close the laundry room door to the garage.
Is it too loud? This video is kind of loud.
You can see that there is still blood on the door.
You can look up the house on Zillow, and you can do a walkthrough of the house. That's what we
And
did
on the
other
door
day on
handle.
stream.
This would be the door leading into the garage. We'll turn around in the
Not that I'm
laundry
aware
room.
of.
The last blue star hit of note was down at the baseline where the tile meets the carpet. It would be in your right-hand side of the frame where the doorway begins, and that frame for the doorway, there was a hit with the blue star agent right where the carpet meets the tile and meets the threshold for the doorway. That hit then led to us moving into the living room area. Again, this was the upstairs living and kitchen room area. You'll see the carpet area here. The carpet area in focus had a reaction to the blue star. The carpet appears ripped in this area. That rip is for checking the underside of that carpet to look for saturation, and there was none found. The stairs were then tested with the blue star reagent. There were positive hits on the stairs. They were small drop patterns, not much larger than a quarter for most of the stains. There was more of a reaction from the blue star, showing that there was heavy cleaning going on. The cleaning reacts with the blue star, but it does not provide an immediate reaction. It provides a slow illuminating reaction after some time, which indicated to us that there was some cleaning of the stairs and this landing area prior to heading down the stairs. There's luminol reaction on this landing. You can see that the carpet is not in its proper position.
I'll be right
That
back,
carpet
guys.
has also been pulled up underneath the carpet to check for saturation stains to the other side, and none were located. The baseboards around this landing did illuminate when the blue star was applied, showing that presumptive reaction for blood. Continuing down the stairs into the basement, luminol, or correction, blue star was used on the stairs going down. The blue star reacted to the stairs. Again, these were small hits, quarter size, and some significant cleaning. This patch of carpet into the basement, illuminated with blue star, showing that there was a lot of cleaning going on in this area. If you continue around to the right, you'll see that there is a closet. It's a storage closet. We have a bedroom down here, all the way to the right. This would have been Harley's bedroom. We have another bathroom area. This bedroom has a closet attached to it. Go into the storage closet. In the living room, we have.
What did I miss?
The couch. The area removed from the couch was the area that candle wax was located. This was in the area for the Sunday night candle event where the candle was reported to be knocked over. When it was knocked over, it ignited a fire in the carpet. Portion of the carpet that was originally cut out was in this area here. You can still see some of the padding with a burn mark for where the padding melted.
Yeah, I don't
This
think it
would
was
be
her
the area
first.
that the candle landed. While doing the search, the area next to the candle, Blue Star was used. There was a positive hit, again being presumptive for blood. So a larger portion of the carpet was then cut out
Yeah, they
and
haven't gotten
retained so that can be
into
tested.
any of the DNA, the actual testing of it. They talked about swabbing different
Moving
things.
back,
We have no DNA testimony that
in the
I'm
basement,
aware of that I can
getting back
remember.
to the stairs where you came down. Again, Blue Star reacted in this area, showing a large cleaning event. We had a single hit or by this furniture leg, about the size of a quarter. We come around to the hallway. We have a storage room. And then if you continue to the right, you have Gannon's bedroom. Before going into Gannon's bedroom, there was Blue Star used in the hallway. It reacted, showing a small trail, which led to the storage area. On the floor in the storage area, you can see that there are several locations that have been marked with Sharpie. Those are areas that were illuminated with Blue Star and showed a presumptive for blood. That blood was present. There is a trail that leads back into the storage room
Look like
towards the
kids
sump
at
pump
church.
located in the corner.
Just getting through it.
The trail ending at that box. All these boxes were removed. Blue Star was used on the entire room. It was just this particular trail that has been marked and highlighted that was located. There were no other presumptive positives for blood in the storage room. Backing out of the storage room, moving into Gannon's room.
I'm trying to think. I don't recall any DNA testimony in this case yet. Just a collection of not whose it was. Except for Gannon's body, I should say that.
The room is normally set up so that the blue and red table is generally sitting underneath the window. This bed would be set up, ready to go.
Colorado.
The second bed in the room
passed
would
a law.
occupy this voided location, the southwest corner of the room. If you continue around in the room, there is a closet in the northeast corner of the room.
There's a Colorado passed a law last year to ban the death penalty, but I guess it doesn't go into effect until July of this year. So I don't know what that would do. I don't think this is a death penalty case, though.
Of note in Gannon's room is the large stain in the southeast corner of the room.
She looks
The
bored.
markings that you see on the wall are marking spatter marks that were denoted by the Metro Crime Lab. Each of these stickers is indicating a
That's a
blood
lot
spatter
of
pattern
splatter marks.
that was denoted and documented. The carpet had a large stain that saturated through the carpet, through the padding, leaving this stain on the concrete. For marking purposes, a red Sharpie was used to outline the outskirts of the pattern, showing you how large the pattern actually is.
He lost so much blood, it stained the concrete.
Over here, you can see where the carpet and the padding, what they would look like if they were present. I will then reverse my steps, go back up to the living area. I will go out the sliding glass door and show you the reverse side of the side gate, showing you that it does not lock from the interior, but it locks from the exterior side. And that will conclude the video tour at that point.
Yeah, nosebleed, picking scabs. That's what she said, right? I assume the landlord would have. Yeah, the defense is like sleeping over there. His comment is right here.
This would be the rear yard of 6627.
If I had to have stepped away from this trial at all today, I'm glad it was
This portion of the fence has recently been removed. It was not the original position of that fence.
What was the fence?
During our
removed?
initial walkthrough of the scene. This is the exterior of the side gate leading to the front of the residence. As you can see, the rear side of this fence or interior side of this fence is not secured. It is secured by the padlock on the front side of the gate. This will conclude the video.
Have a nice night.
Of 6627 Mandan Drive by Sergeant Hubble. Current time is approximately 2:23 p.m.
Right, Sergeant Hubble, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
I don't think she knows how to tell the truth. I think every word that comes out of her mouth is a lie. It might accidentally be right, but it's a lie.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Hubble, by the time you shot this video on February 25th, 2020, had Al Stauch moved out of the residence and had the sheriff's department basically held that residence?
That is correct, yes.
Do you know approximately when Mr. Stauch moved out of the residence?
I don't recall.
That's fine. Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Hi, Sergeant. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How
How
are you?
riveting
I'm
this
good.
is.
So what date was this video taken?
I believe that was I have to relook at my notes again. I'm sorry. Blanking here from my
Have a
cold.
good night, Pep.
Oh, okay. What,
It was late in February.
okay. What was the date of the actual Blue Star application? At the Marianne
The
Drive address?
searches were several days prior to that.
Okay. And were you able to get any photographic evidence or video of the actual Blue Star illuminating or fluorescing under the dark lights?
I know one of the techs was having a hard time capturing their Blue Star hits. There were several different applications applied. So there were some that were captured and some that weren't. You'd have to speak with the crime scene techs to get a total on that.
Okay, but it looks like in your report, you were there at the house when the Blue Star was applied and that testing.
Yeah,
was
the
done,
other
correct?
defense
I was
attorney
there,
needs
yes.
to be talking.
How many crime scene techs were there when the Blue Star was applied and, you know, everybody was marking on the ground with Sharpies, like here's a hit, here's a hit, here's a hit. Do you remember how many people were there?
For the instance where the Blue Star illuminated in the storage area, which is the one where the Sharpies were used, we had 2 crime scene techs there. we had to pull all those boxes out. So I believe there was myself and I think 2 to 3 other detectives, I don't recall specifically, that were present as well.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, in the storage room, you had some hits that was marked or memorialized by Sharpie marks on the concrete, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like there's a wall of boxes. And then looks like there's some small hits that go right up to this wall of boxes, correct?
Yes.
Since you brought it up, and I just want to clarify, beyond the wall of boxes, there was a sump pump in the corner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any markings or any hits near this sump pump?
How are you?
There might have been some smaller hits closer, but it ended at the sump pump.
Okay. And were these hits, so beyond this wall of boxes, there were additional hits, is your
There
testimony?
may have been 1 or 2 hits, yes.
Okay.
The trail ends basically at the sump pump, so the boxes may have covered up 1 or 2 or 3 of the hits in that area.
Okay.
There wouldn't be any more than that.
But you took all the boxes out to make sure any positive hits for blood through the Blue Star were not covered.
Yeah,
up,
the room was
correct?
empty when they Blue Starred, yes.
Okay. And there would have been a photograph of every hit or some kind of documentation of every hit?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the Blue Star actually testing for?
The Blue Star's given us a presumptive for to
Follow up on that. That
really
was a good
specific, you'd need to talk to the crime lab about that.
So
But
he
it gives
doesn't
us the building blocks of blood, which is protein and iron.
Okay. So it's not actually presumptive for blood, it's presumptive for the presence of iron.
Well, for the chemicals that make up blood or the elements that make up blood. That's why it's a presumptive.
The
It
main
tells us
one,
to test more.
one of the main elements of blood is iron, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's a good question. How did they get banned from YouTube?
Do you know if at any point there had been any swabs taken of some of the blood to test for DNA or blood match identification, anything like that?
On the presumptive hits?
Yes, or before the Blue
Yeah, the
Star was done, was there like DNA swabs taken of any of these marks, any of these probable or likely blood spatter to
Yes,
To do testing.
there were swabs taken, yes.
Okay. Were you there at the house when the swabs were collected or taken?
Yes.
Okay. And presumably there was further testing done on those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually collect the swabs or would that have been CSI technicians?
No, the CSI technicians would do that.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Boring.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Do any of the
That's
jurors
it.
have any questions for Sergeant Hubble? Just write it down as support.
Oh, they have some questions.
Council would retrieve that, approach the bench, please.
I love jury questions. They're usually so much better than the attorney questions. They just go like straight to the heart of the matter. What? You guys should throw out questions if you had to ask or if you could ask the witness any questions. I would have hammered him a little more on his inability to talk about Blue Star, where its name come from. Why is it called that? Is it actually blue? Why did you unalive guy? Yeah, there you go. Just mix it up a little. You sub to a creator who reports. Huh. Interesting. I have no idea if it's the same as luminol. It's the way it reacts, I guess, to cleaners. It sounds like it is. And maybe it's just a trade name, like luminol is a trade name. But I want to know what this guy's involvement was other than just walking through and taking a video. He didn't swab anything. Are they going to agree?
Sergeant Hubble, sorry. Sergeant Hubble, Blue Star reacts with blood to make it visible. Does Blue Star in any way compromise the subsequent analysis of the collected blood sample?
Such a good question.
That would be a great question for the crime lab. I
don't
know how
know.
they rule out what portion was Blue Star. When we go from presumptive to actually a final analysis, a scientist would be able to explain it to you better. They have a very pinpoint specific chemical makeup that they're looking for. When they say something's positive for blood, they mean it's
Well, let me start off by saying I
100%
don't know,
positive
but I'll
after
give you
lab
some
testing.
explanation after the fact.
So I don't know what their process is. So I couldn't answer if they test out the Blue
6 p.m.
Star
here.
or if the Blue Star doesn't affect it at all. I don't know the answer.
Okay. And
Jury's very smart.
that answer is helpful for the next question, which I'm not going to ask a lot of because I think it's more properly directed to other witnesses, but I will ask this question. Was the trash bin outside searched for evidence?
The night that the original search was done by my team, Sergeant Kurt Smith was there
Not my job.
and present. And I believe he
Objection,
informed me
hearsay.
that that trash can was
Objection, hearsay.
looked at, yes, from my memory.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution,
No, thank you.
Mr. Cook? All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right,
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
on to the next. I do
Amanda
love
Van
the
Nest.
Sorry, last name?
Van Nest,
Van Nest.
VANEST.
Thank you.
Van Nest. Who is Van Nest? Yeah, the jury's been on top of it with questions.
Ms. Van Nest, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Up there. Yep. Everybody does.
Everybody does that. It's okay. All right. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand.
Should
Please
use
watch your
blue
step as
star
you
on
step into the
Anderson.
stand.
Everybody's been doing that too.
Okay, thank you.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Amanda Van Nest, Amanda. My last name is 2 words, V as in Victor, A, N as in Nancy, space, N as in Nancy, EST.
Ms. Van Nest, what work do you do?
I am a forensic nurse examiner at UC Health Memorial Hospital.
What is a forensic nurse examiner?
So a forensic nurse examiner is a registered nurse that sees patients who are exposed to violence.
How long have you been doing that work?
Okay.
I have been there and doing that for about 6.5 years.
Do you have some education that allows you to do that job?
I do.
Please tell the jury about that.
So I have my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing and my registered nurse license through the state of Colorado.
Maybe she's the
In
one that
addition to
examined
that,
the
there
defendant.
was education that was that I took. It was a 64-hour course specific to forensic nursing. And then in addition to that, I did a full-time orientation for 12 weeks.
Do you have professional affiliations as well?
I do. I am affiliated with the International Association of Forensic Nurses.
Do you have particular certifications as well?
Somebody
I do.
asked
I have
me
my SANE adult adolescent and
If
SANE
the-
pediatric certifications through the IAFN.
if the defendant got a
Do you
rape
also
kit
attend regular
done,
training?
I
I
didn't
do.
know the answer.
Tell the jury about that, please.
But I'm betting
So in order to
one of you
maintain
does.
my specialized certifications, so my SANE A and SANE P, I have to, like losing my words, I have to complete continuing education credits for that. And I believe off the top of my head, I'm trying to think, but I believe it's somewhere in the realm of 30 continuing education credits every 2 years for both of those certifications.
Yes, the qualifications
Perfect, thank you.
for her to be.
Have you ever testified as an expert as a forensic nurse examiner?
I have.
How many times?
Roughly 6,
What jurisdictions?
El Paso County.
Okay. Can you give the jury I guess, a scope of what it means to be a forensic nurse examiner, just what you do in your day-to-day work?
Yes, so as a forensic nurse examiner at UC Health Memorial Hospital, because everywhere's a little bit different. But in terms of what I do, like I said, I see anybody who's been exposed to violence. So things that kind of follow under that umbrella are domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, human trafficking, physical assault, strangulations. And then in addition to that, we also are able to perform suspect evidence collections for law enforcement.
How do you determine that somebody's been exposed to violence?
We are notified either by the primary nurse that's caring for them, or if the patient has reported a sexual assault, we're notified by like
She
the
seems
intake,
really nervous. I don't think she testifies
at the
much.
emergency room when they come in.
Take a
The techs
breath.
at intake or the providers in intake
Relax.
of them at that time.
Okay.
Prosecutor should
And
be.
I sort of jumped ahead a little bit
slowing
here,
her
but
down.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for a qualification of Ms. Van Nest as an expert witness as a forensic nurse examiner.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You notice they didn't ask her how many
So,
times she's been
when we're
qualified to
talking
testify
about,
before. I don't think they did.
the way that you determine whether somebody's been exposed to violence. Is that something that you typically will rely on? So other people will collect information, you'll review that information, and then determine a course of action onto how you're going to interact with that person as well?
A lot of times, typically, we get very minimal information from the primary nurse, from the provider, just that, hey, they're here and they're reporting, the specific situation. We would like you to see them. Or, hey, we're concerned that this could be going on. We would like you to see them.
And is it typical for you to rely on that sort of input from other nurses to give you that information?
Yes.
The types of information that you might get to determine that somebody's been exposed to violence, can that be a self-reported exposure to violence, meaning that a person is saying they have been a victim?
Yes.
That would be awesome.
Can it be that police potentially are bringing somebody in and they are saying this person has been a victim of violence?
Yes.
Are all of those fairly typical interactions or ways that you become involved in a case?
They are.
She's so nervous.
I want to jump into a particular investigation that we've been sitting here listening to witnesses from for a little over a week now, and that's the investigation into Gannon Stauch, who went missing on January 27th, 2020. Did you get involved in that investigation?
I did.
When did you get involved?
I became involved on January 29th, 2020.
What were the circumstances of you becoming involved in this case?
I was notified by the primary nurse that Letecia had come into the hospital reporting chest pain, and she was also reporting a sexual assault.
Do you know how she got to the hospital?
I cannot recall.
Please tell me she did not.
The records that you would have, would it be something that would record that information?
It would.
Do you remember being told that it was by ambulance, that she was brought to the hospital by ambulance?
Yes, thank you.
She's so.
And you mentioned that you were told that Letecia, as you knew at the time, was suffering from chest pain and dizziness, I think you just said?
Yes, that's correct.
What about her condition? Was it stable, unstable?
I thought
It was stable at the time.
What does that mean when somebody's condition is stable?
That there wasn't anything that was life-threatening at that time.
Okay.
And sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was deemed by the emergency room provider.
Okay. Do you also rely on information that is reported to you by EMS staff that is, like in this case, traveling with a patient by ambulance to the hospital?
Yes, I do.
What information did you get as it relates to that portion of the information?
At that time, I did not get report from the EMS staff. I had just gotten report from the primary nurse in the emergency room, as they were the ones that had spoken with EMS.
As a forensic nurse examiner, have you had a chance to review any records that have recollections of that information?
Yes.
And what was that information that EMS reported in those records?
To the best of my recollection, when going over that, that EMS had reported that she had reported chest pain along with sexual assault.
What about her interactions with people in the ambulance, as to would she talk sometimes and then not talk other times?
Best of my recollection, because I'm having a hard time remembering.
That's okay.
I know that she had not spoken a lot about the sexual assault.
Okay. And
she's
obviously
scared.
This has
She's
been
gonna
3
go
years
like
ago now,
freak
correct?
out as soon
That
as
is
she gets
correct.
off the stand.
If I showed you a particular page, would it refresh your memory as to specifics as to what EMS reported in these records?
It would.
For anyone who's curious, the EMS records that she's looking at and the stuff she's testifying to is technically hearsay, but it's admitted.
May I approach and refresh memory?
You may, go ahead.
And just so that defense is tracking with me, I'm at pagination number 480068. I'm also, while I'm going up there just to save steps, going to provide the witness with People's Exhibits 340 through 353, which are photographs.
It's admitted to refresh your memory, but you can also testify to it.
Yeah.
And it's not hearsay
So if you
because
could
an
read this
expert's
paragraph
allowed
here
to
and someone
use
to
out-of-court
acknowledge
statements as
Yes.
the basis for their opinion.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Do you remember there being a distinction in what EMS
Can I
was
go to
reporting as to when Letecia would talk and when she would not talk?
Yes. It was reported by EMS that she would speak with them when law enforcement was not present. But then when law enforcement was present, she tended to be quiet and not talk, pretended to be asleep.
You might want to
Did
slow
she
down for this
also
one,
make
then.
any statements as to any neurological issues that she may be facing at that time?
Not to me.
Okay, but I'm talking to the EMS that's recorded in those records.
No.
Okay. Is it typical for when somebody comes in under this sort of a scenario that they would be provided a HIPAA form?
Yes.
What is HIPAA, first of all?
So HIPAA is basically the patient's right to privacy to protect their medical records. When they come in contact with me, that is one of the forms that I review with them.
So did you review this specific form with this person?
I did.
And does this basically, are they asked to sign the form at some point?
They are.
Does that acknowledge that they understand what their rights are as far as privacy and that they understand all of that
Why
sort
are we
of thing?
going through
Yes.
this stuff?
When you went over this particular form with Letecia on January 29th, did she make that indication that she understood her
It's a weird
HIPAA
question.
rights and signed that form with no problems?
Yes.
Are those fairly important rights that people should be made aware of when they're going in for hospital care?
Absolutely.
Can that sometimes be confusing for people?
It can.
Was there any confusion on this on the part of this person?
You can rephrase the question as to how she appeared.
Sure. Did she appear to have any confusion or problems with this particular form or understanding the gravity of signing a HIPAA form?
She did not appear to.
Do you remember how she signed
How
that
old are you
particular
that you have
form?
CDs?
What name? It's okay.
On my medical release form, I believe she signed it Tisha.
Okay, perfect. Is there also a place on that form for the date?
Yes, there is.
Did she put the correct date on that form?
So that would have been myself filling that out.
Okay.
And then
all right.
reviewing it with her. So
Okay. The person that you were having contact with that had gone over this form with you and then signed it, is that person here in the courtroom?
yes,
Will you please identify her by where she is sitting and what she's wearing, please?
yes, she is sitting over there and she's wearing a green long sleeve shirt.
You're gesturing over to your right
Hitting
to
her
defense
hair
counsel table?
and
Yes, I am.
fingers.
And is it either of these two males or is it a female?
The female.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'd ask that the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you.
It's official. There's
Just want
two
to make sure
genders
Mr.
listed
Cook was
in nurse.
paying attention over here. When you're having interactions with Letecia at that time, was a detective around all the time?
No,
Was there often a lot of time when you were just one-on-one with her?
majority of the time I was one-on-one with her.
When you have contact with a person under these sorts of scenarios, do you tell them what an FNE is, a forensic nurse examiner?
I do.
Is it oftentimes foreign for people to understand what your job is and how you're going to potentially help them?
Yes,
Do you have to go through a lengthy explanation of what your role is?
I do.
What does that sound like when you go?
Yeah, so my spiel with a patient is I'm a forensic nurse examiner. I am a nurse that is specialized in caring for patients who have been exposed to
Objection asked
violence.
and answered.
And kind of like I explained it before. So these include patients who have been exposed to domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse. I believe I left out elder abuse earlier, strangulation, human trafficking, kind of all of those types of things. I understand that you're here today because of whatever they're there for. So in this case, I understand that you were here because you were sexually assaulted. Is that right? So she confirmed that for me. And so then I go into a little bit further. Here are the different things that I can offer for you. Everything that I do is entirely up to my patient. They don't have to do anything, but it is something that we do offer.
So you're leading right into my next question, and that is, can a person that's in the hospital under these conditions say, you know what, I appreciate you giving me that spiel. I don't want to talk to you.
Absolutely.
Does that happen sometimes?
It does.
What did this person do, the Letecia, when you had contact with her?
She wanted to continue talking with me.
When you said that you asked them to verify the nature
what
of
you
the
wish
claim,
for.
did you do that with her?
I did.
What did she say happened?
And specify her gender.
Initially, I, just confirmed that she was sexually assaulted. She had reported to me that that her son was missing because he had been kidnapped by a construction worker that had come into the home and sexually assaulted her.
So the same person, according to her, both sexually assaulted her and kidnapped her 11-year-old stepson.
Correct.
So we are on story
Do you
4.
do you make an offer to people that are in the hospital under these conditions to perform some sort of a physical examination?
I do.
What's the purpose of this physical exam?
Track of the timeline.
So the purpose of the physical
based on her
exam,
life.
and I can kind of go into all of it, all of the different things that I talk about with them and her options. But the first part of that is to get a history from her as to what happened. So that better allows me to come up and establish my plan of care for medical diagnosis and treatment. The physical exam is next. So depending on what she told me happened, that helps me to figure out where I need to collect evidence. It helps me figure out what areas I need to focus on, in terms of where there could be potential injury, those types of things. And then the third part of that is also medications. So we offer different medications as well to prevent sexually transmitted infections, pregnancy prevention, and HIV.
Is this exam that you're describing, can it be fairly invasive and potentially shocking to somebody that's already gone through some traumatic event?
I would say it can be.
Did Letecia, when you had contact with her then on that day, did she want to go forward with this process? At least express that early on.
She did, yes.
Is it typical for you to go over psychological and social history with a person?
Yes,
Did you do that with this person?
I did.
What information did you learn from her as far as psychological history?
So in terms of her psychosocial history, we obtain just a lot of information about the patient themselves, who they live with, who's, kids in the home, are there weapons in the home, drug and alcohol use, is there any domestic violence? All of these different things help to assess for risk factors so that we can figure out, are there additional safety concerns or additional resources that we can offer?
And are you just asking them for
Yes.
their own self-report of their psychosocial history?
Yes.
Do you ever have opportunity to look at other sources for that? Like say, if somebody's seen a psychologist in the past, would you have access to that necessarily?
Not necessarily, no.
So most of the time, is it just self-report?
Yes.
Did Letecia, when you had contact with her, report any sort of psychological history?
She reported a history of generalized anxiety disorder.
What does generalized anxiety disorder mean?
So I'm not a psychiatrist. So my understanding as a nurse, generally, so it's anxiety. So it's kind of that worry that would cross into
what I have.
Your everyday life. So it's excessive worry, unrealistic worry, that kind of takes over your everyday.
Does that rise to the level of a severe mental disease or defect?
Objection, foundation outside of.
Cause for legal conclusion.
You'd have to lay further foundation for further expertise.
Well, Judge, I think that a layperson under statute, under these conditions, can give their opinion as to that information, which we will
Not
get to.
that way,
I understand
yes.
what you're saying, though.
Well, she can testify about how she appeared and whether she thought that there was a mental disease or something like that. The problem that you had was that you asked for the severe mental disease, and she said that she's not a psychologist. So I think there's some things that you can get, just not that particular question.
I agree with you. I was just saying that the statute does allow that sort of lay opinion testimony. Did she also give you a description of any medication that she was prescribed as it relates to this generalized anxiety?
Yes. She reported that she took lorazepam or Ativan as needed.
In your experience, have you had contact with people that have that sort of generalized anxiety that are prescribed with lorazepam?
I believe I have.
Okay.
Yeah, she seems
I guess
gross.
during
I would
this
agree.
portion of your contact with Letecia at the hospital, were you also in contact with detectives from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was.
And did you also know that that Letecia was coming directly from the sheriff's office in that ambulance to the hospital for the same exam?
After she arrived, yes.
Okay. And this goes towards your interactions and why you're having these types of interactions with her going forward. Were you being told
Constantly
by somebody
fluctuates.
from El Paso County Sheriff's Office that there was a warrant coming to collect particular types of evidence?
I was.
Search warrant, I mean, not an arrest warrant.
Yes, correct.
What do you do with that information in mind? Is there anything?
Just knowing that that is going to be part of my plan of care for her.
Okay. At some point, roughly about 6:45 PM on January 29th, did you describe for Letecia two different types of exams? A suspect exam, I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off, a suspect exam and a sane exam.
I did.
What are the differences between a suspect exam and a sane exam?
So the suspect exam is what he was talking about in regards to the search warrant. So with the search warrant, there are specific things that are ordered to be collected by a judge. So when I was talking earlier about the sane exam, everything being voluntary, the suspect evidence collection, none of that is voluntary. All of those things are required and stated in the search warrant. In regards to the sane exam, that is still something that is, or sexual assault exam, that is still something that is entirely up to her in regards to what she wants to do with that piece.
Did she appear to understand from her interactions with you that she understood, first of all, the difference between a suspect exam and a sane exam?
Yes.
Great movie.
Did she indicate to you whether she wanted to continue
So
to move
anytime I heard
forward
Full
with this
Metal Jacket.
process?
Relevance on the site, people be Welch, and that's the approach.
This witness seems to be hotly contested. It is. I tried to get my son to watch it and found it boring, which I was really awesome, especially the first half. Let's see. All right, we're past 2 hours. I don't think I'll get copyright struck. This witness is extremely nervous, which is amazing to me. If she's testified, someone said 6 times before. Everyone throw out their, what am I going to say, Full Metal Jacket quotes. I didn't know they stacked shit that high. Oh, that's probably enough, and I'm going to get struck if I play it too long. Yeah, I know some people do have stage fright. And I'll tell you, I was called as a witness once. I had to sit on the witness stand. Woman wanted to retain me on litigation. And I said, it's not worth your money. I'm going to be too expensive. What you're fighting over is, it was like $1,200 or something. I said, you could pay me $5 and I'll go argue 12. Anyways, I didn't retain her. And then I got a call from the court once that said, hey, you're on this lady's witness list. We're in trial. You're supposed to be here. I said, I didn't get noticed, but I showed up. And she wanted me to testify about a settlement offer, which is generally not admissible. But okay, I sat up on the stand and she asked me a handful of questions, but it was still nerve-wracking. You know, I was an attorney and, you know, I had done the I'd been on the other side of the witness stand before. It was still kind of nerve-wracking to be sitting up there. Whole lot of loving. I don't. I am limited here. I have a lot of copyright-free music, and because I don't know what rules I can break and how far I can push this. I don't want, a 3-hour stream getting kicked off of YouTube because I played, a few minutes of a song. I got this. I don't know. Yeah, she's a psycho killer in my opinion, and she ran from the police. And the ghetto, that was more appropriate for some of the witnesses on Anderson than maybe this one. Any legal questions that I can answer while we're sitting here waiting for the conference on the mound?
The objections overruled, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. So after
Let's see what I can
you
do
give
with
this
these
exam,
sounds.
this description of there's 2 different types of exams that are potential in this particular case. And I think I already asked you this, but just to make sure, did she indicate that she still wanted to proceed forward, even though there were potentially 2 prongs going forward?
Yes,
Did she seem to understand to you that what those 2 different prongs were,
yes, she did.
and verbalize to you that she still wanted to go forward?
Yes,
Is there a separate place in the hospital that you take somebody under these conditions to potentially collect this type of evidence from a person's body?
yes.
Is that basically an evidence collection room?
That is our exam room.
Okay. Did you go over the idea with this person, Letecia, about collecting
they just have
specimens from her
results.
body?
I did.
Does that include giving her an advisement of what that means?
Yes, as I do the evidence collection, I let her know, in this case, for example, the search warrant, what it says. So she specifically knows what I'm going to be collecting.
Okay. And is that something that a person would sign off on?
That is something that they can sign off on.
Did this person, Letecia, did she sign off on it?
She did.
At some point, did she indicate to you that her daughter may be in the waiting room?
She did.
What did she say about that?
She had told me that her daughter was in the waiting room and that she was a good source of support. And so that she wanted her present for when we did the scene exam portion.
Did Letecia then leave the exam room and go to wherever she's suggesting her daughter is?
She did. After the suspect evidence collection was completed off of the search warrant, she had gone to the waiting room, told me she was going to the waiting room to get her daughter.
And was the plan, at least the way you understood it, was that she would return and complete the SANE exam?
That is correct.
Did she return?
No, she did not.
What types of evidence did you collect with her? So we've now had the 2 different things sort of discussed. The evidence collection under the, from a suspect basically, did you collect some things from her at that time?
I did.
Tell the jury what that was.
So I collected buccal swabs, which are swabs of the inside of her cheek for her DNA. I also collected fingernail scrapings, so scrapings from underneath her fingernails. And I also, in addition on the search warrant, collected blood for her DNA, as well as a direct visualization of her head and of her hands with photo documentation.
We'll talk about that visual examination in just a moment. What do you do when you collect buckles?
So I take 2 cotton tip swabs. They look like Q-tips out of a pre-sealed package. And I swab the inside of both cheeks of my patient. After I do that, I put it in a drying rack that's labeled with buckle and time it.
And why do you do it that way?
That's my process, and that's the way that I always do it, so I make sure that I don't mess up or do anything that
Someone
would
said the defendant
hinder
was
that.
laughing.
Is it basically to just ensure that
Close
it's
eye on
a viable collection of DNA essentially?
Yes.
Once it's dried, what do you do with it?
Once it's dried, I will package it into an envelope and label it with what it is, with the patient's name, my initials, and the date and time that I collected it, and seal it with an evidence seal. It's red evidence tape, and then I will initial that tape as well to verify that I am the one that's doing the packaging.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 371?
As long as it's only pictures of her hands.
Ms. Van Ness, do you recognize People's Exhibit 371?
Yeah, she's kind of joking over there.
I don't.
Do you see the evidence sticker on there?
I do.
Should have some sort of a description. Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yeah.
She has a witch's cackle when she laughs.
Okay.
I can imagine her
You
like
recognize that now?
I do, yes.
Insane laugh.
If item appeared to be?
It appears to be 41-1, which is search warrant collection of Letecia, 8/4/1983, collected by state nurse.
Is that the buccal swabs that you collected from Letecia Stauch, the defendant in this case, back on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
And is it typical that if you notice as you're holding it, that it's cooler than everything else in the room probably?
Yes,
Is it typical because it's a DNA sample that those are kept cold?
that is my understanding.
Does that, would you need to open that to verify that that's the buccal swabs that you collected, or do you trust it based on that lab?
I trust that that's right, but to say with 100% certainty, I would have to open it.
This
So
is what
there
I
are
was
some gloves there to your
thinking
right, and there should
when
be some scissors as well.
when they were going over the autopsy of Gannon and they were talking about all the stab and slice wounds and stuff, I said, whoever did this probably had some injuries.
Your Honor, while she's opening that, once I move for admission, if this is admitted, because it does have to be kept cold, we would ask permission to then take it back to the freezer.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. She's
Do you
over
have
there
a preference on where this needs to be cut?
No, I don't have a preference, whatever is most convenient for you.
Okay.
The only issue I see is chain of custody because she's going to have, it's going to have a hole in it.
Yeah, so we can actually write a report about that with our investigator. That's who brought it up to me.
Okay.
She couldn't handle the truth so much. Yeah, she definitely emotes.
So there, it looks like there's 3 different items inside of that bigger bag. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it looks like you're holding a whitish envelope-sized item.
I am.
And what does that appear to be?
So this is the evidence collection kit that I collected. So in here, I would have put
wants
her
to eat 'em.
buccal swabs as well as the fingernail scrapings.
Does it appear to be the actual buccal swabs that you collected back on January 29th, 2020?
I would have to open it again to tell
Okay.
you for sure.
All right, go ahead and open it.
Okay.
She has absolutely no impulse control. I got away from her on the 27th of January for sure.
Yes.
More envelopes.
More envelopes. So these are the envelopes that I was talking about that I put the cotton swabs into. So this one is labeled buccal swabs. And yes, this is what I collected.
These are the buccal swabs that you collected from this defendant back on January 29th, 2020.
Correct.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you collected them back in January 29th?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 371. And then with the.
One of these days, they're going to
obviously
get
the,
the
condition
actual
that I expressed just
DNA
a moment ago.
evidence.
Mr. Delaney,
No objection.
Exhibit 371 will be admitted. Go ahead.
May I retrieve that exhibit, Your Honor,
Okay.
and turn that back over to our investigator to put back in the.
And so that the record is clear, you have this designated as just posted on. It's also, right?
Yes, that's the one. It should be, inside of that, are there also the finger, clippings, scrapings
That is correct.
from the same defendant that you collected the buckles on?
That is correct.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
So they didn't actually do a rape kit on her then. Why would she refuse such a thing? Did I hear that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like she left and didn't do the rape kit. Yeah, she left so they couldn't do it. That's what I thought I heard.
It's like a Russian nesting egg. You just kept pulling out envelopes.
I did.
So we talked earlier about the defendant
Hey,
left
Jennifer, we're gonna have to talk
after
about
saying
this.
that she wanted to go see her daughter in the waiting room, and did she ever come back?
She did not.
During your interaction with her, do you ask her specific questions about what might have happened, when it happened, if there's any injuries that you need to look at, that kind of thing?
I do.
When did she indicate to you that this sexual assault purportedly happened?
She reported that it happened on January 27th between 2:45 and 4 in the afternoon.
Did she say where it happened?
At her home.
Did she give you any indication as to a potential suspect as to that committed this sexual assault?
She did. She reported it was a construction worker named Eduardo.
It was a construction worker from the neighborhood that she lived in?
Yes.
A little bit leading, but it's still on line number 4. So that's our timeline. Head down.
Did she also describe some interaction of her stepson as she's being sexually assaulted to you?
She did.
As it relates to this person who is assaulting her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She reported that her stepson, while she was being sexually assaulted by Eduardo, had jumped on his back to try to get him off of her.
Okay.
Do you
that's
ask
consistent with
questions,
line 4.
and I guess this might be pertaining to whether you're going to successfully find potentially DNA samples from a suspect and that kind of thing? Do you ask questions about any bodily fluid transfers, that kind of thing?
I do.
Did you ask this particular defendant those questions as well?
I did.
Such as, did the person that sexually assaulted ejaculate?
Yes.
Did she have any information for you on that?
She did not.
Did she specifically say, I don't think so, when asked if the assailant had ejaculated?
Yes, she did.
Do you also ask whether they've cleaned themselves? So if a sexual assault victim has come in, let me back up. Is it common for a sex assault victim to want to clean themselves right away after being sexually assaulted?
It is.
So do you ask questions about that when you're dealing with somebody that is reporting this type of activity to you?
I do.
Did you ask that of this defendant?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had bathed or showered since the assault occurred?
She said yes, she had.
What about, do you ask about clothing, if they've changed clothing since the assault?
I do.
What did she say about clothing?
That she had changed her clothing and had washed it.
When you were having interaction with her, obviously she'd indicated to you that she had bathed/showered. Did she appear to have bathed and showered?
No, she didn't.
Why do you say no, she didn't?
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy, so it did not appear to have been for her to have showered recently.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I? Yeah, I'm okay.
Do you get a little nervous when you testify? Or does the chair give you trouble?
No, yes, I do.
Okay.
We couldn't tell.
During your whole interaction with her, was she able to make eye contact with you and communicate regularly?
She was.
She give you any indication that would cause you to think she wasn't understanding what was happening?
No, she did not.
Does she give you a long description of the alleged attack that she is saying that she suffered?
No, she did not.
Okay. Well, when you're going through the, let me pull this particular page up. The FNE history, do you remember writing that?
I do.
Do you put a longer quote of hers that's a direct quote because of quotation marks as to what she said specifically about this sex assault?
Yes.
Do you remember that specific longer quote as you sit there today?
I would have to look at it again.
Okay. To refresh your
To
memory?
refresh my memory or to be able to say specifically what that said.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And for the record, this is pagination 480053.
This witness is actually taking a lot longer than I thought she was going to. I think it's because she's nervous. Eduardo equals George Glass. What was the other guy's name? Her next story is Welcome to the Waiting Room. You've been a Mexican American all your life and you've never heard.
Did that refresh your memory? And
Yes.
to get it word for word, would it be easiest for you to actually read the quote itself?
It would.
Go ahead and read that particular quote. And let me be clear, is this a quote that's coming directly from you to her and this
Yes,
is
Quincy
verbatim
Brown.
what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
She
and
had
I asked specifically for the patient to tell me what happened to her and her body during the assault.
Okay. And what did she tell you in response to that?
So she said, so I don't know any other way to explain it. He was waiting in our home and sorry. Any other way to explain it? He was waiting in our home and he grabbed me. Well, it was leading up to all of that. He grabbed me and pushed me down in my son's room. I was kind of like fighting back because he wasn't much bigger than me, you know. Then at that point, he just started forcing himself on me and taking off my pants. He didn't never take off my shirt, but I was saying no. And I remember like a little bit of my back started hurting and my head was hitting the floor, the concrete. Then I could tell that he, you know, like I could tell that I had to give in, just basically give up.
All right. Let me retrieve that from you. As a result of that particular description, were you able then to do a physical exam of the defendant to see if there were any injuries, such as she said she was hitting her head on the concrete?
That was, yeah, it's part of the exam.
Did you in fact do that physical exam of this particular defendant?
I did, according to the search warrant.
Okay. Did you take photographs of that?
I did.
I put on there, or I handed you earlier, People's Exhibits 340 through 353. Can you go ahead and flip through those and let me know when you're done?
So who is this exactly?
So this is the nurse that examined her at the ER for the rape test and all that, and did some DNA testing and things. A friend of mine is curious about the exposure case you mentioned earlier. Is that the defense, my creative defense?
I was listening to a little bit in the car, so.
Did you have a chance to look through those?
Yes.
What are those photographs
Photos that I took.
of this defendant
Correct.
on
written
January 29,
statement
2020?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it
Are they
made by
fair
the
and accurate
defendant? So it's a
representations as to
party
what you saw
opponent.
when you were doing this physical exam of her on that date?
Yes.
All right,
And
move
an
for
exception
admission
to
of
the
340 through
hearsay rule.
353 and permission to publish.
No objection. 340 through 353 will
That
be
makes sense.
admitted. Go ahead.
So it's an exception to the hearsay rule because the defendant's party opponent.
And Ms. Van Nest, there's obviously the two screens there. If it's easier for you as we're going through these, you can just look at the photos in front of you, or you can turn around and point things out on the actual exhibits on the screens too. Is that okay?
Yeah.
If you want to look at the screens, there's a pointer there in the witness stand somewhere. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 340.
Who are you talking about?
is this how she looked on January 29th?
Yes, so this would have been my initial photograph. We do an initial photograph to say, yes, this is who we are taking photos of.
Are there any injuries apparent on this particular photo that would corroborate what she's saying happened to her 2 days prior?
No.
People's 341. Looks like just a left side profile.
That is correct.
Any apparent injuries on her at that time that would corroborate what she told you that happened 2 days prior?
No.
People's 342. Is this right side profile?
Yes.
Are there any apparent injuries on her right side profile that would corroborate what she told you happened 2 days prior?
No.
344. What is this, the back of the head essentially?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries that would corroborate soreness to the back of her head that she was reporting to you?
I did not.
Did you feel any lumps?
I did not.
Any bruising apparent?
So no injuries.
Any
You
blood?
guys need to talk
No.
louder.
In this particular photo, do you see any injuries that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
No.
340, what number am I on? 44? 344, thank you.
Bring it right up to me.
This top of head?
Yes.
Again, same questions. Any apparent injuries in this photo that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
No.
Any lumps or swellings or blood or bruising?
None that I noted. No.
George Glass, imaginary boyfriend
345.
from the Brady Bunch.
So close up of that same scalp. Is this a close up of this
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And any injuries noted in the picture of her close up of the scalp that would corroborate what she told you 2 days prior?
No.
346. Is it typical for you to take a look at their hands?
In this case, per the search warrant, yes.
Okay.
Did you say she smacked
As we're
her head?
looking at, I assume these
concrete.
are Leticia's hands sitting on a table in front of her.
That is correct.
Were there any injuries apparent on the backs of her hands that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
I had noted abrasions and a bruise to her hands.
Okay. Those are not necessarily, well, can you see any of those in this particular photograph?
I can see an abrasion on her left hand.
So point that out using that
Interesting.
pointer. Is it sometimes, can it be difficult to determine age of an abrasion on somebody's skin like that?
Yes.
Can you tell whether something is more fresh or older, generally speaking?
It gets yes and no. It's hard for me. Everybody is so different in how they heal and how injuries present on somebody. So it's really hard for me to say how long an injury has been there.
Okay, let's go on to 347. This appears to be right hand with palm down on the desk, is that right?
That is correct.
Do you see any injuries on this photo that would corroborate what she told you occurred 2 days prior?
I see an injury on her pinky.
Okay, point that out. So sort of the inside along the edge of the nail,
That is correct.
348. What are we looking at in 348?
We are looking at a pinpoint abrasion.
What can cause a pinpoint abrasion like that?
So an abrasion is just essentially it's another word for a scrape. So just a superficial injury. So scraping it on a surface, even scratching, those types of things can cause that.
Okay. 349.
Killing someone.
I'm sorry. Is that 349 that we have? Yeah. Okay. Do you see any apparent injuries in people's 349?
I do.
Point that out for the jury and describe what we're looking at.
Those hands look very gross.
I also noted this to be an abrasion as well. And I believe she reported that her dog had bit her there.
Okay, so point that out and tell what finger and sort of general area of the finger.
Yes, so that would be her middle finger at the first knuckle. Second knuckle.
Middle finger of right hand.
Thank you. Yes.
palm up. And then what about the dot on the
I'm
finger
not putting
pad
that
of
up, Dave.
that same finger?
That wasn't an injury that I noted.
Just stay in Facebook.
If it was an injury, I would have noted it in my record.
Okay. And then what's our next
Here's
number?
dumbbells.
350. Thank you. So this now appears to be left hand.
That is correct.
Point out any injuries that you see in people's 350.
I see an abrasion in between her pinky and her ring finger. There.
On the knuckle area.
On the knuckle area on her left hand, palm down.
351.
He's right. They better sincerely.
Is that just a close-up of that?
That is a close-up of the same spot.
352.
That is a close-up with our measurement tool that we use.
So we really documented that one very well.
We did.
353.
You missed
looking
better
at that?
chats than
We are
testimony.
looking at another abrasion, also on the left hand.
Yeah, her fingers look all kinds of messed up. Looks like someone got into a fight.
So
that
at the base of the index finger below the knuckle, essentially.
Thank you. Yes.
So as we're looking through those photographs, the only potential injuries that you were able to note on this defendant, were they only on her hands area?
That was the only area that was specified in the search warrant. I wasn't able to assess the rest of her body.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna put
but
it
as
up
it
now.
relates to these photos, none on her head that would corroborate her head being hit on concrete.
That is correct.
And then the only other injuries are on hands, both front and back.
That is correct.
How many patients have you seen during your career as a forensic nurse examiner?
Yes, she did.
Roughly 600 around there.
Mr. Allen, could
Yes.
you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes? or
Yes,
so?
absolutely, Judge. How many people have you had leave before they finished with the sane exam?
Just a handful, not very many.
Have you worked with patients who were suffering from some sort of mental health issue that they could not give informed consent to undergo this invasive procedure?
I have.
How many times has that happened?
I would say a handful of times as well. I don't have a specific number.
Was there at any point in your interaction with this defendant that you had any concerns about her mental condition, that she was unable to understand things?
No, I did not.
Did she give you informed consent to undergo this exam that she then didn't participate in?
She did.
What happens if you are interacting with somebody that is so severely mentally diseased or defective that they can't give informed consent and they're potentially a danger to themselves or others? What would you do?
I would notify the emergency room physician.
Is there a procedure for that?
There is.
What is that called?
So the emergency room physician, if they were concerned,
They
I would let
absolutely
them know
do.
about that, and they could place the patient on it, what's called an M1 hold, to be evaluated by a mental health evaluator.
Meaning that if somebody was so diseased and defective that they're a danger to themselves or others, that they can't voluntarily leave.
Correct.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that in your interactions with her?
No.
What is your lay opinion as to whether Letecia Stauch on January 29th was sane?
Your Honor, I'm going to object under people being behemoth. This witness does not have the foundation to say whether
I understand. I'm going to allow her to provide her testimony. I think she does have some expertise. She does have some ability to, or has had some ability regarding other patients. So I'm going to allow overruled.
What is your opinion as to her sanity?
I believe she was sane and consentable to my exam at the time that I saw her.
And this would have been 2 days after her stepson went missing and she was purportedly sexually assaulted.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, but
Cross-examination.
I don't think it's going to be a big issue.
Do you have any training in forensic psychiatry?
I do not.
Did you try to do any type of mental examination on Ms. Stauch?
No, I did not.
Would you be competent as far as medical training to do any type of mental examination?
I am competent in terms of assessing them for consentability to doing my exam,
Sure.
or if there needs to be further involvement by a provider.
But you're not trained to diagnose mental health issues.
That is correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
That was a good cross. That was appropriate.
No, I don't think so, Judge.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness?
Oh, this should be. Do they?
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Once you step,
Okay.
when you step up, please stand.
Could have had some interesting questions there from the jury,
Yeah.
but they got all
All
they
right,
needed.
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our evening recess. Again, don't discuss a case among yourselves. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If we can have you all back where you normally meet in the morning so that we can start at, we should be able to start right on time at 9 o'clock. And you'll need to leave yourself, easy for me to say, you'll need to let yourselves out the door as Mr. Combs is not here. So juror number 10 in the front, if you want to lead the way out the door and just everybody else follow her. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, you can definitely tell those were injuries to her hands. Those did not look right. She was laughing and carrying on with her attorneys while that testimony was going on. Good night, Christine. For another unhappy ending story. I can't think of any other stories. Let me think of something that I have. Yeah, those hands told the story, that's for sure. Hang on. Let me see if there's anything else.
To make a little further record regarding the objection that was made at the bench with respect to the defendant leaving the hospital before having the SANE examination done. And the testimony, as I heard it and as I understood it, is that in this case, the SANE examination was a voluntary process that came across very clearly, that some people decide not to undergo it and some people go ahead and proceed with it. There was a claim, I suppose, that maybe she was supposed to have a SANE exam ordered. That did not come out through the testimony. What came out through the testimony was a 41-1 order requesting buccal swabs, blood, and fingernail scrapings. And I understand the argument was that her leaving before having something done pursuant to a warrant may comment on her, on the defendant's right to remain silent. First of all, the only warrant that has been discussed in any detail at all is the 41-1 order. Secondly, the defendant does not have a right to refuse that. As we all know, she could have been held down to have the 41-1 order executed. So I don't think it comments on her right to remain silent because for a couple of reasons. Number one, that order is to be executed whether it's with or without the defendant's cooperation. And number two, as nearly as I can tell, it appears that it was. So the testimony here is that the defendant left without having a SANE examination done, which by the testimony that I've heard is voluntary. And I've not heard anything else regarding that. So I just wanted to make that further record. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Defense?
Your Honor, I want to make a further record on the lay witnesses offering opinion regarding sanity or insanity and the specific legal terms of mental defect with it. And I'm referring the court to People v. Medina. Does the statute allow it? It does. But there must be an adequate foundation laid by the specific witness before such opinion, and this is a quote from Medina, and that is 521 P2D 1257, Colorado Supreme Court, 1974. Before such opinion, evidence from a non-expert can be admissible. Specific facts upon which the opinion is based must be first stated by the witness, and his testimony must show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. Such foundation is fair and reasonable requirement for a non-expert's opinion on the issue of sanity, competency to stand trial. Your Honor, I think the lay witnesses can testify whether they observed anything unusual, whether they observed what they observed, but them giving an opinion about whether or not she suffered a mental disease or defect or was sane or insane, they have to have the proper foundation in order to be able to do so.
All right. Mr. Allen, do you have a response?
Your Honor, I think the statute's clear. I think what has happened so far, there's been some foundation laid with the witnesses, at least with the time.
This is how the defense has been attacking the prosecutor's witnesses appropriately.
Yeah, I just think that, and what I have instructed the jury on more than one occasion is that a layperson or someone who even may be an expert but not classically trained psychologist or psychiatrist is not going to be able to give a DSM-4 or DSM-5 diagnosis.
Thank you, fact checker.
But they can give a lay opinion based on,
Glad
this is
you're
what I
here with
saw,
us.
this is how she reacted, this is what she did, these were my perceptions. I didn't see any of those kinds of things. I do think that that's appropriate. And I've given the jury a limiting instruction regarding all of those, I think more than once, saying that they cannot give an opinion based on a DSM-4 diagnosis, but there's a difference between a DSM-4 diagnosis and what a layperson may be perceiving, but that doesn't discount the layperson's opinion about a defendant's mental state when they are observing the defendant and what those facts are based on. So you've made your record and I made my ruling, and
it sounds like it. They're pushing
on.
that a little bit.
And I know this is
Go ahead.
going to be annoying during the course of the trial. I think when a witness does this, I will continue to make objection. I'll try to make it a shorter.
Okay. And if maybe I can work on a further limiting instruction or something like that. But it seems to me, I mean, I've already told the jury, I think the issue here is that we already know what it is between the psychiatrists, right? I mean, the law has a legal definition of what sanity is, and psychology and psychiatrists have a psychological definition of what insanity is, and those aren't necessarily the same thing. It's this.
That's right.
And as I see this, it's the same with a layperson that may have an opinion about whether someone is insane or is not insane. That's not necessarily the same thing as the legal definition, nor is it the same thing as the psychological definition under a DSM-4.
And I understand what the court is saying, just to make a record. I think there is a difference between when I testified or when even Dakota Stauch testified, who have an ongoing long-term relationship with her, versus these witnesses who have, 30, 40, 50 action with her, then maybe I don't think under Medina.
We got pictures of her hands.
They do not have the foundation to be able to say sane or insane. I think they can comment on what they've observed, but as far as making an overall opinion, they're sane or insane, I think Medina is saying they do not have the foundation.
Okay. All right. And what does tomorrow look like?
We'll start out tomorrow morning with a witness that's going to probably take the balance of the morning. It'll be former Detective Jess Bethel, and then get into some crime scene stuff with an expert in the afternoon.
Okay. The impression that I get, and I'm not trying to jinx anything.
Well, I think I jinxed us by saying what I said earlier.
Well, I noticed that. But the impression that I get is that things are going perhaps faster than what you had anticipated.
With no cross.
And you are making it through witnesses quickly. I understand that all of that may change once we get to the psychologists and those sorts of things. But are we about where you thought you would be? Ahead, behind?
I think it's pretty clear that we are ahead of schedule. But as you noted, we will start to hit slower witnesses.
Right.
We still have some pretext phone calls that we are going to be playing with a couple of different witnesses. We have the defendant's interview, for instance. Initial interview is tomorrow. That's about almost 5 hours of interview. We have another one with
Are
a,
you going to play the whole thing?
yes. Yeah.
5-hour interview?
Find a reasonable breaking point for that. It sounds like probably we'll need to take a
It'll be
lunch break
entertaining,
somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Just find a reasonable breaking point.
Interview with the police.
So I think you're right, Judge, that there, we are going to hit a point where we're probably going to hear from less witnesses throughout a
Right.
particular day. But I do think we're ahead of where we thought we would be.
That's going to be
The other thing that probably you need to be mindful of, especially since it came up
that's
with
going to be it's going to be
Mr.
interesting.
Young playing the video. When we get done with all of this, we need a clean laptop that works for everything.
Yep.
So,
Knowing how fast she talks,
just
I
be
won't
mindful
have
of that.
Yep.
any opportunity to say anything.
Anything from the defense? Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then.
Yeah, her brother's testimony definitely just sort of wrapped this thing up. The hands, her hands today. I'm going to back it up a touch if I can. Oh, what is going on here? Back
45.
up. I don't want the volume. I just want the pictures. There we go. Yeah, so the hand testimony, the images of her hands are very telling as well. And with her brother's testimony earlier today, and her phone calls, and now we get a police interview. Oh, it's gonna be crazy. Somebody had said in the chat, where is it? She's crazy but not insane. And that's the thing, is that the state has to prove that she's not insane, legally insane, meaning that she wasn't able to know right from wrong or control her actions. And that's why I'm curious about the layperson's opinion, because I feel like that would come down to a medical personnel's opinion. So I'm just interested as to why the statute would allow a layperson to offer some sort of opinion on where is it? We get some this is where the markings are on her hand, all the bruises and cuts and things like that. Definitely looks like she got into a fight.
Yeah, that's
Thanks for
definitely
watching.
telling.
Yeah, definitely. So between this, her walking out on the rape kit, and her brother's testimony today, I feel like it was a fairly effective day for the prosecution.
Oh, so she walked out on it? I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, she walked out on the rape kit. She showed up, and they informed her that there was actually a warrant for some DNA testing, fingernail scrapings, and things like that. And then so she did that because she wasn't allowed to really get out of that. And then she left before the rape kit. So they had no rape kit. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, check out the earlier feed. I put the timestamps in there. I think at 20 minutes or so, I'm done talking and we actually get to the brother's testimony, but it jumps right in sort of kind of in the middle. And then at an hour 40, we go back to the brother's testimony to see where it started. And that was pretty rough not for me. It was entertaining for me, but it was rough for the defendant and for the witness. Yeah, I really want to hear what they have to say, especially the defense, which we're not going to hear this week or next, but the defense expert. They're going to be bending over backwards. Somebody mentioned Amber Heard's expert witness. That's what I feel like we're going to hear.
Yeah.
It's going to be nonsensical, dancing around words, making everything sound like it's important and actually means something, and it probably doesn't. So how much of it did you get to hear this afternoon, Jamie?
I left and then I came back in. I only missed about an hour. I came when I seen the chat saying, "Oh, she ran." That's what I now know what you mean by she ran from the rape kit.
Yeah.
And then I saw all the pictures and stuff. So
did your eyebrows turn out okay?
My eyelashes?
Oh, eyelashes, sorry.
Yes. They are phenomenal.
Play it. You guys got time to play catch up on the stream. Oh, just so everybody, a reminder to everyone, please like and subscribe. Tell your friends, tell them to subscribe, like this stream or like this video. That will be helpful. You can comment after the live stream as well. That will be helpful. And they can only find one. Yes.
Well, of course.
Once it's not about. It's not like oh, they have more, so they win. That's not how this works. The jury's actually going to get an instruction about that. Is that the number of witnesses doesn't matter, the number of experts doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Not that it's going to do any good, but
To be honest with you, they only need one good one, and they only need one. Like everybody only needs one good wit expert. You don't need like 50 of them. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
But a reminder for tomorrow, I'm going to be going live at 10:45, but then I'm not going to be doing the afternoon stream live. I have, it's my son's birthday, so we're going to go celebrate that, and then I will be doing a stream later on in the evening is the plan. If for some reason I don't get to it the afternoon, we'll start Thursday, or no, we'll be off Thursday. Ooh, I might actually do Wednesday's testimony on Thursday.
Yeah, why don't you?
This afternoon. I might do Thursday actually because we don't have court on Thursdays. So that's what I'm probably going to do actually. So I'll probably set that up tonight. So we're going to do tomorrow morning live, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll do Thursday since we don't have court, and then we'll be back on schedule for Friday. Those metrics can be deceiving. What metrics? I'm not sure what metrics you're referring to. The DSM metrics, those I don't know. They seem confusing to me at times, the DSM metrics, but I don't know. That's why we have experts to explain it to everyone. And it will be interesting. I'm going to try to get some more songs. I've got a ton of songs that I have. So we'll see. We'll limit them.
Yeah, everybody throw out your suggestions for songs.
State finding experts, defense finding one, etc. Yeah, I know, but the state has unlimited resources. Okay, so again, we're trying to approach this from she's innocent until proven guilty sort of mindset, and it shouldn't matter how many state's witnesses there are compared to how many defense witnesses there are. The quality of the testimony is what matters, and so that's where we're at. Yes, I know it took a while for them to find one mental health doctor, and again, you can find an expert that can testify to anything if you look hard enough. Shaggy, it wasn't me. Ooh, I could do that. I could do that. There's another one I can't think of. Not Psycho Killer, but there's another song similar to that. All right, Dave, take care. Jamie, take care. Everyone else, take care. I am going to close this down for the evening. Again, please please share this video. Let me try to get to 1,000 subscribers. That's our goal right now. I would greatly appreciate that. And I will see you all tomorrow morning.
Bye.
All right.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. 'Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger said